Chapter 4488. Chapter 4488. The Sage Power Bibo Tianfu Tourmaline Holy City. It is one of the many holy cities in Leixing, controlled by a sage force named Bibo Tianfu, and under the Bibo Tianfu, there are 5 holy cities. Tourmaline Holy City is only one of the 5 holy cities under the command of Bibo Tianfu. In the 5 holy cities, there are also many forces stationed in it, which is also the default of Bibo Tianfu. Some of these forces surrender to Bibo Tianfu, and some forces have no relationship with Bibo Tianfu, only cooperative relations. The latter forces are basically semi-holy forces. Only the semi-holy forces can let Bibo Tianfu put down the air and cooperate with it. After all, although there are saints in Bibo Tianfu, they are only one saint. Under the saints, there are only a few semi-sages. Master, this Tourmaline Holy City. After finding an inn in the Tourmaline Holy City, in the courtyard of the guest room, Ten Xiudong, who had also been to the Thunder Holy Land in the past, also began to tell Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the Tourmaline Holy City. For example, in the Tourmaline Holy City, there are 3 major semi-holy forces. For example, the inn where they live now is the inn under the command of the Duan clan among the 3 major semi-holy forces. Tan Xiudong also understands this because he has stayed here in the past. If you don't already know that you are from the 10,000 realms, you are not a native of the outside world. Otherwise, I am afraid that I have to doubt whether you are from the Duan clan in this Tourmaline Holy City. Tan Xiudong said. Duan Lingtian's identity can be concealed after he arrives outside the world, so not many people know his true identity. Tan Xiudong, who once made a blood oath in the sky, is one of the few people who know his true identity. In fact, Duan Lingtian couldn't help being a little surprised when he learned that the inn where he was now, and that the semi-sacred forces behind him were actually the Duan clan. This is too coincidental, right? In the past, it was not that he had never encountered a family or clan with the surname Duan, but they were basically of moderate strength, and the Duan clan in this Tourmaline Holy City was a powerful semi-holy power. This is definitely the most powerful Duan clan force that Duan Lingtian has come into contact with so far. As for the rest, I don't know very well. After all, my strength, placed in this Tourmaline Holy City, is only a trivial figure, and the information that can be known is also the information that anyone can inquire about. Tan Xiudong said everything he knew in one breath. And Duan Lingtian nodded. But now he has another consideration in his heart. On the top of this Tourmaline Holy City is a huge sage power Bibo Tianfu, and within that Bibo Tianfu, there are strong saints sitting in town. The so-called sage is actually a strong person in the realm of the world. It is said that there are only a few dozen top people in the world, and even beyond the world. If the sage makes a move and wants to resolve the imprisoned soul of the soul-bound clan on Kir's body, there should be great hope. The strength of the sage is much stronger than that of the average superpower. If it was a semi-holy, Duan Lingtian would not dare to say it. However, the saint, although it is said to be the strongest, is said to have undergone a preliminary qualitative change in power, and it can be said to be in existence above the strongest. For such an existence, it is not an exaggeration to say that the realm is beyond the strongest. In this way, Yun Qinyan, who is integrated with the supreme powerhouse Soul Clan, imprisoned the soul of Kir. The saint powerhouse may not be able to directly erase it. After all, the confinement of the souls of the people of the God Emperor's Soul Clan, God Venerable, can easily erase them. The confinement of the souls of the people of the divine respected Soul Clan can be easily wiped out by the strongest, even the weakest can do it. That is the gap between the cultivation base and the realm, and it is the leap of qualitative change. If I can let the sages of Bibo Tianfu take action, Kir will be saved. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart burst into flames. But soon, he couldn't help but feel helpless and lost in his heart. It's easier said than done if you want to let the saints and strong men take action. If he is an invincible high-ranking god, running for the sage strongmen, to get some benefits of returning to the secret realm of the ruins, the other party may be willing to take a shot for him. But he is not an invincible upper god. Although the current strength is very close to the invincible upper god Venerable, it is either or not. Even the weakest invincible upper god Venerable can easily defeat the current Duan Lingtian. If you want to seek a breakthrough in the power of law, it is difficult to climb to the sky. Kendo is not easy. Duan Lingtian is very clear in his heart that his current strength has reached a bottleneck, and he still has a long way to go if he wants to go further and become an invincible high-ranking god. And his wife Kir might not be able to last that long. And why? I haven't felt any signs of becoming a superpower until now. Ordinary people, who understand the four ways of heaven and earth to a certain extent, are not even as good as me now, and can't sense the superpower realm. Call. At this time, as long as you respond, you can directly become Xian. If you refuse to respond, it is equivalent to giving up the road to becoming Xian. In the future, only after you have achieved the invincible high god venerable, will you have the opportunity to attack Xian again. Territory. This is also the rule of heaven and earth. In the Xian realm, people who meet the requirements are only called once. If you cherish this opportunity, I will let you step into. If it is not rare, it will give an incomparable test, achieve the invincible superior god, and then seek the path of supreme power from the invincible superior god. Or join one of the semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline holy city first. Find a way to get the semi-sacred to try. But half-sage. It's very likely that it can't be done. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have some headaches. He wanted to do it, but he was worried that he had put in the effort and wasted time. In the end, the half-sage was powerless. It's nothing to waste his time and efforts. I'm afraid that Kir's time is wasted. It doesn't matter. Now I have no other choice. Even if there is little hope, I still have to try. Otherwise, it's a waste of Kir's time to sit and wait. Thinking of this, Duan Lingshan's eyes gradually became firmer. The Tourmaline holy city, the Duan clan. It is also a destiny to be able to come here. I will first find a way to join it, and then seek the opportunity of the Duan family's semi-holy summons. As long as there is a chance, I will ask the half-sage to go to the anti-god realm and let him try it to see if he can release the imprisoned soul on Kir. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Tan Xiaodong and said in a deep voice, I plan to join the Duan clan and become a worshipper. What do you think is the right way for me to wait for the opportunity to join? Tan Xiaodong, although his strength is not as good as him, he has lived longer than him after all. He has spent a long time in the outside world, and many things can provide him with advice and inspiration. Chapter 4489. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Tan Xiaodong was stunned at first, surprised by his young master's thought, but soon recovered, shook his head and smiled. Master, this is a trivial matter. Although the Duan clan is a semi-sacred force, the strongest among them may not be as powerful as you. If you are willing to join the Duan clan, it is a great deal for the Duan clan. Good thing. And with your strength, it is absolutely impossible for you to be the opponent of the Duan clan or a lurker sent by other strengths to plant in the Duan clan. Even if it is a semi-sacred force, it is impossible to let a person of strength like you be willing to enter the hostile forces to lurk. So, as long as you show your strength, Master, the Duan clan will definitely welcome you to join, Master. Tan Xiaodong said very confidently. Although his strength is average, he is very clear about these principles. The young master of his family, although not yet the invincible high-ranking god, is definitely a group of people who are the closest to the invincible high-ranking in a place outside the world, and even in all realms. Previously, the young master of his family took action against the existences of those who were close to the invincible superior gods. Although he was in the magical space, he could see it clearly. The strength of his young master is probably not weaker than Linghu Yundi, who is recognized as the first person under the invincible superior in Pingxiong territory. There are not many such characters, even in the holy realm outside the world like Thunder Holy Land. Although they are not unique, they will definitely not be too many. At least, among the semi-sacred forces in the Thunder Holy Land, there are absolutely a handful of such existences. Even if there are, most of them are in the power of saints. After Tan Xiatang's remarks, Duan Lingshan's confusion suddenly became clear. On second thought, this is indeed the truth. He just broke through not long ago, and he has only experienced one battle after breaking through, but he has not yet deeply realized that he is now strength. What does it mean? With my current strength, even if my identity is exposed, even if I know that I have a heavy treasure in my hand, and relying on the semi-sacred power, I may not have the power to protect myself. And my biggest trump card is not the strength I have now. Long live less than. This is my greatest advantage. Now, after being reminded by Tan Xiatang's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized the value of joining a semi-holy force. Tomorrow, I will go to the residence of the Duan family and join it. Duan Lingtian made a decision in a deep voice. Master. Tan Xiaoting shook his head and smiled. Actually, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. Although the residence of the Duan clan is not in the Tourmaline Holy City, it is in the Tourmaline Holy City, but there is a stronghold for recruiting talents. You just need to go there. With your strength, young master, if you intend to join the Duan clan, I am afraid that the Duan clan will send more than one elder-level person to welcome you over there. Tan Xiatang's words brightened Duan Lingshan's eyes. If that's the case, then I will go to the stronghold of the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City tomorrow. Thinking of tomorrow, you will be able to join the Duan clan, become the worship of the Duan clan, and even hope to ask the semi-sage of the Duan clan to take action to save Kier. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. Although, in the past, Qingtian's sword Situ Lei told him, I am afraid that only the existence of Jie Zuanjing, that is, the existence of saints and above, can expel the imprisoned souls of the most powerful soul clan for his wife Kier. However, Duan Lingtian still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps a semi-holy, close to a saint, can do the same? After all, the strength of the soul clan people who are the same as Yunqinyan has definitely not recovered to its heyday. With the soul imprisonment in his weak state at that time, it may not be as good as the soul imprisonment under the control of the normal supreme power soul clan people. In Duan Lingshan's heart, there was too much luck. What if? What if it was really useful? If he didn't try it, Duan Lingtian would not be reconciled. The Duan clan, as one of the three semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, is not located in the Tourmaline Holy City, but it is not far away. It is common for a lower ranking to travel between the Tourmaline Holy City and the Duan clan. It takes a quarter of an hour at most. Time. If it is the middle race and the upper gods, it will be faster. If it is the strongest, it only takes a few breaths to span this short distance. Today's Duan clan has a special guest. The reason why this guest is special is because he is not an ordinary guest that the Duan clan usually receives. He comes from the power of saints, Bibo Tianfu. Duanbing, welcome the envoy. Although the messenger who came from Bibo Tianfu this time was not a superpower, the Duan family did not dare to show any slights. Greeted with hands and gave a very high courtesy. Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, is a middle-aged man who looks gentle, but his eyes are firm and dignified. After a long look, he can perceive a bit of sternness and majesty. Patriarch Duan. The visitor from Bibo Tianfu was an elderly man. Seeing the Duan clan's patriarch treated him so politely, he also smiled. I came this time under the order from above. Our Bibo Tianfu has recently discovered a new return market. According to some clues, there are several treasures in it, which are the treasures that our Bibo Tianfu has been collecting for many years. So, this time, our Bibo Tianfu intends to unite most of you. Holy forces, jointly explore the return to the ruins. As the old man's voice fell, Duan Bing's eyes couldn't help but light up. He guessed right away that the entrance to the ruins should meet some specific conditions. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to get a share of the semi-holy forces from Bibo Tianfu. This kind of thing has never happened before. Normally, there are no restrictions on returning to the market, and Bibo Tianfu is basically not open to the outside world. They are all responsible for exploring and collecting all kinds of treasure opportunities inside. As in the past, if your people find what we need in Bibo Tianfu, our Bibo Tianfu will exchange other treasures, so you won't suffer any losses. As for other things, if your people find them, they will belong to you. The old man continued. Envoy. Duan Bing asked bluntly, I don't know, what conditions must be met for those who enter the market this time? In the past, in the return market shared by Bibo Tianfu, there were those who needed to meet the conditions for cultivation, those that could not surpass the realm of cultivation, and those that needed to meet the 4 conditions of heaven and earth, as well as those who met the age group. Enter. There are various conditions, and he can't guess what conditions need to be met this time. For those who are not the strongest, master Kendo and reach the 4th level of Kendo. And the old man, under the question of Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, did not sell too much, and responded bluntly to his words. As the old man's voice fell, Duan Bing took a deep breath. Not the strongest? 4th rank of Kendo? Isn't the way of other weapons okay? Duan Bing asked one more question. No. The old man shook his head. It must be the way of Kendo. The way of other weapons will not work. This time, what we at Bibo Tianfu means is that you can also search for people who meet these conditions and ask them to help you. On our side of Bibo Tianfu, this time, we also have an extra gift for the forces that can help us find the most treasures we need, which will be presented by the saint of our Bibo Tianfu in person. Holy. While Duan Bing trembled in his heart, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He naturally knew that the holy venerable in the mouth in front of him was the sage of Bibo Tianfu, one of the several overlords of the Thunder Holy Land. The land of return to the ruins will be opened in 10 years. You have the time to collect such characters. Before the land of return to the ruins is opened, we, Bibo Tianfu, will send someone to pick up the people you arranged to go to the entrance of the land of return to the ruins and enter the land of return to the ruins. Chapter 4490. It was not until the envoy of Bibo Tianfu left that Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan in the Tourmaline Holy City, gradually recovered. Non-powerful, master the 4th rank of Kendo? Duan Bing only frowned. High-ranking gods, generally mastering some kind of heaven and earth to the 4th order level, they can almost feel the call of the realm of the strongest, and as long as they respond to the call, they can directly become the strongest. As for the general high-ranking gods, at this stage, there is a layer of window paper away from the most powerful person. Few people will choose not to pierce the window paper to become the strong one. The vast majority of people will never give up the opportunity to become the strongest. Because of this, it is difficult to find a high-ranking who has mastered the 4th rank of the world, let alone the 4th rank of Kendo. Generally, the upper gods who have mastered the 4th order of the 4 worlds and the 4 worlds have achieved greatness by virtue of the 4 worlds. The rest either did not feel the call of the supreme realm, or decided to attack the invincible upper god, and generally the latter is far less than the former, because the invincible upper is too ethereal. Looking at the world and beyond the world, the total number is not even as much as 10% of the total number of the strongest. In our Duan clan, there are 2 people who have mastered the 4th order heaven and earth, and they are not the strongest. However, the 4 worlds they master are not swordsmanship. Although it's all the way of weapons, but it doesn't meet the conditions for entering that place of return to the ruins. The Duan clan's contemporary, non-powerful, 2 people who have comprehended the 4 ways of heaven and earth to the 4th rank, mastered the spear way and knife way, both of them are in the Duan clan, close to the invincible upper gods, the presence. And the strongest among them. They are the mainstay of the Duan family. It seems that we can only seek foreign aid outside for the next 10 years. Duan Bing secretly said. At noon the next day, Duan Lingtian left the inn with Tan Xiodong, ate at a nearby restaurant, and after listening to the conversations of some drinkers, he found out where the Duan family's recruitment stronghold in the Tourmaline Holy City is located. The Duan clan, as one of the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, even if it is just a stronghold for recruiting talents, it occupies a very large area, just like a family residence. In fact, the non-semi-saint family forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, the family resident in the Tourmaline Holy City, are at most as large as this. Your Excellency, are you looking for someone? At the gate, one of the guards at the gate looked at Duan Lingtian, who was headed by him, and asked politely. After all, they are members of a big family such as the Duan family. I know that many people seem to be ordinary, but in fact have a strong background and cannot be provoked, so they are a little polite when they meet. In doing so, you can ensure that you will not inadvertently offend anyone. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, looked at the person in front of him, and said with a slight smile, I heard that the Duan family's stronghold in the Tourmaline Holy City is to recruit talents. I came here to join the Duan family. Hearing Duan Lingxian's intention to come, the people of the Duan clan at the gates suddenly became a lot more polite. So you are here for this. Your Excellency, please come in, and I will take you to the assessment site set up by our Duan clan for worship. As long as you can pass the assessment, you can join our Duan clan. Although the person in front of him looked young, he did not dare to underestimate it. Who knows if this young skin is an old antique that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Under the leadership of the other party, Duan Lingtian took Tan Xiuting into the stronghold of the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City. After entering the door, you can see the layout inside. It is like a small family residence, with many rockeries and lush greenery. The corridors along the way are also antique, full of low-key luxury. Seemingly seeing Duan Lingxian's surprise, the members of the Duan clan who led the way in front of them smiled slightly and said, "This stronghold of our Duan clan used to be the clan residence of a big family. After that clan was wiped out, this place was idle for a while, and was finally asked by our patriarch to serve as a stronghold." The people of the Duan clan put it lightly, but Duan Lingtian knew that such a good place must have many people's eyes, and the Duan clan's ability to win it is enough to show its strong strength and deterrence. Your Mightiness. Suddenly, the people of the Duan clan slowed down a bit. The person in charge of this stronghold of our Duan clan is an elder of the law enforcement hall of our Duan clan, and he has a bad temper. You met him, but don't be polite. He is the most powerful person who doesn't know how high the sky is. He is a Xian. Under normal circumstances, he would not take the initiative to remind people who want to join the Duan clan. The reason why he took the initiative to remind him was that he felt that the other party seemed easygoing and unassuming, and not to mention the specific strength, just this easygoing, it was worth reminding him a thing or two. Thank you for reminding. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. My name is Duan Xiao. What is your name? Asked the guide. Duan Lingtian. And Duan Lingtian didn't hide his identity this time. With his current strength, if he joins the Duan clan, even if all the treasures in his hands are exposed, there will be very few people who dare to attack him. Unless the Duan clan attacked him. However, this is unlikely. After all, even if the Duan clan is tough, he has a self-destruction ring. As long as he is not willing, he would rather die. No one can get those treasures in his hands. Moreover, the Duan clan is a semi-sacred force after all, and it is definitely impossible to worship the difficult clan because of that little treasure, and it is also a worshipping close to the invincible superior god. Through Tan Xiatang's mouth, Duan Lingtian has realized that if he joins the Duan clan, he will be greatly respected and valued. Now, Duan Lingtian not only did not hide his real name, but even his face was restored to its original state, no longer covering up in the slightest and completely showing his true face. Hiding in the past was entirely because of lack of strength. And now, there is no need to do that. Your surname is also Duan? Duan Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. It seems that your excellency has a fate with our Duan clan. Or is it because your surname is Duan that you chose our Duan clan? There's a reason for that. Duan Lingtian nodded. In fact, this did account for a large part of the reason. Under the leadership of Duan Xiao, Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiuting came to the backyard, and after Duan Xiao said hello, Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiuting followed another person and walked into a vast mansion in the backyard. Brother Lingtian, I hope to see you in the clan in the future. Before parting, Duan Xiao said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Although he guards the gate at the Duan family's stronghold in the Tourmaline Holy City, his own strength is not bad. He is also a high-ranking god. In the Duan family, the weaker worshippers are not much stronger than him. Therefore, in the face of a character who may become a new worship, he does not feel that there is any identity gap between himself and the other party. Must. Duan Lingtian also responded through voice transmission, and he also had a good impression of this enthusiastic disciple of the Duan clan. The person who took over and led the way in the back seemed a lot indifferent, without any unnecessary nonsense, and took Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiuting directly into the mansion in front of him. Inside the Fuzhong mansion, in the spacious courtyard, an old man who was over a decade old was sitting at a stone table drinking tea. Elder, someone brought it. The person leading the way said respectfully to the old man. As for the old man, as early as the moment Duan Lingtian stepped into the stronghold, he actually passed Duan Xiao's communication and knew that such a person was going to participate in the Duan clan's recruitment assessment. At this point, it didn't seem surprising. The old man stood up, his body that seemed a little thin, but at this moment, it gave people a sense of strength, as if there were thousands of majestic momentum swept out of him. That is, in this moment, Duan Lingtian can confirm that the other party is a supreme power. The strong momentum swept in, Tan Xiatang's complexion changed greatly, his body trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth bleed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there as if nothing had happened, as if he had not been affected in any way. Even, as a fierce aura rose from his body, Tan Xiatang's complexion also recovered a lot. Obviously the pressure was caused by Duan Lingtian resolved. What a powerful swordsmanship. The old man, at this time, also put away his aura, staring at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes, his heart trembled. What's the situation? Yesterday, I just received a message from the Patriarch, asking him to help collect non-Xians who have mastered the 4th rank of Kendo. Today, I took the initiative to send one to my door. His swordsmanship is definitely above the 4th rank. As for the specific order, we will have to let him try it before we know. Chapter 4491. Don't resist, follow me into my artifact space. In the Tourmaline Holy City, within the Duan clan's recruitment stronghold, the person in charge of the stronghold is also the elder of the Duan clan's law enforcement hall. Before he spoke loudly, he also took out a space artifact. Then, he took Duan Lingtian into the artifact space. During this process, Duan Lingtian had no intention of resisting, nor did he intend to resist. Don't say it's just the artifact space, he can come out at any time, it is the small world inside the opponent's body, and he is not afraid to enter. After all, with the strength of the opponent's supreme power, if you really want to be detrimental to him, you don't need to be so troublesome at all, you can obliterate him face to face. Outside. Seeing that his young master disappeared in front of the Duan clan elders, leaving a gourd-shaped artifact alone on the table not far away, Tan Xiudong waited calmly. It is not difficult for him to guess the next result. The Duan clan will be very happy to accept his young master as the offering of the Duan clan. After all, although the Duan clan has the existence of an invincible superior god, but the Duan clan may not have the strength like his young master. Within the artifact space, the elders of the Duan clan did not say a word, and shot directly at Duan Lingtian. A majestic force swept out and rushed towards Duan Lingtian, like 1,000 troops. You do your best to resist my offensive and let me see your true strength. Just from the test outside, he had already seen that the young man in purple clothed in front of him had the strength close to the invincible upper god, but at what level, he was not sure. After all, the existences that are close to the invincible upper gods are also divided into 3, 6, and 9. As for Duan Lingtian, when he heard the other party's words, he didn't hold back any longer. As soon as he made a move, it was full force. The space law of the small perfection realm was displayed, and the divine power was turbulent. With the swordsmanship of the full force shot, it broke the opponent's offensive like a destructive force. Even completely suppressed the opponent's offensive. Of course, the reason why this step can be achieved is entirely because the other party is far from doing his best. As early as when the opponent shot, Duan Lingtian saw that the opponent controlled the power of his shot to a level that was comparable to the existence of an invincible superior god. This level of strength is far inferior to him. This kind of existence that is close to the invincible upper god, in his hands, he can't even make 10 moves. If there is no special means of escape, he is sure to kill it. Call out. Duan Lingtian's power converged into a sword beam and swept out. His mighty power made the Duan clan elders look horrified, and the depths of their eyes were filled with disbelief. Obviously, he never imagined that the youth in purple clothes in front of him had such a powerful strength. This strength. I am afraid that it can be compared with the top figures under the Bibo Tianfu Xinxiang and the invincible superior god Venerable. He was shocked. In their Duan clan, there have been such powerful figures in history, but not many. Only a few people have appeared in the history of millions of years. In modern times, there has never been such a genius. And now, such a genius is standing in front of him, and he is conducting the assessment of their Duan clan recruiting talents. His swordsmanship has reached the 6th level. Moreover, it is definitely the 6th order peak. At the same time, in addition to being shocked by the strength of the opponent, the elders of this clan were also very horrified by Duan Lingshan's swordsmanship. The 6th stage of Kendo. It is all the worlds and the 4 realms of the 6th stage. Looking at the places beyond the realm, and even the 10,000 realms, as far as he knows, there are not more than 100 people. In the land outside the world, and even in the contemporary world, under the strongest, he has not heard that anyone has mastered the 4 realms of heaven and earth and has reached the 6th stage. The 6th stage of Kendo. Looking at the contemporary era, including the most powerful, there are probably no more than 5 people who have mastered it. At least, I haven't heard of any existence under the saint who mastered it. The 6th stage of Kendo, Saint. Saints, without exception, all have the cultivation of the strongest, and have mastered a certain law to the realm of great perfection. If there are no other special means, at least one of the 4 ways of heaven and earth has been mastered to the 6th stage. And these thoughts of the elders of the Duan clan actually happened in a flash. When he noticed that Duan Lingshan's offensive had suppressed his own offensive, and when the pavement hit, the power in his body suddenly swept over his body without reservation, easily blocking Duan Lingshan's offensive. Although Duan Lingshan's offensive was strong, it fell on the elders of the Duan clan without causing any waves, as if it were completely insignificant. At the same time, the elders of the Duan clan also completely recovered. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his originally stiff and serious face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Little brother, I am the 2nd elder of the Duan family law enforcement hall Duan Tianhong, but I don't know what you call it." It was also because there were no other members of the Duan clan at the scene. Otherwise, seeing this dignified appearance of Tianhong, he would definitely be shocked to drop his jaw. Because Duan Tianhong, who is usually in front of the Duan clan's patriarch, rarely does this, let alone in front of other people. Among the Duan clan, I am afraid that only the semi-sage ancestor appeared. It is possible to make Duan Tianhong so enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian, I have seen Elder Tianhong. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not surprised by the sudden change in Duan Tianhong's attitude, because in his opinion, it was expected. His current strength, let alone the semi-sacred power, is the power of the saints, and he will also receive a lot of attention, and even attention. Your surname is Duan too? Immediately, the smile on Duan Tianhong's face became brighter. Of course, in Duan Lingshan's eyes, it was even more ugly. Then you really have a fate with our Duan clan. With your strength, it is more than enough to join our Duan clan as an offering. If it becomes a big worship directly, no one will have a second opinion. Before Duan Lingtian came, he had also heard about the big offering of the Duan clan. It was the most powerful being in the offering, and it was an honor that could only be obtained. As for the strongest people entering the Duan clan, they do not become worshippers, but become protectors. Only outsiders under Xian who enter the Duan clan are enshrined. Go. I'll take you back to our Duan clan to see the patriarch. Duan Tianhong seemed a little impatient, as if he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly regret it and did not intend to join their Duan clan again. Then I will trouble Elder Tianhong. Duan Lingtian continued speaking. No trouble, just a small matter. Duan Tianhong waved his hand. Let's not mention your surname Duan, you are related to our Duan clan. If you say that your name contains the word, then it is also related to me, Duan Tianhong. Since we are so predestined, we don't need to do it again. Such a courtesy. If you don't dislike it, you can just call me brother in private. Although he is not sure of the specific age of the person in front of him, he can still faintly perceive that the other party is definitely not old. It should not exceed 30,000 years old. Moreover, the people who can reach this stage are basically geniuses, and there are very few underachievers who are over 30,000 years old. The person outside, since he is by your side, come with us to see the patriarch. After leaving the artifact space, Duan Tianhong, who didn't even look at Tan Shouting in the first place, also rarely nodded and smiled at Tan Xiudong. Although it was only a short smile, it still made the person who brought Duan Lingtian and the two here look horrified. Who can tell him what's going on? Elder Duan Tianhong, who has always had a coffin face, turned out to be laughed. Chapter 4492. Duan Lingtian took Tan Xiudong, followed behind Duan Tianhong, and went to the Duan family's residence outside the Tourmaline Holy City. Along the way, Duan Tianhong enthusiastically introduced the Tourmaline Holy City to Duan Lingtian, as well as the various industries of the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City, and bluntly said that after Duan Lingtian became the enshrined of the Duan family, after the Duan family's industry consumption in the Tourmaline Holy City, there will be huge discounts just by showing the identity token. At the same time, he also speculated on the origin of Duan Lingtian, and after learning that Duan Lingtian came from Wuxia, he became more enthusiastic. 10,000 worlds monk. Such a character is like water without a source and rootless grass in the outside world. Under the same conditions, any force in the outside world is more inclined to the monks of the world. Wuxia cultivator, since he chose to leave Wuxia and went to a place outside the realm to find a place for power, and no longer act as a loose cultivator, it means that he has no worries in Wuxia. Such people are more stable. And through Duan Tianhong's mouth, Duan Lingtian also has a further understanding of the Duan clan, knowing that within the Duan clan, under the semi-sage powerhouse, there are more than a dozen Xians. And among the dozen or so Xians, there are several who are close to the semi-sacred existence. It is the contemporary patriarch of the Duan clan, and that is also a very powerful superpower. Half-saint, that is, a half-step world-respected powerhouse. There is also a realm title, the 5th level superpower, also called the 5th stage superpower. It was also through Duan Tianhong's mouth that Duan Lingtian knew for the first time that among the supreme powers, there were also distinct power classes, and for a while he had a further in-depth understanding of the supreme powers. You must know that although he also knew that the strongest were strong and weak, he didn't know how to distinguish them. Of course, in front of Duan Tianhong, he did not explicitly say that he did not know these power classes of the strongest, but just quietly listened to Duan Tianhong's introduction. My strength, among the top powerhouses in the Duan clan, can only be considered average, and it's not long after I entered the second-tier powerhouse. Our patriarch is at the 3rd rank of Xian, just like the elders of our law enforcement hall. In the introduction, Duan Tianhong also brought Duan Lingtian to the residence of the Duan family outside the Tourmaline Holy City, which is like a paradise. Found here. The entire station of the Duan clan was surrounded by a maze. As for the reason, Duan Lingtian is not difficult to guess. It must be because he does not want to be easily disturbed by outsiders. Powerful existences, even if they are just passing by, can find the Duan clan's residence, while the average strength is difficult to find. A non-powerful person like Duan Lingtian is simply unable to see through the numerous confusions outside the Duan clan. Although the Duan family is not afraid of outsiders, it is naturally annoying after being disturbed for a long time. These were all learned by Duan Lingtian from Duan Tianhong. Elder Tianhong. Duan Tianhong brought Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiudong into the residence of the Duan clan, and wherever they went, everyone from the Duan clan who saw Duan Tianhong respectfully saluted Duan Tianhong. There were also some young-looking members of the Duan clan, who looked at Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiudong curiously, but did not speak clearly. However, in the dark, voice transmission is constantly communicating. The tone of communication, with bursts of surprise. Who are these two people? Judging from the appearance of Elder Tianhong, he seems to be very polite to them. Didn't Elder Tianhong be on duty recently at the Tourmaline Holy City recruiting stronghold? He's bringing people back now, presumably to join our Duan clan. If he can bring people over in person, it shows that the opponent's strength is not bad. I really can't see how powerful those two people are. However, if Elder Tianhong can personally lead the way, and he is so enthusiastic, at least it is close to the existence of the invincible superior god. In the past, it's not that there were no existences close to the invincible superior god venerable into our Duan clan. But, those people, I have never heard that Elder Tianhong brought them here in person when he was on duty. Could it be that they are the strongest? Or, one of them is the strongest? The discussions of the Duan clan were conducted by voice transmission, so Duan Lingtian naturally couldn't hear them. The current Duan Lingtian is taking Tan Xiodong, led by Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Duan clan law enforcement hall, to the reception hall of the Duan clan, where he meets the patriarch of the Duan clan. Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, had been waiting in the hall for a long time. Patriarch. Duan Tianhong brought Duan Lingtian outside the gate of the reception hall, stopped and greeted respectfully inside. Come in. A loud voice came from the hall. Immediately following, Duan Tianhong smiled and greeted Duan Lingtian to enter together, followed by Tan Xiodong. In the reception hall, Duan Lingtian saw Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, and he had already learned about the name of Duan Bing on the way. After entering, he took Tan Xiodong and bowed slightly to Duan Bing. I have seen Patriarch Duan. Duan Bing, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Are you Duan Lingtian? Elder Tianhong has already sent a message to me, saying that you are an existence close to the invincible superior god, and you have mastered the 6th stage of Kendo. I will naturally not question the vision of Elder Tianhong. However, this is the first time I heard that there are non-Xians who have mastered the 6th stage of Kendo. But I don't know. Will Brother Ling Tian give me a lot of insight? Although he was inquiring, at the same time as the voice fell, Duan Bing, a heavy and majestic aura, had spread out, and swept the entire reception hall in a flash, and a force rushed out, protecting the entire reception hall. Duan Lingtian heard Duan Bing's words, and felt these changes again, and his heart was suddenly speechless. You are all like this. Can I still refuse? Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't plan to refuse at first, because he knew that only when you showed enough value would you be valued. And this time he entered the Duan clan with a purpose, and naturally he would not hide his strengths and bide his time. Without any hesitation, the next moment, Duan Lingshan's body will rise with divine power, cooperate with the power of space law and the realm of small perfection, and show the swordsmanship without reservation. Call out. An astonishing sword beam shot out from Duan Lingtian, as if it could penetrate the heavens and the earth, but before approaching the pillars above the reception hall, it was suppressed by the power of Zhong Bing, the patriarch of the Zhong clan. Although Zhong Bing did this very easily, his gaze towards Duan Lingtian was full of excitement. It's really the 6th stage of Kendo. And, it seems that it is not as simple as entering the 6th stage. Or Wanjia monk? This time, our Duan clan has found a treasure. Duan Bing was extremely surprised. Chapter 4493. Although it was only a brief test, Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, has completely confirmed the strength of the person in front of him. It is definitely the kind of existence that is closest to the invincible upper god. Even the monsters of Bibo Tianfu, fighting alone, may not be able to defeat the people in front of them. I'm curious. After testing Duan Lingtian, in addition to his surprise, Duan Bing also expressed his doubts. With your strength, let alone our Duan clan, even if you enter Bibo Tianfu, you will be greatly valued. Why did you choose our Duan clan? Duan Bing asked bluntly. As for Duan Lingtian, when he heard Duan Bing's words, he smiled faintly. For me, it is naturally better to be able to enter the Bibo Tianfu. However, when I first arrived in the Thunder Holy Land, I am not familiar with many things, that is, there is no way to enter the Bibo Tianfu. On the contrary, the 3 semi-holy forces in the Tourmaline Holy City can enter in the Tourmaline Holy City. In addition, my surname is Duan, so I chose the Duan family. In the future, if there is a chance to enter the Bibo Tianfu, as long as the Bibo Tianfu can give me something that surpasses what I was in the Duan clan, I will also enter the Bibo Tianfu. This point, before joining the Duan clan, I want to make it clear to you, Clan Chief Duan. Duan Lingtian said something frankly. Duan Tianhong, who was on the side, showed a wry smile on his face. In addition to the wry smile, he looked at Duan Lingtian again, with a little more appreciation. Not everyone can say this kind of thing bluntly, even if most people stand in the other's position, they will think so. But, when they say it, it doesn't always sound so nice. Brother Ling Tian is quite honest. And Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, didn't feel angry when he heard Duan Lingshan's words, because in his opinion, it was understandable. Say nothing else. Even some of the geniuses of his Duan clan are now in Bibo Tianfu, because what they can get when they enter Bibo Tianfu is better than staying in the Duan clan. Semi-holy power, saint power, although it sounds like there is only one class difference. But, in fact, in many ways, it can be said to be worlds apart. It's a coincidence. Our Duan clan, 10 years later, will have a chance. If we can make a figure in it, Bibo Tianfu will take the initiative to throw an olive branch to you, Brother Ling Tian. Duan Bing looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a smile. When Duan Ling Tian heard the words, his eyes were naturally bright. Entering Bibo Tianfu? For him, of course, it is a good thing. The owner is magnanimous. Duan Ling Tian slightly cupped his hands and said solemnly, even if I, Duan Ling Tian, only stay in the Duan family for 10 years, I will definitely not forget this relationship with the Duan family. He, Duan Ling Tian, has never been an ungrateful person. Even if the Duan clan did not pay anything for him in the next 10 years, the chance and recommendation in 10 years will be worthy of his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, it will be rewarded. After chatting a few words with Duan Ling Tian, Duan Bing asked Duan Tianhong to take Duan Ling Tian to go through the formalities of enshrining into the Duan clan. In fact, it was mainly to receive an identity token. Brother Ling Tian, after taking Duan Ling Tian to receive the enshrined identity token, Duan Tianhong took him to the place where the Duan clan worshipped and cultivated. With your strength, after becoming the enshrined of our Duan clan, it is enough to directly challenge the great worship and become a new member of our Duan clan. Great offering. Our Duan clan's current great worship is good at the law of life, and the law of life has comprehended the realm of small perfection. In addition, we have also mastered the way of devouring in the 3rd stage. The way of swallowing is also one of the 4 ways of heaven and earth. Even when Duan Ling Tian was weak in the past, when he was still in the mundane plane, he also mastered the method of swallowing. It was a method from a certain heavenly emperor of the all heavens plane, but later with the improvement of strength, the help to Duan Ling Tian became less and less, and it fell. Elder Tianhong, what is the difference between being a big worshipper of the Duan clan and ordinary worshipping? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. There is naturally a difference, and the difference is not small. Duan Tianhong said with a smile, if you don't say anything else, just talk about the place of cultivation, it will be different. The place where our Duan clan worships and cultivates is located in one of the 9 great spiritual springs of our Duan clan, and the place of cultivation that is enshrined in great worship the ground is right within the eye of Lingquan. Lingquan. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew that it was the liquid condensed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that escaped after the accumulation and transformation of the divine crystals to a certain extent. Wherever the spiritual spring is located, the cultivation environment is impeccable. As for a spiritual spring, the most exciting thing is the spring eye. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth where the spring is located is not only liquefied, but also very viscous. For practitioners under the strongest, cultivating in it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In addition, Duan Tianhong continued, our Duan clan, every time period, will allocate some cultivation resources to the worshippers. Among them, there are many things that make all worshippers jealous. At this time, the big offering has the right to choose, and you can choose 3 of the treasures. As for other offerings, not only can you choose after the big offering, but you can only choose 1 treasure each. In addition, Duan Tianhong also talked about some of the benefits of being a big worship, such as increased salary, different status in the Duan clan. Only one thing, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel a little excited. The Duan clan makes great sacrifices. Every year, there is an opportunity to follow the semi-sacred powerhouse of the Duan clan for 3 days. During those 3 days, the semi-sacred powerhouse will do everything possible to satisfy his needs within a certain range. Some requirements. This benefit made Duan Lingshan's heart skip a beat. This place of worship. I am determined to win it. Duan Lingshan's eyes shone brightly. Soon, under the leadership of Duan Tianhong, Duan Lingtian came to the training place arranged by the Duan clan for offering sacrifices, a place where a spiritual spring is located, and from a distance, you can see that the spiritual spring is filled with a rich mist of heaven and earth aura. Elder Tianhong, the floating hut within the eyes of Lingquan should be the place where the great worship and cultivation is now, right? Duan Lingshan's eyes were quickly attracted by Lingquan's spring eyes. What attracted him together was the floating hut in the spiritual spring. The hut stood on a small floating island and was completely filled with the thick and viscous spiritual spring in the spring. The spiritual spring also looked beautiful in the light. Fabulous. Yes. Duan Tianhong nodded. Brother Ling Tian, do you plan to challenge now, or wait for a while? There are opportunities to challenge big offerings, although every offering has it, but once it is used up, if it fails, you can only do it again. Wait 30 years before the challenge can be launched. The reason for this regulation is to prevent the great worship from being disturbed too much during cultivation. Chapter 4494. As a semi-sacred force, the Duan clan has 9 spiritual springs, and every spiritual spring is an excellent place for cultivation. And the spring eye of Lingquan is the place with the most aura of heaven and earth. Of course, although Duan Lingtian is also full of yearning for the special spiritual spring dedicated to this clan, but compared with the other benefits of being a big sacrifice, the attractiveness of this spiritual spring is only average. Now, he has accumulated a certain amount of divine crystals in his hand. He opens up the small world in his body and absorbs the power of divine crystals to cultivate with the help of the divine tree of life. The effect is not necessarily worse than this spiritual spring. What he valued most was the opportunity for the Duan clan to enshrine and learn from the half-sage ancestors of the Duan clan. Moreover, Duan Tianhong also made it clear that while studying with the semi-sage ancestor of the Duan clan, he could even make 1 or 2 requests that the semi-sage ancestor could do. Once I become a big worshipper of the Duan clan, it also means that I can use this opportunity to let the half-sage ancestor of the Duan clan take action, and try to see if I can lift Kir's soul imprisonment. If you can successfully lift Kir's soul imprisonment, it is naturally the best. No matter how bad it is also an unexpected joy to be able to allow that strong man to delay the progress of the soul imprisonment and erosion of the soul for Kir. In fact, although he is not quite sure, Duan Lingtian is still not very sure about the fact that the semi-sage can lift the soul imprisonment for his wife Kir. But now he has no other way to go. He wants to let the saint take action. But, easier said than done. Now, even if he wants to meet a saint, it is difficult. Saint, that is the realm powerhouse. Even in his hometown, anti-god realm, it is said that there is only one such powerhouse. Of course, this is what Duan Lingtian has learned since he came to the outer worlds. At the same time, he has also gained a better understanding of many aspects of the anti-god realm that were previously unreachable. Anti-god realm, one of the myriad realms. Beneath the upper 3 realms, the strongest of the 10,000 realms, were the 18 middle realms, and the anti-god realm was one of them. In the 18th realm, most of them have realm powerhouses. Even if there are no real-world powerhouses, it is said that there are many powerful semi-sages sitting in town, joining forces in their own realms, with special realm power bonuses, and are not afraid of ordinary foreign realm powerhouses. Elder Tianhong, I think I will challenge this great worshipper now. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Tianhong and said bluntly. When Duan Tianhong heard the words, he nodded. The invitation to the war will disturb his cultivation, and even if he is in seclusion, he will be disturbed. Therefore, according to the rules of our Duan clan, if someone wakes up from a closed-door seclusion, an invitational battle will no longer be a discussion. As long as the big offering is needed, it can directly turn into a life-and-death battle. I want to make it clear to you in advance. Duan Tianhong did not doubt Duan Lingshan's strength between his words. The reason why he said this was that he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be merciful. Brother Lingtian, if this person wants to turn the discussion into a life-and-death battle, please be merciful. He can actually remind the other party through voice transmission, so that even if the other party is angry, he cannot turn a discussion into a life-and-death battle. But, I am afraid that the other party will not believe it. Geniuses are proud. Elder Tianhong, don't worry, I know it. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. If he was disturbed at the death stage, any normal person would be furious, even he would hate the disturbed person. So, in this case, he is angry, and even wants to kill. He can understand it completely. Okay. Duan Tianhong nodded, and then informed Duan Lingtian of the process of inviting the opponent to fight. As soon as Duan Tianhong's voice fell, Duan Lingtian moved his hand, took off the identity token directly, and poured a divine power into it, pulling the hidden power aura in the token, and swept the spiritual spring. In the next moment, the spring's eyes shook, and the liquefied spiritual energy of the sky and the earth and the floating hut was also turbulent, and then collapsed everywhere, causing the floating hut to completely lose the shroud of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the disintegration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, after disintegrating, there are signs of gathering again. However, at this moment, an angry roar could be heard from the floating hut. Whoever challenges me when I am in seclusion, I will kill you. This challenge is no longer a competition, but a life and death battle. At the same time as the voice fell, a sturdy young man with thunder and lightning all over his body walked out of the floating hut. His resolute and square face was full of anger. He is closing in. Although, this time of death, his strength may not be greatly improved. However, being disturbed at a critical moment undoubtedly made him extremely annoyed. Boom! In the midst of the thunder and lightning turmoil, the sturdy young man who walked out of the floating hut rose from the sky, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived in the void on the same height as Duan Lingtian and Duan Tianhong. Elder Tianhong. The sturdy young man looked at Duan Tianhong for the first time, bowed his hands slightly, and clearly tried to suppress his anger in his tone. Is this person new? Qin worships. Duan Tianhong looked at the sturdy young man, sighed, and then said with a voice transmission, "You are not the opponent of this new enshrinement. His strength, under the invincible superior god, there should be almost no one who can defeat him. At least, in the Leixing territory, even the strongest people under the so-called invincible superior god venerable. The strength is at most comparable to him." Duan Tianhong's words can be said to be very straightforward. However, when the sturdy young man heard the words, he sneered, didn't believe it at all, and even spoke out bluntly, without a vague response to Duan Tianhong, "Elder Tianhong, even if you want to speak for him, you don't need to be so exaggerated. If there is such a strength, I don't think he will come to the Duan clan." Obviously, this surname Qin worshipped and did not believe Duan Tianhong's words. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, one after another silhouettes rose up from the floating cabins on the islands in the sky where Lingquan was located. They were the other enshrines of the Duan clan. Someone challenged to worship Qin Yuni? New here? It must be a newcomer. Among us, even the Yuan Zong whose strength is the closest to the great worship, even if there is a breakthrough, I am afraid that it is at most comparable to Qin Zong, and it is almost impossible to beat him. Moreover, Yuan Zong to worship, I will definitely not challenge Qin Zong when he is in seclusion, and even if he wants to challenge him, he will definitely choose a time when Qin Zong is not in retreat. Listen to Qin Feng's words. Elder Tianhong, the voice transmission told him that the newcomer is very strong. If Qin Feng doesn't think the other party really has that strength, will he still come to the Duan family? Elder Tianhong, won't tell Qin worship that this person's strength is comparable to those of us who are invincible under the invincible superior gods in the Thunder Saint realm? If so, it's too outrageous. It's impossible for such an existence to come to our Duan clan, right? A group of Duan clan worshippers talked a lot, and they were all guessing how Duan Tianhong described the strength of the new worshipper when he transmitted his voice to Qin Yuni. At the same time, all eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. Qin worships. After Duan Tianhong was speechless for a while, he sighed, then stepped aside, looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Lingtian, please be merciful." In a word, not only did a group of Duan clan worship in disbelief, but Qin Yuni's face turned slightly red, feeling that he was being looked down upon. What made him almost vomit blood from anger was that the new worshipper, the young man dressed in purple, after hearing Duan Tianhong's words, nodded solemnly. Elder Tianhong, don't worry, I don't. We'll kill him. Tan Xiuding also stepped aside at this time, looking at the eyes of the Duan clan's great worship, with a vague sense of pity. In the existence close to the invincible superior god, his young master is definitely an existence that can be called invincible. The strength of this clan's big offering may be alright, even surpassing the existence of the invincible upper gods. But, in front of his young master, it is definitely not enough to see. Insanity. Qin Yuni was furious and took a step forward abruptly. Thunder and lightning rose from his body, the surrounding space oscillated, and tiny cracks in the space were looming. A powerful momentum also swept out of him, spreading out, with a mighty momentum. Today, as long as your strength is not as good as mine, you will die. Qin Yuni stared at Duan Lingshan's eyes, full of icy killing intent, choosing someone to devour. The surrounding group of the Duan clan worshipped, and they all took a breath of air at this time. They know that this great worshipper is really angry. They have worked with this great worshipper for many years, and this is the first time they have seen each other so angry. Chapter 4495. Seeing the aggressive Duan clan worshipping Qin Yuni in front of him, Duan Lingshan's expression was extremely calm. Although, the strength of this Qin Yuni is obviously stronger than that of any other existence that is close to the invincible high-ranking gods except Linghu Yindi. However, for him now, it is no different from an existence that is generally close to an invincible upper god. His current strength has reached another level. Although it still hasn't gotten rid of the category of close to the invincible upper gods, it is not on the same level as other people in this category. Duan Lingshan's calm face and indifferent eyes all fell into the eyes of Qin Yuni, the great worshipper of the Duan clan, making his complexion even more gloomy. The terrifying anger was also completely vented in an instant. Die! Qin Yuni let out a loud roar, and then the whole person, like an angry tiger, rushed towards Duan Lingtian. A terrifying thunder and lightning storm wrapped around him, and he also had a 9-foot-long spear in his hand, and the whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning. Shoot! Whoosh! Qin Yuni shook the spear in his hand, and his body was wrapped in blood, and even the power of blood was used by him at this moment, without any reservation. Moreover, his spear stabbed out so powerfully that it even caused the space to collapse, and a hideous space crack appeared, which also contained a hint of illegality. The way to control? At this moment, Duan Lingtian can also confirm that the Duan clan in front of him, who worships Qin Yuni, has not only mastered the thunder law of the small perfection realm, the power of the bloodline is tyrannical, but also has mastered a good way of control. With one shot, the thunder and lightning followed. At this moment, Qin Yuni seemed to have transformed into a majestic god of war, invincible and irresistible. As soon as he made a move, it was all his strength, as if he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian, an outsider who challenged his position of great worship, face to face. The strength of the big offering is still as strong as ever. It's the first time I've seen a great worshipper use such a powerful force. Even when he challenged the last great worshipper in the past, it was far worse than it is now. This is the true strength of the big offering, isn't it? Qin Yuni's action caused an uproar among the surrounding members of the Duan clan. Some of them had never even seen Qin Yuni's action. This was the first time. And some people, although they have seen Qin Yuni take action, but the strength that Qin Yuni showed in the past is far less than now. This Qin Yuni. Even Duan Tianhong, who was standing beside him, was a little surprised. Did he hide something in the past, or has he made great progress recently? He actually doesn't know much about Qin Yuni. As for Qin Yuni's strength in the past, he only knew it from other people, and he had never seen it with his own eyes, but the strength of Qin Yuni that he heard about was definitely not as strong as it is now. In our Duan clan, if you don't count this Lingtian brother who just joined our Duan clan, under the supreme power, there are probably only 2 people who can compete with Qin Yuni at most. Duan Tianhong was quiet in his heart. In the Duan clan, although there is no invincible high-ranking god venerable, nor Duan Lingshan's existence close to the invincible high-ranking god venerable, there are still 2 heaven's chosen ones. Their strength is also top-notch among the existences that are close to the invincible upper gods. If Duan Lingshan's level is considered the first echelon, then the two of them are definitely the best in the second echelon. In the past, in his eyes, although the big worship Qin Yuni was strong, he barely entered the second echelon. But today, after seeing Qin Yuni's strength, he realized that Qin Yuni's strength is no better than that of the two gods in the Duan clan. The pride is weak. This Qin Yuni's strength is really good. Facing the menacing Qin Yuni who was like a of war, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If it had been some time ago, before the breakthrough, I might not have been his opponent. However, now, it can only be counted as unlucky for him. Qin Yuni's strength is the most powerful, being close to the invincible superior among the people he has contacted so far who have shown strength in front of him. As for the Linghu Yindi of the Linghu family of the heavenly sect in the Pingxiong realm, although he was recognized as the first person under the invincible superior in the Pingxiong realm, he had never seen the opponent make a move, and he did not know how strong the opponent was. However, judging from what he knew, Linghu Yunda's strength was definitely stronger than Qin Yuni in front of him, and even compared with him now, it was highly likely that he was on par with him. Call out. In the face of the menacing Qin Yuni, Duan Lingshan's divine power that was ready to go, also swept out in an instant like a violent storm, and the colorful sword lights shot out from the palm of his hand, and then turned into a huge 7-color lightsaber, carrying the raging and violent space force directly attacked Qin Yuni. Without too many bells and whistles, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot, his divine power swept through, the power of space law surged, and with his swordsmanship, he directly met Qin Yuni. At this moment, he didn't even have the thought of summoning the space law clone. In his opinion, Qin Yuni is not qualified to let him summon the space law clone. You must know that for him now, the avatar of the law corresponding to the law that has not yet entered the realm of small perfection may not be helpful in actual combat, but the avatar of the space law corresponding to the law of space entering the realm of small perfection, even if he does not have 10 into strength, and at least 80%. After all, the space law clone can also use his kendo power. Today, even if my deity didn't make a move, but the space law clone made a move, it's not difficult to win this Qin Yuni. But I'm new here, and I don't plan to hide anymore. Now, naturally, the stronger the strength, the better. In this way, the Duan clan can further see my value. My Duan Lingshan's worth, call out. The colorful swords flashed out, and with a clean sword, they met the menacing Qin Yuni. In the next moment, as the colorful sword beams and Qin Yuni's offensive collided, a loud bang was also spread out at the right time, and the terrifying power was raging in all directions. If Duan Tianhong on the side hadn't acted in time to isolate the remaining power, the Duan family's spiritual spring would never have been preserved. Because Lingquan is a place of practice, and the arrangement of defensive formations will interfere with the flow of spiritual energy in the world, so in any place where the Duan clan is located, there is no defensive formation to protect the spiritual spring alone. Boom! Boom! In the space isolated by Duan Tianhong, the forces were constantly colliding, and the figures of Duan Lingtian and Qin Yuni were also shrouded in the rays of light from the colliding forces. However, the beginning of the collision was a little louder. After the mighty momentum passed, it quickly calmed down, and the light in the space isolated by Duan Tianhong was also getting dimmer. Soon, two figures appeared in front of everyone. The young man dressed in purple stood there unscathed, and even his robes did not even have the slightest wrinkle, as if he was not the one who experienced the violent force just now. Look at the other side. This. A group of worshippers from the Duan clan were all dumbfounded, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Under their eyes, Qin Yuni was in a state of embarrassment, his robe was torn all over, blood was dripping, his flesh was blurred, and even no one could make a sound. Space below. I do not know life and death. Congratulations on the big offering. It wasn't until Duan Tianhong's voice came, and the worship of the Duan clan, that he came back to his senses and looked at the purple figure again, becoming more and more awe-inspiring. I have seen a big offering. Everyone bowed and saluted. The person in front of him is the new worship of their Duan clan. A more powerful worshipper. With just one sword, the former great worship was defeated. Chapter 4496. Duan Lingtian, just joined the new worship of the Duan clan. On the first day of joining the Duan clan, he defeated the Duan clan to worship Qin and became the new worship of the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian, a high-ranking who comprehended the laws of space to the realm of small perfection, defeated Qin face to face with his amazing swordsmanship. Duan Lingshan's swordsmanship is suspected to be above the 5th rank. The second day after coming to the Duan clan, the name Duan Lingtian spread not only among the Duan clan, but even in the Tourmaline holy city. Moreover, the more and more outrageous. Have you heard? The Duan clan's newly promoted consecration, named Duan Lingtian, just arrived in the Duan clan, and defeated the Duan clan with a sword before the consecration Qin. It is said that he realized the law of space to the great perfection realm, is an invincible upper god. Really or not? How did I hear that his space law was just entering the realm of small perfection, but it was swordsmanship, and he realized the realm of myth of the 7th order, so he has the strength of the invincible superior god. What you said is not right. What I heard is. He is a strong man who has comprehended the swordsmanship to the 8th order legendary realm, and the law of space has also comprehended the realm of great perfection. Among the invincible superior gods, is also an invincible existence. In the Tourmaline holy city, the rumors about Duan Lingtian became more and more outrageous. Later, some people said that the newly promoted Duan clan worshipped Duan Lingtian, and looked beyond the world, and even the world. They were called the strongest under the strongest, and invincible under the strong. Duan Lingtian returned to the Tourmaline holy city to hang out on the second day when he arrived at the Duan family's residence. When he heard these rumors, he was speechless. This person from the Tourmaline holy city is really able to pass on it, dare to pass it on. While Duan Lingtian was speechless, he couldn't help shaking his head. The current Duan Lingtian is walking with Tan Xiaodong on the streets of the Tourmaline holy city. Before entering the Duan clan, he had not visited the Tourmaline holy city well. In the Duan family's residence, there are many elders of the Duan family. When they learned that their family had come to worship such a powerful person, they all came to the door and wanted to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian. However, because Duan Lingtian went out early in the morning, they all fluttered. When rumors were flying in the Tourmaline holy city, the other 2 semi-holy forces in the Tourmaline holy city also received news from the Duan family. Of course, the version they know is the real version. On the Duan clan, the action is really fast. How long has it been since the envoys from Bibo Tianfu came, and they found such a genius who is good at swordsmanship? The Yuan clan, as one of the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline holy city, is not weaker than the Duan clan. Some time ago, the Yuan clan also received an invitation from the Bibo Tianfu, inviting the Yuan clan to send them to comprehend the 4th rank of Kendo. The existence under the strong Xian, go to the return to the ruins found in the Bibo Tianfu. However, because there is a person in the Yuan clan who has comprehended the 4th rank of Kendo and is close to the existence of an invincible superior god, so he is not in a hurry. There is an advantage over there. Unexpectedly, within 2 days, the Duan clan recruited a genius who mastered the 5th order swordsmanship and comprehended the space law, one of the 4 supreme laws, to the realm of small perfection. This time, the Yuan clan not only had no advantages, but even fell into a disadvantage. 2nd elder, 3rd elder. The 2 of you, leave the Tourmaline holy city immediately, and look around for strong people who meet the requirements, and strive to find a few more within 10 years, representing our Yuan clan who went to Bibo Tianfu to find the one. A place of return. The patriarch of the Yuan clan, while feeling the pressure, also gave orders. Wanshanglu, the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline holy city, along with the Duan family and the Yuan family, was also not calm at this time. However, unlike the wrath of the patriarch of the Yuan clan, the head of the Wanshang building, the owner of the Wanshang building, issued orders in a calm tone, urging the Wanshang building to branch out and do everything there to excavate the Bibo Tianfu after 10 years. The powerhouse that was found in the place of return to the ruins. This time, the Yuan clan and the Duan clan walked ahead of us. However, they are clans after all, and they are deeply ingrained in the Tourmaline holy city. In terms of external power, they are far inferior to our Wanshanglu. And this is also the confidence of the owner of Wanshang building. Wanshanglu is not a clan power, but a sect-like power mainly engaged in business. The ranks are strict. If you want to get ahead in it, you not only need to have talent and strength, but also have enough business talent. And Wanshanglu's industries outside are also blooming everywhere. In terms of wealth, even the Yuan clan and the Duan clan combined are not as good as Wanshanglu. In addition, immediately investigate the newly promoted worshipper of the Duan clan to see if he really has no blood relationship with the Duan clan. If it's really not related by blood, 9 times out of 10, it's because the Duan clan also has the surname Duan, and he is given priority to join the Duan clan. He may not yet understand the strength of our Wanshang building. In this case, you can send someone to contact him to see if he can be dug into our Wanshang building. On the Wanshanglu side, not only have the external actions quickened, but many people have begun to comprehensively investigate Duan Lingtian, the newest worshipper of the Duan clan. With the in-depth investigation of Wanshanglu, they also have a further understanding of Duan Lingshan's origin. Could it be really him? Duan Lingtian, who had been wandering in the Tourmaline Holy City for a long time, was just about to take Tan Shuting to leave the Tourmaline Holy City and return to the Duan family, but just before they left the city, someone stopped them. The person who stopped them was an elderly man with a medium stature and ordinary appearance, but his eyes were extraordinarily sharp. The old man was wearing a light blue robe, standing there, giving people a feeling of indescribable, invisibly revealed momentum, making Tan Shuting short of breath. Even Duan Lingshan's pupils also suddenly shrank. The strongest? In this instant, Duan Lingtian concluded that the person in front of him was a superpower. As for who was coming, he didn't know. However, this does not mean that he is afraid of each other. Now he is not alone. Behind him, there is the Duan clan. Even though most of the Duan clan's powerhouses are far away from the clan's residence outside the Tourmaline Holy City, there are still a few supreme powerhouses in the Tourmaline Holy City. Among them, the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Duan Tianhong, who brought him back to the Duan clan yesterday. Little friend Ling Tian, the old man's Wanshang building Lu Yen, there is no malicious intent here. When Duan Ling Tian was preparing to send a message to Duan Tianhong, the old man in front of him smiled slightly and spoke very politely. At the same time, the momentum surrounding Duan Lingtian and Tan Shuting disappeared at this moment. Wanshang building? Hearing the other party's words, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. He knew that Wanshanglu was one of the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, and was as famous as the Duan clan. It's just that the people from Wanshanglu, what do they want him to do? Moreover, listening to the other party calling him little friend Ling Tian, he obviously knew who he was. Unlike most people in the Tourmaline Holy City, although they heard his name, they still couldn't recognize him face to face. Chapter 4497. It turned out to be Senior Lu Yen of Wanshang Building. Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at the old man in front of him. Yesterday, after defeating Qin Yuni and officially becoming the great worshipper of the Duan clan, Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Duan clan, did not leave in a hurry, but stayed and chatted with him for a while. It was at that time that Duan Tianhong introduced him to the other 2 semi-holy forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, Yuan family. Wanshang Building. He also introduced some important figures in these 2 semi-holy forces. Among them, Lu Yen, the deputy owner of Wanshang Building. According to Duan Tianhong, Lu Yen, the deputy owner of the Wanshang Building, is a 3rd-tier Xian. You must know that even Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Duan family law enforcement hall, is only a 2nd-tier Xian. As for the existence of the 3rd-order Xian, it is not that Duan Lingtian has never come into contact with him. For example, Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan family, is the existence of the 3rd-order Xian. In addition, the Chiming demon venerable of Chiming Mountain and Qingtian sword Situ Lei he met in Tian Sha realm should also be 3rd-order Xians according to his estimation. Little friend Ling Tian. Lu Yen looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face, a smile that made people feel like a spring breeze. This old man is here on orders. Our landlord of Wanshang Building wants to see little friend Ling Tian. But I don't know, Ling Tian little, are you willing to admire your face? As soon as Lu Yan said these words, Duan Lingtian was shocked again. Wanshang Building owner? Yesterday, when Duan Tianhong introduced Wanshang Building to him, it was naturally impossible not to introduce the owner of Wanshang Building. The owner of Wanshang Building, named Shen Rufei, is a strong fourth-order Xian, and is also second only to the old landlord in Wanshang Building, and is recognized as the second strongest in Wanshang Building. Senior Lu Yan, I have joined the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. It is not difficult for him to guess the purpose of the invitation of the landlord of Wanshang Building. It is very likely that he is also here for the return to the ruins, which will be opened 10 years later by Bibo Tianfu, and wants to let himself act on behalf of Wanshang Building. However, now that he has joined the Duan clan, it is naturally impossible for him to have anything to do with Wanshanglu. Next, even if he wants to join any forces, he must give priority to the saints. Elder Tianhong. At the same time, without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly sent a summons to Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Duan Family Law Enforcement Hall, informing him of his current experience. Now, what he is facing is also the existence of the third-order Xian. If he really wants to be detrimental to him, he may have to die in a blink of an eye. Of course, this possibility is very small. After all, killing oneself, for the other party, has only disadvantages and no benefits. However, Duan Lingtian still did not dare to take risks. In this world, there is no shortage of people who are not good for oneself, so there is no need to risk his own life. I'm not malicious. Lu Yan also found out Duan Lingshan's message, and shook his head with his face unchanged. We at Wanshanglu already know that little friend Ling Tian has joined the Duan clan. Little friend, you don't need to be so wary of me, beware of Wan Commercial Building. At the same time, Duan Tianhong, who received Duan Lingshan's message, was drinking tea quietly there. After receiving the message, he suddenly stood up and disappeared directly in place. One after another, he passed it on, and it spread to the various industries of the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City. These industries, without exception, all have the most powerful people of the Duan clan in charge. Soon, Duan Tianhong brought the other four supreme powers of the Duan clan to the scene, stood in front of Duan Lingtian, and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. At the same time, he stared at Lu Yan eagerly. Lu Deputy Landlord, Ling Tian's offering is already a big offering of our Duan clan. Wanshang Building, do you still want to dig a wall? Duan Tianhong stared at Lu Yan and asked in a bad tone. Lu Yan went to Duan Lingtian. He didn't have to guess what the purpose was. It must be Wanshanglu who wanted to win over their Duan clan, a newcomer to worship. After all, the upper-level gods who mastered the sixth-order kendo and the space law of the small perfection, such an existence, any semi-holy force can break the head. This time, their Duan clan took advantage of the surname, and the other party took the initiative to find their Duan clan. Otherwise, in terms of conditions and treatment, their Duan clan really can't compare to the power of Wanshanglu. Duan Tianhong. Lu Yan glanced at Duan Tianhong lightly, obviously knowing Duan Tianhong, good birds choose wood to live in. This sentence has been the supreme truth since ancient times. Little friend Ling Tian just joined your Duan clan yesterday, and what you have enjoyed so far is just a false title for a big offering. Haven't you taken the real benefits of your Duan clan yet? Even if we take it, our Wanshanglu can represent little friend Ling Tian and return the double gift from your Duan family. After Lu Yan's remarks, he had the demeanor of, "I'm not bad for money," but in fact, the Wanshang Building behind him is indeed not bad for this extraneous thing. If they can pay for something in exchange for the participation of the youth in purple, they will make a lot of money in Wanshanglu. Lu Yan's remarks also made Duan Tianhong's faces change with anger. They never thought that Lu Yan directly admitted that he was digging the corner of their Duan clan. This is tantamount to hitting their Duan clan in the face. Lu Yan, do you think our Duan clan is easy to deceive? Beside Duan Tianhong, another Xian from the Duan clan, with a gloomy expression and cold eyes like a sword, fell on Lu Yan, the deputy owner of the Wanshang Building. However, Lu Yan ignored him at all, and looked at Duan Lingtian for himself, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face again. little friend Ling Tian. If you enter our Wanshang building, we can do whatever you need in Wanshang building. Do your best. Lu Yen. Duan Tianhong was furious, his aura soared, and terrifying power fluctuations spread and swept across, instantly swept away the onlookers who were gradually hiding by the roadside, and the terrifying power fluctuations oscillated, and even made the buildings on both sides of the road start to crumble. On the road, countless sand and stones rose up, and the ground began to vibrate. One after another terrifying cracks continued to spread out from the feet of Duan Tianhong, like a huge spider web. As for the other 4 Duan clan Xians beside Duan Tianhong, the power in their bodies was also ready to go, and they stared at Lu Yen. Lu Yen showed disdain. You don't think that the 5 of you are my opponents, right? A Xian Tier 2. 4 Xian Tier 1s. It is not his opponent of the Xian Tier 3 at all. Seeing that the war was about to break out, Duan Lingtian knew that at this time, it was time for him to speak up, and he couldn't help but take a step forward and stood side by side with Duan Tianhong. However, just when Duan Lingtian was about to speak, an indifferent voice came from outside the Tourmaline Holy City. They are not your Lu Yan's opponents, what about me? Duan Tianhong's aura instantly subsided a lot, and at the same time, his face showed surprise. The other 4 Xians of the Duan clan also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. This one is here, and they have nothing to do with them. Call. As if a gust of wind blew, a figure, Feng Su Yufeng, appeared in front of everyone, standing in front of Duan Lingtian and others, and stood facing Lu Yen. Chapter 4498. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a medium build, wearing a light blue robe. After he appeared, he stared indifferently at Lu Yen, the deputy owner of Wanshang building. Elder Wuyang. Elder Wuyang. And with the appearance of the middle-aged man, the Xians of the Duan clan that Duan Tianhong brought, also bowed respectfully to each other. Looking at their appearance, it was obvious that they were in awe of each other from the bottom of their hearts. Elder Wuyang? Hearing the names of several Xians of the Duan clan to the people who came, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this is the chief elder of the Duan clan law enforcement hall, who controls the existence of the Duan clan law enforcement hall, Duan Wuyang. The strength is not weaker than the existence of Duan Bing, the contemporary patriarch of the Duan clan, a strong third-order Xian. Hiss, tear, at the same time, the growing crowd of onlookers, many of whom had heard of Qin Wuyang, also took a deep breath. All the elders of the law enforcement hall of the Duan clan are here? This is one of the pillars of the Duan clan. 1. You don't know the person across from their Duan clan, right? This one, but Lu Yen, the deputy owner of Wanshang building, is not weaker than Duan Wuyang's existence. The Duan family in Wanshanglu. Is this going to work? I just came, who can tell me what they did? It seems to be because of that young man. I remembered it. This young man is Duan Lingtian, the arrogant powerhouse who has been famous in the Tourmaline Holy City for the past 2 days. Duan Lingtian? That newcomer from the Duan clan? The eyes of the onlookers quickly fell on Duan Lingtian, making Duan Lingtian the center of attention. In the field, Duan Wuyang and Lu Yen stood facing each other, and the eyes of the two looked at each other. At this moment, sparks seemed to collide. At the same time, the momentum of the two also soared. Duan Wuyang. Lu Yen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and his eyes were full of jealousy. Although he was also a third-tier Xian, he knew that this person's strength was only stronger than his own. Even if the other party is the third-level Xian who was promoted after him. However, this one, but once relying on the realm of the second-order peak of Xian, and a third-order Xian battle became a tie. What the other party understands is the law of thunder, that originates from the law of the 5 elements, but is separated from the law of the 5 elements, and even surpasses the law of the 5 elements. In addition, the opponent's attainments in the 4 realms of heaven and earth are not low. Just as Lu Yen and Duan Wuyang stood facing each other, their momentum collided, and they were about to explode. Humph! A cold snort seemed to come from all directions, and even alarmed the entire Tourmaline Holy City. Wanshanglu and the Duan clan are going to fight, go out of the city to fight. The Tourmaline Holy City is not your arena. After the cold snort, a majestic and loud voice followed and continued to spread throughout the Tourmaline Holy City. For a time, the entire Tourmaline Holy City was a sensation again. This voice seems to come from the City Lord's mansion. It's the City Lord of the Tourmaline Holy City, the head of the 7 holy sons of Bibo Tianfu in the past. I've heard of this City Lord for a long time, but he has always been a dragon without seeing the end. Usually, let alone seeing others, it is difficult to hear his voice. But I didn't expect that I heard his voice today. Sound. This former head of the 7 holy sons of Bibo Tianfu is said to be infinitely close to the semi-sacred, and only half a step away, can step into the existence of the semi-sacred realm. 3 of the 7 saints of Bibo Tianfu's generation are now semi-sacred powerhouses. If this one hadn't been accidentally injured in the return to the ruins, I'm afraid he would have been a semi-sacred. After all, he is the former Bibo, the head of the 7 holy sons of Tianfu. When the majestic and loud voice of the Lord of the Tourmaline Holy City spread throughout the Tourmaline Holy City, an old and powerful voice followed from the city. City Lord, calm down. We, Wanshanglu, have no intention of fighting with the Duan clan. Lu Yan, come back. After the voice spread and entered Lu Yan's ears, Lu Yan just took a deep look at Duan Wuyang, then turned around silently without saying anything. Since the landlords of the Wanshang building have asked him to go back, it is naturally impossible for him to stay here. In fact, when the Lord of the Tourmaline Holy City opened his mouth, he already had the intention of retreating. That one, but rarely heard any news. If that one really cares about what happened today, even Wanshangla can't keep him. That one is not an ordinary disciple of Bibo Tianfu, the current saint of Bibo Tianfu is his master. That one is the saint disciple. And Duan Wuyang, at the same time as Lu Yan left, looked at Duan Lingtian, with a stiff smile on his old-fashioned face. Lingtian worships, do you want to go back to the clan with me? Trouble Elder Wuyang. Duan Lingtian didn't plan to stay in the Tourmaline Holy City. He never imagined that because of his lack of thought, such a series of chain reactions would be triggered. Even the city owner of Tourmaline Holy City was shocked. However, even if he was given another chance to start over, he would still summon Duan Tianhong. After all, no one knows what Wanshanglu wants to do. If he really ignores the disadvantage of the Duan clan to him, his ending can be said to be dead and alive. The damage to the houses on the street here, you repair it. Before leaving with Duan Ling Tianlin, Duan Wuyang said hello to a Duan clan Xian who was beside Duan Tianhong, and the latter also immediately activated his divine power and cooperated with the unfathomable laws of the Earth system, instantly turning the ground and the scene on the spot. The collapse of the house was restored, and it looked brand new in a blink of an eye. It seems that one person is enough to catch up with 1,000 engineering teams. Duan Lingtian also further saw the means of the strongest. It's not just the profound meaning of the law. The most important thing is the supreme divine power of the supreme power. A high-ranking god venerable with strength like me and good at earth-based laws may be able to repair these traces, but it will never be so perfect. And it will definitely take a lot of time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also remembered the Xian beside Duan Tianhong, a Xian who was good at the law of the Earth system, and should be a first-order Xian. Of course, even if it is the first-tier Xian, Duan Lingtian can't catch up with the horse now. If he really wants to be detrimental to Duan Lingtian, a casual slap is enough to kill Duan Lingtian. Under the Xian, only the invincible superior god venerable has the opportunity to save his life under the hands of the first-order Xian. Before leaving with Duan Wuyang, Duan Lingtian also said hello to Duan Tianhong, and at the same time apologized. Elder Tianhong, this time dragged you down. That city lord, shouldn't he be angry with you afterwards? Rest assured. Duan Tianhong replied through a voice transmission, that city lord wants to live in a seclusion. Just now, we didn't really do anything. At most, he was just a warning, and he wouldn't really do anything to us. Although Duan Tianhong said this, when he mentioned the city lord of the Tourmaline Holy City, Duan Lingtian could obviously notice that his tone was slightly unnatural. Duan Lingtian took Tan Xiodong and followed Duan Wuyang out of the Tourmaline Holy City, heading towards the direction of the Duan family's residence. The group of onlookers also dispersed one after another after Duan Tianhong and the others left. When he left, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that this newcomer from the Duan family is really not an ordinary Tianjiao. Otherwise, Wanshanglu wouldn't be so blatantly poaching. Even if he's not an invincible high-ranking god, I'm afraid it's not much different. Otherwise, Wanshanglu would never be like this. The Duan family, this time it's a treasure. What Duan Lingtian didn't expect was when he followed Duan Wuyang back to the Duan family's residence. In the Tourmaline Holy City, another brand new news spread widely. The Duan family's newly promoted worship is suspected to be the Tianjiao powerhouse who obtained a large number of Bliss Flower King and Beiminghan Fish King from the Tailing Zhong family and the Bingdiling family in the Pingxiong realm. After the news spread, the entire Tourmaline Holy City was a sensation. There are also many people, their eyes are shining with extreme greed, as if they have seen some peerless treasure. Chapter 4499. 10 years later, 9 Bliss Flower Kings, 3 Beiminghan Fish Kings. Oh my god. That person is the one who worshipped the Duan clan. I didn't expect it. Now, he joined the Duan clan, and it is not so easy to move him. Unless, he wants to confront the Duan clan head-on. For the sake of the 9 Bliss Flower Kings and the 3 North Netherfrost Fish Kings, they are going head-to-head with the Duan clan who are semi-sacred forces? Whoever intends to do this will definitely have a sick mind. Although I guess that this person's background is not ordinary, but after all, I am not sure which power it is. Now, everyone knows that he has entered the Duan clan and has a backer. If you move him again, you need to consider the anger of the Duan clan. Up and down the Tourmaline Holy City, similar remarks were staged everywhere. As long as anyone with background, it is naturally impossible to take risks against Duan Lingtian, because behind them, there are also forces. If they can run away from the temple, the monks can't run away from the temple. If the Duan family can't find them, they will inevitably vent their anger to the forces behind them. Body. As for those with no background, how many people can be Duan Lingtian's opponents under those loose cultivators and the strongest? As for the cultivators of the strongest, if they dare to take action in the Tourmaline Holy City, or even around the Tourmaline Holy City, it will definitely be a mortal situation. The Duan clan has semi-sacred powerhouses. The strength of the semi-sage powerhouse is not only due to his own strength, but even to the person he is concerned about. Within a certain distance, he can sense whether the other party is in danger. This kind of induction relies on the identity token of the Duan clan. Of course, in the offerings of the Duan clan, there is only the identity token of the big offering, which can bring a trace of spiritual sense from the semi-sacred powerhouse of the Duan clan. This news is likely to be spread by Wanshanglu. In the Duan clan, it has been a few days since the last time they went out to the Tourmaline Holy City. Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, was on vacation. The first thing he did when he returned to the Duan clan was to come to Duan Lingtian and inform Duan Lingtian. Recently, there has been a lot of news about the Tourmaline Holy City. Brother Lingtian. Are you really the one who plundered the Bliss Flower King and Beiminghan Fish King from the Pingxingjing Zhong clan and the Leng clan? Although the news spread around the world, Duan Tianhong had to doubt it, but before he heard Duan Lingtian's admission, he didn't dare to think that it was 100% correct. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance was too coincidence. Moreover, what Duan Lingtian is good at, is the same as the one in the rumors, also the laws of space and swordsmanship. It's me. At this time, Duan Lingtian did not deny it, but admitted it directly. For this matter, he was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. However, as he had expected, this matter must have been discovered by the Duan clan first. After all, after he became a big worshipper of the Duan clan, the Duan clan would definitely be able to suspect him through the clues he exposed. Body. Unexpectedly, the Duan family hadn't discovered his identity, but the people outside discovered it first. Wanshang Building. As for Wanshang Building, when Duan Lingtian returned with Duan Wuyang, the chief elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, he also learned a lot from Duan Wuyang. He knew that it was a force with a profound background and an amazing intelligence network. According to what Duan Wuyang said, it must be Wan Shanglu who saw his value, so he wanted to dig a wall. Therefore, Lu Yan, the deputy owner of Wanshang Building, appeared in front of him. It should be the Wanshang Building. Although Duan Lingtian doesn't care about his identity being exposed, the behavior of Wan Shanglu still angered him to a certain extent. After all, he has no grievances with Wan Shanglu. It is obvious that Wan Shanglu has spread the news like this, just targeting him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but flash a cold light in his eyes. Wanshang Building. Duan Lingtian took this account down. It's really you, brother Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian admit that, although Duan Tianhong was not too surprised, he couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time comforted, brother Lingtian, don't worry, you are now a big worship of our Duan clan, and our Duan clan wants to make you represent our Duan clan to win benefits in the return trip to Bibo Tianfu 10 years later, and it is absolutely impossible for our Duan clan to target you. Of course, even if you stay in the Duan clan afterwards, the Duan clan will not target you. This is not only my guarantee to you, but also the Patriarch's guarantee to you. Before I came here this time, I have met the Patriarch, and he asked me to tell you. As long as you are a member of the Duan clan, and as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke the sage forces like Bibo Tianfu, the Duan clan will protect you. Speaking of which, Duan Tianhong's face became straight and he said very seriously. Duan Lingtian heard the words. Even if he had guessed that the Duan clan would not target him, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. After chatting with Duan Lingtian for a while, Duan Tianhong decided to leave. If there is nothing else, I will not disturb you, brother Lingtian. Next, I will take a break and stay in the family for a while. If brother Lingtian has anything to do, as long as I help you if you are busy, come to me anytime. I live in the law enforcement hall area. When brother Lingtian arrives there, you can find out where I practice by asking someone directly. Duan Tianhong's voice fell, and he said goodbye and left. After seeing Duan Tianhong leave, Duan Lingtian returned to the floating hut at the eye of Lingquan Spring. His eyes narrowed slightly. There are still 10 years. In these 10 years, let's further understand and improve the swordsmanship. Compared to the slow progress of Kendo, the space law has no progress. It's like entering a bottleneck period. This bottleneck is not broken, and it is completely delusional to want to sprint to the realm of great perfection. Although, the bottleneck will be broken sooner or later. However, the current Duan Lingtian is not in a hurry to break it. 10 years later, it will be the day when Bibo Tianfu will open the land of return to the ruins. At that time, he will represent the Duan clan to enter the land of return to the ruins, and demand the treasures they need for Bibo Tianfu. Entering the land of return to the ruins, it is entirely based on strength to speak. Although, his strength is good now, but as far as he knows, there is an existence that is not weaker than him in Bibo Tianfu to enter the place of return to the ruins. Even, there may be an invincible upper to enter the return to the market together. Of course, according to Duan Tianhong's words, in Bibo Tianfu, there is no invincible upper on the bright side. However, the sage of Bibo Tianfu is very likely to have an invincible superior to serve him. Of course, that invincible high-ranking god Venerable may not have comprehended the swordsmanship above the 4th rank. However, there is a connection between the invincible superior gods, and the other party may not be able to invite another invincible superior who is good at kendo to enter on behalf of Bibo Tianfu. Moreover, given the status and network of the saint of Bibo Tianfu and Lei Xingjing, it is not impossible to really want to seek an invincible high-ranking who is good at the 4th order swordsmanship for Bibo Tianfu. Thinking of the possibility of encountering the invincible superior in that place of return to the ruins, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure in his heart. The invincible superior god. Now, he is far from an adversary. Even if he is very close to the invincible upper god. However, if you cannot become an invincible superior in one day, you are not an invincible superior after all. Duan Lingtian retreated and cultivated, ignoring things outside the window, only showing up occasionally when the Duan clan was giving out salaries to the worshippers, and never left the Duan clan for half a step. With the passage of time, not only the Tourmaline Holy City, but also the Duan family, few people mentioned him. And those who originally spied on the treasures in Duan Lingxian's hands, saw that Duan Lingtian would not leave the Duan clan, no longer appear in the Tourmaline Holy City, and they all retreated one after another. These people are all lucky and powerful. Among them, it also includes the two supreme powers from the Pingxiong realm that Duan Lingtian has encountered. Lu Yifan of Shangjian Pavilion, Lin Yu of the Lin family. Forget it, let's go back. There is a high probability that this matter is over. Even if we continue to wait, it will be useless. Lin Yu sighed and said, now he has the protection of the Duan family, it is very difficult for us to succeed. Even if we can really find an opportunity to target him, put him on the line between life and death, and threaten him, he may not really be honest. Call those treasures out. As long as he delays a little, 9 out of 10 the semi-sacred powerhouses of the Duan clan will arrive. At that time, even if we don't get the things, we can only escape. In fact, Lin Yu wanted to leave as soon as he learned that the other party had entered the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City and became a big worshipper of the Duan family. However, Lu Yifan was not reconciled, so he stayed with Lu Yifan. A year later, he couldn't take it anymore and decided to leave. It's pointless to keep waiting. Although Lu Yifan was still unwilling, seeing that Lin Yu had made up his mind, he could only follow. Lin Yu left, and it would be meaningless for him to stay. Even if he succeeded, without Lin Yu, he would not be able to perform the secret method of escape in time and space. If the half-sage makes a move under such circumstances, he will surely die. At this moment, the two people who were about to leave the Thunder Saint realm and return to the Pingxiong realm, but it was impossible for them to dream. The target they wanted to find had already met them before they came to the Tourmaline Holy City, and was even protected by another Xion under their noses. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 9 years passed. At this time, it was also the 10th year that Duan Lingtian came to the Duan clan. On this day, Duan Lingtian was still comprehending the way of swordsmanship. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, and it was a voice he was familiar with. Brother Lingtian, someone from Bibo Tianfu has come, and now they live in our Duan clan. 3 days later, we will set off with them to the place of return to the ruins. The voice belongs to Duan Tianhong. Duan Tianhong, the law enforcement elder, was originally not arranged by the Duan clan to accompany him. However, considering that since Duan Lingtian came to the Duan clan, he has been involved in cultivation, and has not been in contact with other people, only familiar with Duan Tianhong, so he asked Duan Tianhong to accompany Duan Lingtian as a companion. Chapter 4500. Duan Yuwei, besides, one more thing. Duan Tianhong continued, old ancestor left the customs yesterday. After learning of your existence, brother Ling Tian, he wanted to see you. In addition, the patriarch also told old ancestor that if you have something to ask him for help, old ancestor said, when you meet him, you can tell him what to do to help him. In the past 10 years, Duan Lingtian has approached Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan more than once, explaining that he wants to see the half-sage ancestor of the Duan clan and wants him to do him a favor. As for how to help, he also told Duan Bing. According to Duan Bing, this matter is a bit tricky. It is not that the ancestors of the Duan clan are unwilling to help, but that the soul is imprisoned by the Soul clan. Once the power of the soul of the strongest is involved, their ancestors can't really help. However, he still assured Duan Lingtian that their ancestors of the Duan clan would still be willing to go with Duan Lingtian once they leave the customs. Perhaps, before you set off, you will have time to go to your hometown with your ancestors. Duan Tianhong laughed. And Duan Lingtian, after hearing Duan Tianhong's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Elder Tianhong, please take me to see the ancestor. Originally, he had temporarily put this matter aside. I even thought that after the trip to return to the ruins in Bibo Tianfu, I would enter Bibo Tianfu and seek help from the sages of Bibo Tianfu. A saint's shot is more reliable than a half-sage's shot. Unexpectedly, before leaving for the return to the ruins of the Bibo Tianfu, the ancestors of the Duan clan left the customs. Although, there are only 3 days left. However, it was enough for him to travel back and forth to the anti-god realm. Because, in Leishing realm, there are teleportation formations that go to more than 20 realms, including the anti-god realm. Of course, you must first go to the transfer teleportation formations in the major realms to transfer. Going back to the god-defying realm? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. In the past, when he left the anti-god realm, it could be said that he sneaked out. At that time, because he had a large number of divine springs in his hands, it was enough to attract the coveted of the most powerful, so he tried every means to leave the anti-god realm and pass through other realms to the outer lands. Accidentally teleported to the Tian Sha realm, one of the outer areas of the outer lands. Then, walking all the way from Tian Sha realm to the lay sacred realm of these three holy realms, it can be said that it is walking on thin ice, cautious, and even dare not reveal his identity. Now, when he thinks of going back to the god realm, he has a feeling of being separated from the world. I came to me the first time because I knew you were in a hurry. Duan Tianhong laughed. Although the young man in front of him has only been with the Duan family for 10 years, in the past 10 years, he and the other party have formed a deep friendship because of similar temperaments. Although he is the strongest, he does not dare to be big in front of the other party, because he knows that the potential of the other party is far greater than his. Perhaps, now he is enough to easily overwhelm the opponent. But in the future, not necessarily. I have sent the message to the ancestor, and I will take you to see him. Duan Tianhong said again. Hearing this, Duan Lingshan's eyes that had already lit up became more and more bright, and then he followed Duan Tianhong to the place where the half-sage ancestor of the Duan family was cultivating. As the existence with the highest status in the Duan clan, the place where this semi-sage ancestor of the Duan clan is located is also a spiritual spring. Moreover, he was the only one in the entire Lingquan. Ancestor, the big offering is here. Duan Tianhong brought Duan Lingtian to the canyon where the Lingquan like a paradise is located, stood in the sky, and saluted the floating hut above the canyon in front of him. A slightly lazy voice came from inside. And it was this voice that caused Duan Lingshan's pupils to shrink sharply, and the depths of his eyes were full of horror. This half-sage ancestor of the Duan family turned out to be a strong female. And just as Duan Lingtian was horrified, the door of the floating hut in front opened, and a graceful figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian at the right time. This is a woman wearing a light cyan dress. She looks to be in her 20s at most. The most important thing is that she was lazy at this time, as if she was not interested in anything. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at her pair of agile eyes, and he had a feeling of seeing the endless abyss, as if there was no end, like a bottomless abyss. Duan Lingtian, I have seen my ancestor. Although the person in front of him seemed to be about the same age as himself, Duan Lingtian knew that under this young face, there was a long period of precipitation. After all, this one is the most senior figure in the Duan clan. Full 10 living fossils. You are the worship of our Duan clan, so you don't need to call me old ancestor like them. The woman smiled lightly and looked at Duan Lingshan's eyes, which suddenly became deeper. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also had a feeling of being invisible. It's amazing. The next moment, the woman's pupils contracted violently, imperceptibly. As soon as she said these words, she looked at Duan Tianhong and said lightly, I have something to say to the big offering, so please step back. Yes, old man. When Duan Tianhong heard the words, he hurriedly stepped back respectfully, and at the same time reminded Duan Lingtian through a voice transmission, Brother Lingtian, what our ancestor was good at was one of the 4 supreme laws of life, and he also mastered the control of one of the 4 laws of heaven and earth. Road. After reminding Duan Lingtian, he disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the ancestors of the Duan clan. For a time, within the huge canyon, only Duan Lingtian and the ancestors of the Duan clan were left. My name is Duan Yue, you little guy, you don't need to call me ancestors like them in the future, just call me Sister Wei. After Duan Tianhong withdrew, Duan Yue stared at Duan Lingtian with interest, and at the same time took a few steps forward, in front of Duan Lingtian, her slender hand stretched out, hooked Duan Lingshan's chin, and looked at Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, in the process, although he wanted to dodge, he found that an invisible force seemed to imprison him in place, making him unable to move at all. For a time, while being shocked by the opponent's strength, Duan Lingtian felt bitter in his heart. Why does this ancestor of the Duan clan feel abnormal? What is she trying to do? It's amazing. Just when Duan Lingtian was inexplicable, Duan Yue spoke again, with such strength. It is less than 3,000 years old. Looking beyond the world, and even the history of the world, I have never heard of anyone at your age with your strength. And Duan Lingtian, after hearing Duan Yue's words, his face changed drastically. He never imagined that Duan Yue, the ancestor of the Duan clan, could see that he was less than 3,000 years old just by looking at him. You must know that in the past, although there were people of similar age who could see his age, they could only see that he was not long live. And now, this paragraph of Yue actually saw that he was less than 3,000 years old. You know, this is not a good thing. As long as the other party has a bit of bad intentions, he will definitely die. Don't be nervous. I have no ill will towards you. I really want to be malicious to you. Do you think you can still stand here well now? And Duan Yue, at this time, seemed to see Duan Lingtian's current nervousness from Duan Lingtian's eyes, smiled lightly, and then stood up, and at the same time removed the invisible force that enveloped Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian regained his freedom, and quickly took a few steps back, looking vigilantly at the teasing ancestor of the Duan clan in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said, "Ancestor." As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Duan Yue frowning. "I said, you can just call me Sister Wei. From today, I will call you Xiaotian. You can go to the Duan clan. It means that you have a relationship with the Duan clan, and it has something to do with me. From now on, you and I will be sisters and brothers." Chapter 45:01. Return to the hometown against the gods. As the ancestor of the Duan clan, the semi-saint Duan Yue naturally cannot be that kind of mindless and kind person. Now, she is polite to Duan Lingtian, and even bluntly said that she wants to be commensurate with Duan Lingtian's sister and brother, because she sees through Duan Lingtian's age of less than 3,000 years old. Ordinary semi-sacred, naturally do not have this method. But the problem is, she is a semi-sacred powerhouse who is good at the law of life. The law of life, it is only one step away, the kind that can step into the realm of great perfection. At less than 3,000 years old, he has the strength close to the invincible superior god. Duan Yue has never even heard of such a monster. At least, in the place beyond the world that she knew, and even in the history of the world, there has never been such a person against the sky. And now, such a person is standing in front of his eyes. Most importantly, it hasn't really grown up yet. In her opinion, isn't this a chance to befriend the future powerhouse ahead of time? Maybe, not long after, there will be a strong Jiazun realm, calling him Sister Wei, and at that time, their Duan clan will no longer need to be attached to Bibo Tianfu. Even those who are in the realm of the world today, there is no one who can achieve his achievements at his age. Maybe, his future achievements can surpass those of the world's most powerful people. Duan Yue said secretly. Because of this, she did not treat the young man in front of her as a junior ancestor. Facing Duan Yue's friendliness, Duan Lingtian was a little flattered, but also a little restless. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Duan Yue before he could continue talking, only to see Duan Yue frowning and saying unhappily, "I said it all, you and I are good siblings? Could it be, do you think that Duan Yue is not qualified to be your sister?" Speaking of this, Duan Yue's eyes on Duan Lingtian changed, and she became a little teasing. "I heard that you have something to ask me for help. If you and I have a brother and sister relationship, about your brother, I will be my sister." "Yes, of course, it is my duty and I must go all out to help." Hearing Duan Yue's words, Duan Lingtian was speechless for a while, and he could only call out, "Sister Wei." And when Duan Yue heard Duan Lingtian's Sister Wei, she immediately lifted it up and handed the 2 floating shadow beads to Duan Lingtian. "Since you called me Sister Wei, then I, the elder sister, will also give you a meeting gift. With your current strength, I can help you, and that's all. In these two floating shadow beads, there are respectively recorded mirror images of two invincible upper gods who are good at space laws. It should be of some help to you. Originally, Duan Lingtian was also guessing that this floating shadow bead should be the floating shadow bead that recorded the powerful shot, but when he heard Duan Yuwei's words, he was shocked again. Another two floating shadow beads that recorded the shots of the invincible upper gods who were good at space laws? The next moment, Duan Lingtian, who came back to his senses, involuntarily showed a look of surprise on his face. Although he already had such a floating shadow bead in his hand, who would dislike too much of this kind of thing? Although they are all invincible superior gods who comprehend the laws of space to the realm of great perfection, the direction of each person's comprehension is completely different. He got these floating shadow beads, and he can find different inspirations from them. Thank you, Miss Wei. If Duan Lingtian was forced to be helpless in the previous sister, now this sister, Duan Lingtian came from the heart. The person in front of him, he is not difficult to guess the reason for his enthusiasm for him. It is nothing more than seeing his potential and wanting to befriend him in advance. This is tantamount to an investment. He is not disgusted by this. After all, the other party's investment is also risky. Who can guarantee that Duan Lingtian will be able to stand outside the realm in the future, or even the peak of the world? The reason why I say this is also because the only strong people who can help Duan Yuwei are those who stand outside the realm, or even the realm powerhouses at the peak of the world. Okay, now, let's go to your hometown. Duan Yuwei said, no more unnecessary nonsense. When Duan Lingtian heard the words, his eyes suddenly lit up. After all, this was his biggest purpose, to find the person in front of him. He wanted to bring the other party back to his hometown against God Realm to seek here and see if the other party had the means to wake him up. Let's talk about it first. I don't have much confidence. Duan Yuwei continued. Regarding the ins and outs of the matter, she had heard Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, and knew what she was going to do on this trip, so she reminded Duan Lingtian before leaving. However, although I don't have much confidence, but, with my strength, I can delay the erosion of her soul, I still have a certain degree of confidence. Duan Yuwei added. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, and then showed a happy expression. It can also delay the erosion of the soul. Duan Lingtian did not expect this unexpected joy. In this way, it is not in vain for him to enter the Duan clan and seek the help of this person. Let's go. Follow me to the Thunder Saint realm, to the teleportation formation that leads to your hometown, the anti-god realm. Duan Yuwei greeted Duan Lingtian, then lifted it up without reminding Duan Lingtian, took Duan Lingtian directly, and left the Duan clan at a ridiculously fast speed. How outrageous. Although Duan Lingtian was completely awake, but now Duan Yuwei was leading him on the road, his eyes were so vast that he couldn't see anything clearly. This shows how fast Duan Yuwei is. As expected of a semi-sacred powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Duan Yuwei can be said to be the first semi-sacred powerhouse he has ever come into contact with, even if it was Kumu, a powerhouse with the same level of strength as the Cold King in the past. He knew that Kumu's father was a semi-sacred powerhouse, but after all, he did not meet Deadwood's father. Half-holy powerhouses. In Verse God Realm, it seems that there are also. After coming to the land beyond the realm, Duan Lingtian is no longer the stunned young man he used to know nothing about. He knows that in the 10,000 realms, in addition to the upper 3 realms, there are more than one realm powerhouse, and the middle 18 realms below, most of them have a strong Jiazun in charge. Even if there is no Jiazun strong, there are many powerful half-step Jiazun in charge. A half-step world honor is a half-sage. Moreover, he also heard in the land outside the realm that the realm of the gods is the most powerful realm in the 18th realm, and there is a powerful realm of the realm. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think that when he had gone through hardships in the past, passed the many tests, and obtained the Shin Yunquan, the existence that was honored as adult by a supreme power, another supreme power. I don't know, that one, what level of superpower? Half-step Jiazun? Or, an existence that is close to the half-step Jiazun. Chapter 4502. Here is the teleportation formation from Lei Xingjing to the upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms of myriad realms. When the scenery could be gradually seen in front of him, Duan Yuwei's words came from Duan Lingshan's ear at the right time. Duan Lingtian took a closer look, only to realize that he was taken to a vast plain by Duan Yuwei at some point, and within this plain, there were giant teleportation formations scattered in various areas. And next to these giant teleportation arrays, each erected a huge stone tablet with the names of the realms engraved on it. Duan Lingshan's eyes were quickly attracted by one of the stone tablets, because the 3 characters, Averse God Realm, were engraved on it. There are people patrolling around each giant teleportation array. Obviously, this teleportation array is not something that can be used casually. These teleportation arrays are jointly built and maintained by several great saints in the Thunder Holy Land. Our Duan clan is attached to the Bibo Tianfu, so it is also useful to have the authority of these teleportation arrays. Seemingly seeing the doubts in Duan Lingshan's eyes, Duan Yuwei spoke at the right time to clear up Duan Lingshan's doubts. Of course, our Duan clan, although it is a semi-sacred force under Bibo Tianfu, still needs to spend a lot of divine crystals to use these teleportation arrays. Because the activation of the teleportation array requires a lot of divine crystals. If it weren't for the fact that in 3 days, you would set off for the return to the ruins found in Bibo Tianfu, and the time was too fast, I would have taken you directly to the anti-god realm. A half-step realm like Duan Yuwei can easily lock in the location of the anti-god realm, and the physical body crosses numerous space barriers to reach the spatial plane where the anti-god realm is located. However, even with her strength, it would take a lot of time to go to the anti-god realm. No teleportation array comes as fast. Let's go. Duan Yuwei greeted Duan Lingtian, and went directly to the teleportation formation Yukongxing marked with the anti-god realm, and in a blink of an eye, she arrived at the periphery of the teleportation formation. You too, from which force? Immediately, someone stepped forward and asked Duan Lingtian about the origins of the two. The Midnight Saint. And at this moment, another figure flashed from a distance, and in a blink of an eye, it was not far in front of Duan Lingtian and Duan Yuwei, looking at Duan Yuwei to say hello. Elder Yuanwu. And Duan Yuwei, apparently recognizing the person, nodded slightly to him. Duan Lingtian glanced at the other party one more time. The person Duan Yuwei called Elder Yuanwu looked like a young man. At this moment, Duan Yuwei's gaze was obviously hot. Even, he had an illusion. Although the other party just glanced at him inadvertently, he felt hostile. That's right. Just hostility. This person won't be interested in Sister Wei? At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian didn't want to think about it, he couldn't help but think so, because the other party's performance was too strange. Half-holy? The middle-aged strong man who stopped Duan Lingtian and the two before, also glanced at Duan Yuwei in surprise at this time, obviously did not expect this person to be a half-sage. Of course, even being a half-holy was not enough to make him bow down. He comes from the power of saints, and he is a third-order Xian. Elder Yuanwu, since you know him, you can entertain him. He glanced at the young man who had just come over and said. Okay. The young man, Yuanwu, smiled and nodded. This person is the elder of Bibo Tianfu, the existence of the fourth-order Xian. In Duan Lingshan's ear, Duan Yuwei's words came in a timely manner. Each of these teleportation formations must have at least one Xian Tier 3 existence in charge. And those who guard these teleportation formations must be at least Xian Tier 4. The presence. As for the candidate, it will be negotiated by those sage forces. Now, it is obviously the use of these teleportation arrays on the main island of the elders of the Bibo Tianfu. Duan Yuwei said. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a while. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Yuanwu a few more times. According to his sister Wei's words, this Yuanwu should be the most powerful being present. Yi Mid-Saint, who is this? Yuanwu's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian seriously for the first time. My brother. Duan Yuwei said lightly, his name is Duan Lingtian. Xiao Tian, this is Elder Yuanwu of Bibo Tianfu. Hearing Duan Yuwei's words, Duan Lingtian looked at the other party and bowed slightly. Duan Lingtian, I have seen Elder Yuanwu. After hearing Duan Lingshan's name, Yuan was hostility towards Duan Lingtian in the depths of his eyes clearly dissipated a lot. It turned out to be a friend of the Duan clan. Of course, at this moment, he really couldn't figure out how someone like Duan Yue would recognize a superior of the Duan clan as his younger brother. Moreover, he had never heard that Duan Yue had such a younger brother. If it is Duan Yue's own younger brother or something, and he is not a superpower, according to his age, I am afraid that he will not be alive now. Elder Yuanwu, I'm going to use the teleportation formation of the god-defying realm. Duan Yue looked at Yuanwu and said, I'm going to go to the anti-god realm. Duan Yue went straight to the point and didn't talk nonsense with Yuanwu. And Yuanwu's next performance also made Duan Lingtian further confirm. This elder Yuanwu of Bibo Tianfu is indeed interested in Duan Yue, a semi-sage of the Duan clan. Because, while greeting them to set foot on the teleportation array, Yuanwu took out the divine crystal from his own pocket to activate the teleportation array. While activating the teleportation formation, Yuanwu looked at Duan Yue and reminded, Yi Bansheng, there are saints in the anti-god realm. Before going to the anti-god realm, it is best to contact the strong people there to avoid misunderstandings. Yuanwu didn't ask Duan Yue what to do in the god realm, because in his opinion, everyone has their own secrets. Thank you Elder Yuanwu for reminding me. Duan Yue nodded. The next moment, Duan Lingtian felt a teleportation force shrouding him, and then his eyes darkened and lit up, and he had already appeared in another teleportation formation. This teleportation formation is located in a lush forest. Near the teleportation formation, several grass huts stand there. As Duan Lingtian and Duan Yue came out, one person came out one after another in those grass huts. The Thunder Holy Land from the Outer Lands? A total of 3 people walked out of the 3 grass huts, 1 middle-aged and 2 elderly, all staring at Duan Yue vigilantly. As for Duan Lingtian, they were completely ignored by them. The non-superpowers are not in their eyes. You should be the gatekeepers at the entrance to the realm of the anti-god realm. Duan Yue looked at the 3 of them, and said indifferently, Tell those of you who are in charge of the anti-god realm and say that I am the half-saint of the night in the Thunder Holy Land outside the realm. This time, I followed my younger brother back to his hometown to have something to do. Manage. I'll leave when I'm done. As soon as Duan Yue said these words, the pupils of the 3 of them shrank all of a sudden. This turned out to be a half-sage. A half-sage is a half-step world venerable. Even if you look at the entire god-defying realm, there are only a handful of existences. At the same time, their eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian in the next moment. Is this person the one who went out against the god realm? Not even a superpower, he can be recognized as a younger brother by a half-step world-respected powerhouse. For a time, deep in their eyes, a playful color flashed subconsciously, thinking that this was the male favorite of the semi-sacred powerhouse in front of them. Otherwise, how to explain, a non-superior, can invite a half-step world venerable? Chapter 4503. Reverse God Realm, Xiaomubai. Yi Bansheng, wait a moment, I'll contact the world masters of our anti-god realm. After learning that Duan Yue was the existence of the half-step world venerable, the 3 of them did not dare to be slighted, and quickly contacted several world masters in the anti-god realm. The world masters of the anti-god realm are all half-step world masters. At the same time, in the endless void, a young man in white sitting in a pavilion on a floating island in the sky, suddenly opened his eyes. Outside the world, Thunder Holy Land, Midnight Saint? The one from the Duan clan below the Bibo Tianfu in the Thunder Holy Land? The next moment, the young man in white dodged and stepped into the void. A space crack suddenly opened in the void in front of him, as if a door had been opened for him. Then, he stepped into it himself. Those old guys are all in retreat. No matter what, I can only go and meet the Midnight Saint. Before the space crack closed, indifferent words came out from the space crack. Our people from the god-defying realm are suspected to have become his male pets. The young man in white murmured while rushing along at a ridiculously fast speed, and his tone became a little weird at this moment. A character like Midnight Yi will find a male pet? Although, He had never had any interaction with the Midnight Saint of the Thunder Holy Land in the past, but he had also heard of the other party, and knew that the other party had never been married in his life, and that there had never even been a man around him. Such a character would find a male pet? He didn't quite believe it. At the same time, in the anti-god realm, many superpowers who had a good relationship with the three superpowers guarding the teleportation formation outside the realm also received news at this time. Outside the world, is there a visit from a half-step world-respected powerhouse? What does he want to do? Half-step Jizuan came to us against the god realm, and there must be a plan. I think it's time to hold the Supreme Power Conference again. I haven't heard that the other party is just following her younger brother to work against the god realm. After saying that, I will leave after finishing the work. I think we can just wait and see what happens. We don't need to be all the grass and trees. It's just a half-step realm, and it's not a real realm. Exalted realm. In the anti-god realm, a group of supreme powers were disturbed. Among them, it also includes Zhuge Hanming, the son of the time sword Zhuge Wan. Zhuge Hanming, among the supreme powers in the god-defying realm, is considered a relatively strong existence. Now he has stepped into the third-order supreme power, which is much stronger than the ordinary supreme powers. In the anti-god realm, several realm masters are all 5th-rank Zeons. And the following deputy world masters are all 4th-order Zeons. If one day Zhuge Hanming also steps into the 4th rank of Zeon, then the world master of the god-defying realm will hold a meeting of the supreme powers for him and nominate him as the deputy world master. Lei Xingjing, the half-step sacred powerhouse of the Duan clan below Bibo Tianfu? Zhuge Hanming frowned slightly. He had been to Lei Xingjing, but he had never been to the area where Bibo Tianfu belonged, so he didn't know the situation there. Now, he doesn't even know. Now, the person from the anti-god realm who came back with the Yuyi Bansheng was mistaken by the 3 supreme anti-god realm guards guarding the teleportation formation as a male favorite. It was his junior disciple Feng Qingyang's disciple Duan Lingtian. In the past, when he was on the battlefield, he had an intersection with Duan Lingtian. However, at that time, he did not know that it was his nephew. He only learned later that his father had an inheritor, and it was only later that he found out that the peerless genius who was making a lot of noise in the plain battlefield was the disciple of his father's inheritor. Back then, when he first learned about all this, Zhuge Hanming still felt a little proud. The sword of time is in the same vein, and there are people who have successors. Although his own talent is not bad, compared to his father, it is completely incomparable. When his father was alive, he was a strong 5th-order superpower. Moreover, relying on the amazing time swordsmanship, his father was not only invincible under the 6th rank of Zeon in the god-defying realm, but he even went out of the realm, and even went to other realms of Wanjie, and he never encountered the same realm. Someone who can rival him. It can be said that for Zhuge Hanming, his father, the sword of time Zhuge Wendao, is the goal he has spent his whole life pursuing, and is the pillar of his soul. In the anti-god realm, although there are 18 passages leading to the outside world, there are only 2 teleportation arrays connecting to the outside world. One of them is connected to the outside world. In the other place, it is connected to the other 17 realms of the upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms, as well as some realms subordinate to the anti-god realm, such as the reincarnation realm that Duan Lingtian has been to. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Duan Yue stood there, waiting quietly at the place where the teleportation array was connected to the outside world. Although Duan Lingtian felt that the eyes of the 3 superpowers looking at him were a bit strange, he ignored it. For him, the most important thing now is to take this sister Wei by his side to find his wife Kier. See if the other party can help his wife Kier get rid of the imprisoned soul from her body. Now, he and Duan Yue are standing here, just waiting for the powerhouse in the god-defying realm to come over. Coming. Suddenly, Duan Yue's eyes landed on the void in the distance ahead. When Duan Lingtian heard her words, he followed his gaze for a while. As for the opposite god realm, the 3 superpowers guarding the teleportation formation in the outer world, after Duan Lingtian looked at it, he noticed the change in the distance, and they all looked at it for a while. Tear. Under the eyes of the 5 people, the void in the distance suddenly tore apart a space crack. Then, a white figure stepped out from the inside at the right time and appeared in front of the 5 people including Duan Lingtian. The person who came, dressed in a white dress, with a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. It looks like Duan Lingshan's peers. However, Duan Lingtian knows that this person is probably at least a half-step world venerable existence. Because, before that, Duan Yue had a voice transmission to tell him that in the god-defying realm, the strong sage, that is, the strong Jiazun realm Shenlong saw the beginning but not the end, and usually a few half-step Jiazun was in charge. The World Lord. After the young man dressed in white appeared, the 3 supreme powers of the god-defying realm immediately saluted him respectfully. It can be seen that they respect the youth in white from the bottom of their hearts. Inverse God Realm, Xiaomubai, I have seen Midnight Yi. The eyes of the young man in white first fell on Duan Lingtian, and there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes, and then he looked at Duan Yue and said hello with a smile. You are Xiaomubai? And Duan Yue, upon hearing Xiaomubai's self-introduction, her pupils suddenly shrank together. You have been promoted to the 5th rank? Chapter 4504. I didn't expect that Midnight Yi knew me. Xiaomubai stood there, looking at Duan Yue with a smile. The current Duan Lingtian, standing beside Duan Yue, was also looking at Xiaomubai. To him, Xiaomubai is a raw face that he has never seen before. However, Xiaomubai's voice sounded somewhat familiar to him. It's just that I can't remember for a while, and I heard a voice similar to Xiaomubai somewhere. He is the lord of the god-defying realm? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaomubai a few more times. Although he is also a person from the god-defying realm, he has never met the world lord of the god-defying realm. In other words, don't say see, he only came back this time, only to know that they still have a world master in the god-defying realm. Before the lord of the god-defying realm Xiaomubai appeared, he learned from Duan Yue's voice transmission. In one of the 18 realms, like the anti-god realm, the realm masters are basically half-sages, that is, half-step realms, and there are more than one realm masters. As for the strong people in the realm of the world, they generally do not take the position of the world master and govern the realm. The meaning of their existence is to continue to become stronger and survive. The strength and stability of a realm depend on the strong. The realms other than the upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms are just because there is not a strong enough existence to sit in, so they can only become vassals of the upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms. Some weak realms were forcibly extracted from the realm by the strong because they were of little value, so they fell apart, the realm was shattered, and countless creatures were annihilated. Duan Lingtian had heard of the power of the realm before, but he didn't know much about it. And now, as he asked, Duan Yue introduced to him that he also had a certain understanding of the power of the realm. The power of the realm, in addition to being able to pull out and reinforce the realm that you want to reinforce, can also be used by the strongest to comprehend the 4 ways and laws of heaven and earth. All in all, the power of the realm is a very good thing, something that is useful to the strongest. Sister Wei, she seems to have heard of this person's name? At this moment, facing Duan Yue's gaff, even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at Duan Yue. Duan Yue's face also calmed down in this instant. She looked at Xiaomubai and said with complicated eyes, Xiaomubai, look beyond the world, and even the world, who doesn't know it? With the 4th order cultivation base, you will be invincible at the same level, facing the challenge of the 4th order powerhouse in the upper 3 worlds, and continue to be invincible without any defeat. Before you, another person who was recognized as having such strength was the time sword that you went out of the god realm, Zhuge asked. Ordinary 4th order powerhouses, no matter how strong they are, there will be people who can fight with them to a tie. You are all outliers. Duan Yue said that later. She looked at Xiaomubai again, obviously a little more fearful. He didn't expect it. This Xiaomubai has been promoted to the 5th rank. This also means that the strength of the other party is no longer weaker than her, and even more likely than her. After all, this Xiaomubai, when he was only the 4th rank, swept the land beyond the realm and even the 10,000 realms, and was recognized as the invincible 4th tier of the 10,000 realms. Of course, this matter is known only to the most powerful people in the world outside the world, and even the most powerful people in the world, and those who are close to them. Most people have no way of knowing. It is Duan Lingtian, and it is only now that he knows. For a while, the eyes that looked at Xiao Mubai again were also full of shock. This guy is a ruthless man. With the strength of the Fourth Order Xian, to the outside world, invincible under the Fifth Order Xian? Is it recognized as the Fourth Order invincible in all worlds? Duan Lingtian never imagined that they had such a terrifying figure in the God realm. As for the Sword of Time Zhuge Dao, he had heard of it many times and knew that Zhuge Dao was a legendary figure who went out of the God realm. He is a ruthless man who has reached the 7th rank or higher of Kendo. In the land outside the world, and even the contemporary world, including those who are strong in the world, no one has realized the swordsmanship to the 7th level. As far as Duan Lingtian's current level of swordsmanship is concerned, it has been called a place outside the world, and even the top of the world. It is a pity that at that time, the lightsaber Zhuge asked, and he died before he had time to achieve the realm of realm. As for the cause of his death, there are many versions. Some people say that there is a saint who doesn't want him to grow up, and kills him first, strangling him in the cradle. Some people also said that he was trapped by love, and finally went into trouble and set himself on fire. Some people even said that he practiced swords like crazy, and in the end he smashed himself into 10,000 pieces. With so many different versions, Duan Lingtian recognized the first one the most. Because, in the land outside the realm, many people say that if you let the time sword Zhuge ask to achieve the realm of the world and step into the realm of the saints, his strength is among the saints, and he is definitely top-notch. I don't know whether Master's current swordsmanship has stepped into the 7th order. At this time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of his master again, Feng Qingyang. His master might not be as good as him at the back, but his kendo has always been ahead of him. When his kendo first entered the 4th rank, his master's kendo seemed to have entered the 6th rank. Of course, at that time, he did not have the concept of kendo grading. But it is certain that at that time, his master's gentle kendo was no weaker than his current kendo. I'm honored to be able to make Yi Bansheng remember me. Xiao Mubai smiled, but I don't know, what is the reason for the Saint Yu Yi who came to defy the realm of the gods? Do you need my Xiao Mubai's help? If there is, it's okay to say it in the middle of the night. Xiao Mubai has a hospitable host attitude. And the 3 supreme powerhouses of the god-defying realm behind him, as early as midnight Yu Yi mentioned Xiao Mubai's glorious deeds, an involuntary look of color appeared on their faces. After all, the world masters of the god-defying realm can be so famous outside the world, and even in all realms, as the supreme powers of the god-defying realm, they also have a light on their faces. I'm here for my brother and sister. Duan Yue glanced at Duan Lingtian beside her, and said softly, "This is the younger brother I recognize, and you are from the god-defying realm. I heard from him that my younger brother and sister's soul was imprisoned by the souls of the Soul Clan, so I wanted to come here. Please help. If Jieju Shao is willing to go with him, that would be great. After all, I am not fully sure." In front of Xiao Mubai, Duan Yue also put away the arrogance she had shown before the 3 superpowers in the god-defying realm, and became much humbler. "Duan Lingtian, I have seen the World Master." At the same time, Duan Lingtian also took a step forward and bowed slightly to Xiao Mubai. This one is the realm master of their anti-god realm. The figure standing at the top of the pyramid of the gods. Duan Lingtian? As Duan Lingtian reported his name, apart from Xiao Mubai's calm expression, as if he had known it for a long time, the other 3 Xians from the god-defying realm behind him all shrank their pupils and showed a look of astonishment. This purple-clothed youth is Duan Lingtian? The Duan Lingtian who got a lot of Shinyinquan? For a time, after the 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian for a while, their eyes fell on Xiao Mubai again. Back then, it was the world lord of their anti-god realm who took out a large amount of Shinyinquan that he had obtained outside the realm and rewarded it to Duan Lingtian. Of course, they can be sure that Duan Lingtian has no connection with the world master himself. Duan Lingtian can get those rewards, relying entirely on himself. But, even so, they couldn't help but feel a little jealous. After all, that is the god Yunquan. Chapter 4505, Even. The three supreme powers present, after knowing that Duan Lingtian had a large amount of Shen Yunquan in his hands, all had their own thoughts. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian seemed to have disappeared from the Xia family, the land of the gods, and there was no more sound, so they could only suppress their thoughts. In any case, Duan Lingtian is also the Shen Yunquan obtained by the fair and bright, and it is the reward that the world lord of their god-defying realm personally promised, and it is also something that the world lord himself took out. They can't be robbed openly, they can only come in secret. However, Duan Lingshan's disappearance left them with nowhere to go. But now, Duan Lingtian appeared again, but he came back from a place outside the world. Moreover, beside Duan Lingtian, there is also an existence with the same strength as their several world masters in the god-defying realm, the half-step world-respected powerhouse, the secluded night half-sage of the Thunder Holy Land outside the world. How can this Duan Lingtian invite a semi-sacred powerhouse? How many years has he disappeared from the scene, and he has become a god? Could it be because he became this man's favorite? With the help of this man, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. But, this is not right. Just now, this half-sage called Duan Lingshan's wife brother and sister. Yeah. This shows that Duan Lingtian can't be this man's favorite. In that case, why should he let the other party help? The three supreme powers, you and I communicated in secret through voice transmission. Looking at Duan Lingtian, he became more and more puzzled. They can't figure it out. How could this Duan Lingtian let the semi-sacred powerhouse from the outside world act for him in person? Of course, among the high-ranking gods, it is not that no one can let the semi-sacred powerhouse go out for them. However, those high-ranking gods are either invincible high-ranking gods, or are extremely close to the invincible high-ranking gods, and they are all top figures standing under the strongest. Duan Lingtian? The fact that the cultivation base can enter the realm of the upper gods in such a short period of time is enough to surprise and shock them, and there is a high probability that there is still the help of Shen Yunquan. As for Duan Lingshan's current strength, in their opinion, it is at most the level of ordinary upper gods. You can let Yi Bansheng take action for you. Your growth rate is beyond my expectations. At this time, Xiaomabai's eyes also fell on Duan Lingtian, with a look of surprise on his face. When Duan Lingtian heard Xiaomabai's words, he was stunned. This figure standing at the top of the anti-god realm pyramid, the anti-god realm lord, is it possible that he still knows himself? Or, have you heard of yourself? However, after thinking about it, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt in his heart. At the beginning, he was a big show in the battlefield. According to the words of the supreme powerhouse of the Xia family in the land of the gods, many people were staring at the large amount of gods he got. Among them, it also includes a group of supreme powers. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that the lord of the god-defying realm paid attention to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that the lord of the god-defying realm would most likely not covet the Shen Yunquan in his hands like those ordinary superpowers. Duan Lingtian. At this time, one of the three god-defying realm supreme powerhouses standing next to him seemed to see Duan Lingshan's doubts, and said in a sour tone, "Back then, the Shen Yunquan you got was what the world master got outside, and take it out as the final ranking reward of the plain battlefield." The words of this supreme power suddenly opened up a memory deep in Duan Lingshan's memory. "It's you?" Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaomubai, his eyes full of shock. "In the beginning, you sent me into the pool of Shen Yunquan? You sent me Shen Yunquan?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely remembered. No wonder, just now he felt that the other party's voice was a little familiar. Back then, although he didn't see with his own eyes the mysterious powerhouse who sent him into the Shen Yunquan and gave him the Shen Yunquan, but he had heard the voice of the other party. He also remembers, at the beginning, the superpower who took him to the past also respectfully called the other party adult. At that time, he was still thinking about what kind of existence a supreme power would be willing to honor as an adult. Now, he understands. It turned out that that person was the realm master of the anti-god realm. "It's me." Xiaomubai nodded. "In the beginning, you performed well in the plain battlefield, so I gave you the Shen Yunquan. Now it seems that I did the right thing. With that said, Xiaomubai's gaze fell on Yi Bansheng next to Duan Lingtian. Today, when he saw Duan Lingtian returning with Bansheng Yi to see his wife's soul imprisoning by the people of the Soul Clan, he guessed that Duan Lingshan's current weight is also very important in the heart of Bansheng Yi. It turns out that the Realm Master and my brother have known each other for a long time. Duan Yue also smiled slightly at this time. I have to say that the Realm Master is really discerning. My younger brother, although he is not young, his current strength is enough to cause a huge sensation in the world beyond the world, and even in the world. At least, looking at the past history of the world outside the world, and even the world, until now, I have never heard of anyone who can have his strength at his age. When Duan Yue said this now, she was naturally raising Duan Lingtian. Because, she saw, these supreme powers in the god-defying realm should not yet understand the current strength of the younger brother she recognized. Really? As soon as Duan Yue said these words, not only the three superpowers of the god-defying realm were stunned, but also the master of the god-defying realm, Xiaomubai, who also looked at Duan Lingtian with condensed eyes for the first time. He didn't expect that this midnight saint would have such a high evaluation of Duan Lingtian. My younger brother, although he has not yet become an invincible high-ranking god, but, looking at the world beyond the realm, and even all worlds, under the invincible high-ranking god, there should be no one who is capable of defeating him alone. As soon as Duan Yue said these words, Rao Shi Xiaomubai's face was calm since he appeared, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The other three god-defying realm supreme powerhouses were stunned at this time, and their eyes were also full of unbelievable colors. Of course, in addition to disbelief, there are more doubts. Obviously, they don't quite believe the words of this half-sacred knight. Because in their eyes, this is almost impossible. Outsiders may not know how old Duan Lingtian is, but they are the most powerful people in Duan Lingshan's hometown of the god-defying realm. However, Xiaomubai obviously believed Duan Yue's words. His gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, and his tone softened a lot at this moment. You are now in the realm of small perfection. Is it the law of time or the law of space? The laws of space. Duan Lingtian said. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Xiaomubai nodded. If you really have the invincible strength under the invincible superior gods. Sword Dao should be at least the 6th rank, right? Duan Lingtian nodded. After I showed my swordsmanship, they said this. The other three supreme beings in the god-defying realm were stunned when they heard the exchange between the two, as if they were petrified. Is it possible, it is true? And Duan Yue also looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise at this time. Xiao Tian, are you still good at the law of time? This time, before Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, Xiaomubai said with a slight smile, Yi Bansheng, the younger brother you recognize is not only good at the law of time. His attainment in the law of life that you are good at is not low. In the small world in his body, there is a tree of life left after the death of a fourth-order powerhouse. Chapter 4506. The Tree of Life of the Fourth-Order Powerhouse. Hearing Xiaomubai's words, Duan Lingshan's pupils shrank. He never imagined that the previous owner of the Tree of Life in his body turned out to be a fourth-tier Xian. You must know that the fourth-order Xian is close to the existence of half-step Jizuan. Compared to Xiaomubai and Duan Yue, they are only one step behind. The three supreme powers of the god-defying realm also looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise. The Tree of Life of the Fourth-Order Powerhouse. You must know that even the strongest of the three of them is only the second-tier Xian. Yes? When Duan Yue heard the words, she glanced at Duan Lingtian beside her in surprise, and then showed a bright smile. Xiao Tian, it seems that you have a great chance to become an invincible superior god. If the law of space doesn't work, just sprint for the law of time. If the law of time doesn't work, just sprint for the law of life. The three laws, I still don't believe it, you can't even realize the realm of great perfection. Duan Yue also just learned that Duan Lingtian is also good at the law of time and the law of life. This also means that after Duan Lingtian, the space law sprint to the invincible upper god Venerable fails, and he can still try the time law and the life law. If you were an ordinary person, you would definitely not have the energy and time. But Duan Lingtian. A man who is less than 3,000 years old now. He doesn't have much, just a lot of time. World Lord, how do you know that the tree of life in my body is the tree of life of a fourth-order powerhouse? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Mubai and asked in surprise. Hearing this, Xiao Mubai smiled lightly. When you came to take Shen Yunquan, I felt the breath of an old friend in you. To be precise, it was the breath of the tree of life in the body of an old friend. I thought that after his death, he would disappear completely. But I didn't expect that his divine tree of life would turn to you. If he had a spirit in the sky, he would be able to rest his eyes. Leave behind after death, but still shine. This is the dream of all Xians who perished to protect the anti-god realm. Speaking of which, Xiao Mubai's smile faded and he became a little serious. After a moment, he shook his head. Okay, let's not talk about this sentimental topic. I will go with Yu Yi Bansheng and accompany you. When the voice fell, he greeted Yu Yi Bansheng Xingsheng, and at the same time, with a casual move, an invisible force dragged Duan Lingtian and rushed up with Duan Lingtian. There are only 3 supreme powers of the god-defying realm left, looking at each other in dismay. Really? That Duan Lingtian now has the invincible strength under the invincible superior god? One of the strongest people is obviously a little unbelievable. To be precise, I can't believe it. Because, this is simply outrageous. You must know that throughout the past history of their anti-god realm, although there have been invincible existences under the invincible superior god Venerable, there are only a few of them. Among those people, only 2 of them successfully became the invincible upper gods. In the era they lived in, the reputation of the anti-god realm outside the realm, and even the 10,000 realms, was not much weaker than that of the upper 3 realms. It should be true. Another Xian said with a dignified expression, the Midnight Saint Yu Yi is, after all, a half-stepped Jiazun. Her words shouldn't be false. Besides, her lie doesn't make much sense. After all, she is a semi-sage. As long as she is by Duan Lingshan's side for a moment, in the anti-god realm, it is impossible for anyone to blatantly harm Duan Lingtian. The words of this superpower made the last superpower deeply agree. I think so too. Now, that Duan Lingtian is no longer the little guy who could be needed by us. Now he can be regarded as the hope of the new generation of our god-defying realm. I remember, this paragraph of Ling Tian seems to be a disciple of the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. I thought that Huangfu Menyuan could become an existence close to the invincible high-ranking god, and it was enough to shock people. Now it seems that this Ling Tian is more enchanting than Huangfu Menyuan. That Huangfu Menyuan is Duan Lingshan's senior sister. Duan Lingtian naturally couldn't hear the exchanges between the 3 supreme powers of the god-defying realm. Now, he is following Xiao Mubai, the realm master of the anti-god realm, and his older sister, Duan Yue of the Duan clan in the Thunder Holy Realm from the outer worlds, to one of the gods of the anti-god realm, the divine relic land. His wife Kir, the eldest young lady of the Xia family, is now in the Xia family, the giant god-level family in the land of the gods. The 3 appeared in the sky above the Xia family's mansion. There was no movement in the Xia family, and it was obvious that they didn't notice anything. Think about it too. No matter whether it is Duan Yue or Xiao Mubai, they are the existence of Banbu Jiazun. Even if the Xia family's most powerful person is in the Xia family, as long as they do not deliberately reveal their whereabouts, it will be difficult for the other party to find them. I called the Xian from the Xia family to come out. After Xiao Mubai spoke to Duan Yue, he sent out a message together. In the blink of an eye, a white light flew out from the depths of the Xia family mansion, and in a blink of an eye, it was in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. But it was an old man who looked ordinary and passed out. I have seen the world master. The old man is the ancestor of the Xia family, the only superpower of the Xia family, Xia Hechuan. After he appeared, he immediately looked at Xiao Mubai and saluted respectfully. Duan Lingtian, I have seen my ancestor. And Duan Lingtian, while Xia Hechuan saluted Xiao Mubai, bowed slightly to salute him. This old ancestor of the Xia family, before he left the anti-god realm, he had met once. Although they got along for a long time, the other party still gave him a lot of advice and reminders when he was about to go to the outside world. It can be said that he took a lot of detours. Kid Ling Tian and Xia Hechuan only then came back to his senses and looked at Duan Ling Tian. This. He's a little out of mind. His husband-in-law, who was a descendant of unknown generations, even he was amazed by the enchanting genius. How long did he go to the outside world, and then he came back? Moreover, who came back with him, and one of their several world masters in the god-defying realm? Xia Hequan. Xiao Mubai looked at Xia Hechuan and introduced Duan Yue beside him. This one next to me is the Midnight Saint of the Duan clan in the Thunder Holy Land outside the world. Half Holy. Although Xia Hechuan had never heard of Duan Yue's name, he also knew what the word half-sage meant. For a while, he hurriedly saluted Duan Yue. Xia Hechuan, I have seen Yi Bansheng. Don't be too polite. Duan Yue smiled. Since you are my brother's elder, you are your own, so you don't need to be so polite, younger brother. And Xia Hechuan was stunned for a moment, and at the same time, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian subconsciously. Duan Ling Tian noticed Xia Hechuan's gaze and smiled slightly. Old ancestor, Sister Wei and I are indeed brothers and sisters. I brought her back this time, just to show her to Kier. How's Kier doing recently? Having said this, the smile on Duan Lingshan's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a deep worry. Hearing this, Xia Hechuan sighed. It's still the same. Although I want to help her slow down the corroding progress of the power of imprisoning her soul, but my strength is limited and I can't do it. He is only a second-tier superpower. Take me to meet my brother and sister. Duan Yue saw Duan Lingshan's worry, looked at Xia Hechuan and said, Yes. Xia Hechuan responded respectfully. Even if Duan Yue told him not to be polite, he couldn't really do that. After all, this is a half-step world-respected powerhouse. In the anti-god realm, it is the existence of the realm master level. In the anti-god realm, there are only a few realm masters, who are half-step successors of the 5th rank of the strongest. Chapter 4507. Although, from Duan Lingshan's point of view, it was after many years that he had returned to the god-defying realm and the Xia family, the land of the gods. However, for everyone in the Xia family, it was only a few years ago. After all, the years they lived were far longer than those of Duan Ling Tian, and they lived a long time, which was naturally different from someone like Duan Ling Tian who had only lived for more than 1,000 years. However, whether it was Xia Yu, the head of the Xia family, or Xia Jia, the 3rd master of the Xia family, they were quite shocked by Duan Lingshan's return. Because, they never thought that Duan Ling Tian would come back so soon. In particular, when they learned from the mouth of their Xia family ancestor Xia Hechuan that Duan Ling Tian came back this time and brought back an existence whose strength was comparable to that of their god-defying realm boundary master, they were even more shocked. Moreover, this strong man is also commensurate with Duan Lingshan's sister and brother. Call their daughters and nieces brothers and sisters. In the quiet courtyard, in the room, Duan Ling Tian stayed alone in the room, quietly watching the beautiful woman lying on the bed, motionless. Kier, I'm back. Duan Ling Tian held his wife Kier's hand, and his eyes turned red involuntarily. At this moment, his heart that was as hard as iron seemed to be vulnerable. Noticing that his wife was motionless, Duan Ling Tian didn't care whether she could hear it or not, and told her word by word about his experience of going to the outer worlds. Speak slowly. At this moment, his backlogged emotions seemed to be vented. In the land outside the world, he worked hard for everything on his own, and he survived many times and died, and only then did he achieve what he is today. And a large part of the reason why he went through this was because of the supervision of his wife Kier's physical condition. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian stood up and walked out of the room. Sister Wei, Senior Shao, please trouble you. After going out, Duan Ling Tian looked at the stone table in the courtyard, a man and a woman who were received by Xia Hechuan, the ancestor of the Xia family, and said solemnly. These two are the existences of the 5th order Xian, and the half-step world respects the powerhouse. The two of them joined forces, and they didn't know if they could get rid of the imprisoned soul on Kier. Duan Ling Tian was at a loss. If these two are real world-class experts, that is, the saints in the mouths of people outside the world, he feels that the soul imprisonment on his wife Kir is likely to be released. How big is the gap between the semi-sage and the saint? He has been in the outside world for such a long time, and he knows something. However, right now, he still doesn't have the ability to let the saint take action for him. Xiao Tian, don't worry, Jizhu Xiao and I will do our best. Duan Yue said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile, and at the same time she looked at Xiao Mubai next to her, and said with a straight face, Xiao Jizhu, if you can help me to help my younger brother and sister to release the soul imprisonment of the Soul Clan, I Duan Yue owe you a favor. Yi Mid-Saint is joking. Hearing this, Xiao Mubai shook his head and glanced at Duan Ling Tian at the same time. Duan Ling Tian and I are also related by fate. If I can help in this matter, naturally I won't let it go. In fact, at this time, Xiao Mubai secretly sighed in his heart. Duan Lingshan's wife Kir, although he did not personally investigate the situation, he had also heard reports from his subordinates. According to the report of the subordinates, it is the soul of the second-tier Xian clan. After they merged with the people of the anti-god realm, the soul is imprisoned. If it is only the first-tier supreme powerhouse clansmen, and their non-extreme powerhouses in the god-defying realm merge into one, their means will be greatly reduced. Under this circumstance, the soul was imprisoned, and he was very sure to expel it. But now, he doesn't even have a 10% certainty. Even if Duan Yue is still there, he doesn't think that the two of them will be able to join forces with more than 20%. However, he did not express his thoughts. Because he knew that saying these words at this time would be a huge blow to Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue. Duan Ling Tian led Duan Yue and Xiao Mubai into the room. Brother and sister are so beautiful. Rao sure Duan Yue has seen countless beauties in her life, and when she saw the woman on the bed, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. While sighing, before Duan Yue reached the head of the bed, her divine sense also extended softly at the first moment, covering Kir's body. Seeing this scene, Duan Ling Tian looked at it with a solemn expression, and his heart was full of anxiety. And Xiao Mubai, at this time, also extended his consciousness, and cooperated with Duan Yue to explore the power of Kir's soul together. It didn't take long for the two of them to discover the imprisoning power of the powerhouse of the Soul Clan, which enveloped the entire soul, and because of the time it had been enveloped, the enveloped soul had become much weaker. If it continues like this, I am afraid that within 1,000 years, the soul will be scattered. In just a few dozen breaths, Duan Yue and Xiao Mubai's consciousness retreated together. Then, Xiao Mubai shook his head gently. On the other hand, Duan Yue's face was ugly. The people from the Soul Clan who shot are definitely above the second rank of the strongest. Otherwise, if they are integrated with the non-superpowers, they will definitely not be able to display this level of soul confinement. Hearing Duan Yue's words, Duan Lingshan's originally nervous expression changed drastically. The Soul Clan clansman above the second rank of Xian? The remnant soul of the Soul Clan who merged with that Yun Qingyan turned out to be in existence above the second rank of Xian? The last thing he wanted to see happened, after all. Back then, that Yun Qingyan merged with the Soul Clan people to imprison Kir's soul. His knowledge of the Soul Clan people was limited to the extreme powerhouse. Later, after knowing that the strongest are also divided into 3, 6, and 9, and their strength is divided into many levels, he thought more than once, at that time, what level of the powerhouse would the Soul Clan people who merged with Yun Qingyan be? If it is only the first order Xian, the soul imprisonment under it should be easier to solve. If not, it must be difficult to understand. If it's a first-tier Xian Soul Clan clansman, with the remnant soul and the non-Xiong power being integrated into one, the power of the soul will definitely be greatly reduced. With the strength of me and Xiao Jizhu, it is not difficult to remove the soul left behind. Confinement lifted. Duan Yue sighed. It's a pity that it's not a soul imprisoned under the Soul Clan of the first-tier Xian. The other party is at least the second-tier Xian. Xiao Tian, I'm sorry, I couldn't help my younger brother and sister out of trouble. Duan Yue looked at Duan Ling Tian and apologized again and again. And Duan Ling Tian also came back to his senses at this time, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sister Wei, you don't need to apologize, You can come with me, you already have the intention. As for whether it can unlock Kier's soul imprisonment, I knew from the beginning, it depends on luck. It seems that luck is average. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was naturally full of disappointment. However, there is nothing to be done. But at this time, Duan Yue continued, although there is no way to remove the soul imprisonment from my younger brother and sister. But, if I join forces with Xiao Jieju, we can still retain our soul power to resist that soul imprisonment in the depths of my younger brother and sister's consciousness. Power. This will buy some more time. In this way, the soul of the younger brother and sister will not be wiped out so early. As soon as Duan Yue said these words, Duan Lingshan's eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, he is going to ask the 2.5 saints in front of him next. Now, Duan Yue said it first, the disappointment in his heart was gone, and it was replaced by surprise. As long as he can buy more time, he believes that in the future, he will definitely be able to ask the saint to take action. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingshan's mood felt as if he had experienced a double heaven of ice and fire. Then next, I will trouble Sister Wei and Senior Xiao. Duan Lingtian will never forget this kindness. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. You and I have a sister and brother, there is no need for this. Duan Yue shook her head and smiled. And Xiao Mubai shook his head and said, You are one of the younger generation in the god-defying realm, and I am one of the people I like the most. This trivial matter, as Yi Banqing said, really doesn't need to be the case. Chapter 4508. In fact, when I came back this time, the result was beyond Duan Lingshan's expectations. Therefore, after Duan Yue and Xiao Mubai helped Kier, he was in a good mood when he got together with the head of the Xia family, Xia Yu, and the third master of the Xia family, Xia Jie. At this time, Xiao Mubai had already left. Of course, before he left, Duan Yue told him that he would leave the anti-god realm within 2 days and would not stay here for long. Because, 2 days later, her younger brother Duan Lingtian will also set off to a place of return to the ruins discovered by the sage power Bibo Tianfu. Duan Yue didn't have any intention of concealing the place of return to the ruins. In fact, there is no need to hide it. Bibo Tianfu, as a sage power, it found the place of return to the ruins. There are people who are jealous, and how many people dare to go to him to get a piece of the pie? A number of saint forces joined forces, but they could force Bibo Tianfu to bow their heads. However, once this kind of thing is a precedent, and other sage forces discover the land of return to the ruins in the future, isn't it necessary to give other sage forces a share? Therefore, the sage forces of all parties reached a consensus a long time ago. Among the sage forces, whoever discovers the place of return to the ruins belongs to whom, and other sage forces must not have the idea of a share. The land of return to ruins? Restrictions, under the Xian, the 4th rank of Kendo? And when Duan Yue mentioned the conditions to be met by those who entered the place of return to the ruins in Bibo Tianfu, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. There is such a request. That place of return to the ruins is most likely created by an existence who is good at swordsmanship. There are 2 types of return to the ruins. The first is formed by the rules of heaven and earth. This is also a pure natural return to the ruins. There is no specific test in it, but if you want to find something in it, you need a lot of effort. Such places of return to the ruins are often more dangerous. It has no restrictions on entrance, and even the strongest in the world can enter. However, there are some dangers in it, and even the strongest in the world may perish because of a single thought. Of course, such places of return to the ruins are relatively rare, and once they appear, they are all explored by the forces of saints in all worlds and even beyond the world. If any sage power covets such a place of return, there is often only one result, that is the death of saints and the withering of power. For countless years, there have been many sage forces, all because they want to swallow such a place of return to the ruins, so the final end is not very good. And if more sage forces participate, the risks can be shared equally. At the same time of sharing the risks, it is possible to take advantage of the chaos. Another place to return to the ruins. It is like the place of return to the ruins that Bibo Tianfu discovered this time. These places of return to the ruins are said to be the treasures left by the ancient powers in the ancient times, when there was no distinction between the 10,000 worlds and the outside world. And the ancient powerhouses who can leave the land of return to the ruins are said to have stepped into the existence of the 7th order Xian or above. You must know that the strength of the ceiling in the world and beyond the world today is the saint, that is, the powerhouse of the world. And these existences, among the strongest, are considered to be the 6th order powerhouse, commonly known as the extreme 6th order. What is the concept of existence above the 7th order Xian? That is to say, those ancient powerhouses who left the land of return to the ruins, whoever walks out of one person, can hang any top powerhouses in the world and beyond. Duan Ling Tian, that place of return to the ruins, is most likely left by a strong swordsman from the ancient times. For you, it may be a chance or a disaster. Listen to what you just said. After you arrived in the land outside the world, you haven't entered the land of return to the ruins. As a forerunner of the anti-god realm, let me give you a piece of advice. In the land of return to the ruins, you must be bold. Mind, don't take any risks, and don't be afraid. Only in this way can you ensure that you can maximize your gains in the land of return to ruins. Before leaving the Xia family, Xiaomubai deliberately left a piece of advice to Duan Ling Tian, which could be regarded as a wake-up call to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is one of the young people he is most optimistic about in the anti-god realm. If possible, he naturally hopes that Duan Ling Tian can take off and become the top powerhouse in the world and even beyond the world. That, for the anti-god realm, is a great deed. He didn't stop Duan Ling Tian from taking risks. Because he knows that there are some risks that must be taken on the road of growth of the strong. Just like when he wandered outside the world, he also entered many places of return to the ruins, several times, and almost lost his life. It can be said that it is because of those experiences that he is who he is today. In the anti-god realm, the youngest world lord and the youngest half-step world venerable in history. Xiao Jizhu is the youngest half-step Jizuan in the history of the anti-god realm. When Duan Ling Tian learned this from the mouth of Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia family, he couldn't help but be startled. Is that senior sword of time not as good as him? Time sword. That is the god-defying powerhouse. Even in a place outside the realm, he has heard people mention the time sword many times, a super strong person who is good at kendo, who is a strong person who has gone out from the god-defying realm. It is a pity that Tian, jealous of Inkai, the senior of the time sword, died before he stepped into the realm of Jiazun. Before Jiezhu Shao, senior sword of time did indeed hold the record of the youngest half-step Jizuan and the youngest Jiezhu in the anti-god realm. However, the appearance of Jiezhu Shao broke this record. When Xia Jia mentioned Xiaomubai, the world master of the god-defying realm, his eyes were full of reverence. I heard from the ancestors, when Xiao Jiezhu first entered the Xian, he was the existence of the third order Xian. At that time, in the entire anti-god realm, under the fourth order Xian, no one was his opponent. When he stepped into the fourth order Xian, he continued to be invincible in the fourth order Xian. Moreover, his fourth order invincibility can defeat any of the fourth order Xians in our anti-god realm within 3 moves. The presence. It's this kind of invincibility. Xia Jie's words made Duan Ling Tian take a deep breath. That world lord Shao was so strong. I heard from the ancestors that even if Jia Master Shao walked out of the god-defying realm and went to a place outside the realm, he had achieved a great reputation. The existence under the 5th rank of the Xian was basically not the Xian at that time. His opponent of Tier 4. Later, he returned to the anti-god realm and was promoted to become a top 5-tier powerhouse, and became the realm master of the anti-god realm. Having said this, Xia Jia paused for a while, and said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "It is said that the powerful Jiazun realm in the legend of the anti-god realm is the father of Xiao Jizhu, his biological father." As soon as these words came out, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Dare to be affectionate, Jizhu Shao is not only his own talent and strength, but also his background, which is also so terrifying. The only Jiazun realm powerhouse in the god-defying realm turned out to be Jia Master Shao's biological father. That is the backbone of the anti-god realm based on the 10,000 realms middle 18 realms. Chapter 4509. Xia Jie's remarks also gave Duan Lingtian a better understanding of Xiaomubai, the world master of the god-defying realm. It turned out that the world lord Xiao was so terrifying. Now, in the anti-god realm, apart from his father, the legendary Jie Zun realm powerhouse, he is probably the strongest. Moreover, Xia Jia also said, according to what Xia Hechuan, the ancestor of the Xia family, said, the world masters of the god-defying realm, except for the world master Xiao, are all retreating to improve their strength. Because they are now more and more struggling to deal with the 10,000-year catastrophe. If the strength can't keep up, it won't take long before they will perish under the 10,000 years heavenly tribulation. Duan Lingtian was there, shocked by the power of Xiaomubai, the world master of the god-defying realm, and the amazing background. On this side, Xiaomubai returned to his cultivation place. After seeing his middle-aged men, he rarely smiled, you know. I went out this time, who did I meet? Who did the Lord see? The middle-aged man asked curiously. If Duan Lingtian is here and sees this middle-aged man, he will definitely recognize it at a glance. This one is the one who appeared on the plain battlefield back then and took him to the place where Shen Yunquan was located. At that time, he heard this, and called the other supreme power Sir. And that supreme power is Xiaomubai. Duan Lingtian. Xiaomubai returned to the pavilion, sat at the table, made a pot of tea, and drank leisurely. Duan Lingtian? The middle-aged man was startled at first, then his pupils shrank. Is the one who got Shen Yunquan last time? He is back. The middle-aged man frowned. Is he a little unreasonable? When he left, I thought he could handle it. Now what are you doing when you come back? Think he can wrestle with those old guys? The Shen Yunquan in his hand, those old guys all want it. The middle-aged man said later, his tone was obviously a little more worried. Although he didn't get along much with that Duan Lingtian, but because he admired the other party, he naturally hoped that the other party could grow up well, and he didn't need to face the embarrassment of some greedy old guys. Okay. Xiaomubai nodded, he's back. As for you saying he thinks he can wrestle with those old guys. Speaking of this, Xiaomubai's eyes became a little weird. This time he came back. It's not just as simple as wrestling with those old guys. Those old guys really dare to shoot at him. Unless I and the retreating ones shoot, no one can save them. As soon as Xiaomubai said these words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. Sir, what do you mean by this? Is it possible he has become a superpower? When the middle-aged man asked here, his eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. That little guy. Just become the strongest? No. Xiaomubai shook his head, and then said again, is it possible you didn't hear the news? Outside, a distinguished guest came to our anti-god realm. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Is it possible? That night half-sage from the Thunder Holy Land outside the world, the half-step Holy Land powerhouse, the person who follows her from the god-defying realm is Duan Lingtian. That's right. Xiaomubai nodded, it's Duan Lingtian. He turned out to be willing to degenerate and become Midnight's favorite boy? The middle-aged man's face was filled with hatred. Xiaomubai said angrily, what nonsense. Haven't you always been optimistic about him? Are you so unconfident in him? Or, in your eyes, is he like this? My lord, do you know something? The middle-aged man's expression softened a bit and asked. The news he received was that someone in their anti-god realm had become the male pet of Midnight Yuyi and returned from outside the realm with Midnight Yuyi, and he didn't know what to do. The Midnight Saint Yuyi recognized Duan Lingtian as her younger brother. As for why she did this, she just wanted to invest in Duan Lingtian in advance. Guess, what is the current strength of Duan Lingtian? Xiaomubai asked. Do not know. The middle-aged man shook his head. However, I can make that Banbu Jizuan condescend to recognize him as his younger brother. He must be a high-ranking god, and his strength should not be weak. Yi Bansheng seems to be good at the law of life. With her attainments in the law of life, she must have seen that Duan Lingtian is young. The middle-aged man said. He is indeed already a high-ranking god. Xiao Mubai nodded, and then said again, but, it's not an ordinary high-ranking god. He, with his current strength, under the invincible superior god Venerable, no one should be able to defeat him. And this is what Yi Bansheng told me personally. Xiao Mubai said. What? And the middle-aged man was stunned when he heard Xiao Mubai's words. Unexpectedly, the little guy back then, in a blink of an eye, actually stood at the pinnacle of the upper gods. Under the invincible superior god, no one can defeat him? Isn't it possible to step into the realm of the invincible upper at any time and become the invincible upper god? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's breathing became rapid in an instant. Sir, he may become the fourth person in the history of our anti-god realm after you, your father, and senior sword of time. The invincible superior to achieve the strongest, yes. In the history of the anti-god realm, there have actually been quite a few invincible high-ranking gods, not dozens, but a dozen. However, only Xiao Mubai's father, and the Sword of Time can become the strongest. As for Duan Lingtian. From the point of view of a middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian is still so young, and he has become like this. Once he becomes an invincible high-ranking god, he will have enough time to hit the realm of the strongest. Maybe. Xiao Mubai smiled slightly. I didn't expect that among the people I was most optimistic about, in a blink of an eye, he turned out to be at the forefront. It's more than his senior sister Huangfu Menyuan. Huangfu Menyuan. Duan Lingshan's eldest sister in Wanfa Academy's inner palace, the eldest sister that Duan Lingtian has not seen so far, is the best among the young people Xiao Mubai had been most optimistic about. My lord, at that time the successor of the lightsaber, Duan Lingshan's master, Feng Qingyang, also went to the outside world. His swordsmanship is definitely the strongest under the time sword in the history of our god-defying realm. If he does not die, it should also be expected to become an invincible upper god, right? The swordsmanship of the 7th rank and above. Even if the time law he is good at is only the realm of small perfection, after stepping into the realm of the upper gods, his strength can be comparable to that of the invincible upper gods. He and Duan Lingtian, really a terrifying pair of master and apprentice. The wind is light. After Duan Lingtian left the anti-god realm that year, he did not stay in the anti-god realm for a long time, so he left the anti-god realm and went to a place outside the realm through the relationship with the Wanfa Academy. Certainly. Now, Duan Lingtian doesn't know this yet. At this moment, Duan Lingtian left with Duan Yue after staying in the Xia family for a day and a night. He is in Thunder Holy Land, and he has something to do. This time, he was in a hurry, and he had Duan Yue by his side, so he couldn't bear the urge to see his family in the mundane plane. When I come back next time, I'll see my parents and the others. And Fantasia. Before the law clone I left behind collapsed, her strength had already stepped into the realm of the Emperor. Judging from her entry, these years have passed, should she be a now? When he left, Duan Lingshan's thoughts also flew out far away. Chapter 45:10. After leaving the land of God's relic in the anti-god realm, Duan Yue took Duan Lingtian all the way to the teleportation formation in the anti-god realm. According to Duan Yue's words, it is still necessary to go back to the teleportation formation of the anti-god realm that he arrived earlier, and only that teleportation formation can accurately teleport to the Thunder Saint realm. Other teleportation arrays, although possible, have certain uncertainties. The upper 3 realms and the middle 18 realms in myriad realms basically have only one precise teleportation array, because the accuracy of the teleportation array is related to the strength of the realm's power. As for other realms, such as the teleportation formation that Duan Lingtian had visited before, the reincarnation realm of the anti-god realm, which went to places beyond the realm, was not accurate. Don't say that you don't lock the destination to teleport. Even if you lock the destination to shuttle, it is very likely to be teleported to other places. Duan Lingtian was deeply touched by this. At the beginning, when he went to the outside world through the teleportation array on the other side of the reincarnation world, he was directly teleported to the edge area of the outside world, the Tian Sha realm. Moreover, it is still within the sea area near Tian Sha realm. Thinking of the hardships along the way at that time, Duan Lingtian still has lingering fears. Red Devil. In the future, when I become a superpower, I will have to go to the Tian Sha realm again and talk to the Red Devil of the Red Devil Ridge. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, a cold light flashed. At the beginning, he almost fell into the hands of the supreme power Red Devil. So many high-ranking gods. When Duan Yue brought Duan Lingtian back to the teleportation formations in the anti-god realm, Duan Lingtian saw many high-ranking gods appearing near the teleportation formations. Now, these high-ranking gods are gathering together, listening to the command of one of the three supreme powers he had met before, leaving the teleportation formation in an orderly manner and returning to the god-defying realm. Seeming to see Duan Lingtian's doubts, Duan Yue said, "The teleportation formation of Wanjia, the only place beyond the realm and the space barrier of Wanjia. Near the teleportation formation, there are often big monsters running rampant, strong but not strong. It is Lingji, it's not high, and generally the upper gods can handle it. The existence of those big monsters will have a certain impact on the teleportation array, and may even destroy the teleportation array. And this kind of big monster, it is impossible for the strongest to deal with it all the time. Therefore, the major realms of the world generally send a group of high-ranking gods on a regular basis to take turns to clear these big monsters in places outside the realm and near space barriers." Demon. Duan Yuwei's words also made some of Duan Lingtian's past confusions clear. Before he left the anti-god realm, he had heard that the high-ranking gods in the anti-god realm, after stepping into the high-ranking gods for a period of time, would be forced to leave the anti-god realm and go to places outside the realm. Dare to be affectionate is to remove those big demons that affect the teleportation array. I've seen the Midnight Saint. Except for one supreme power who led a group of high-ranking gods from the god-defying realm to leave the teleportation formation, the other two supreme powers discovered Duan Lingtian and Duan Yue after realizing it, and saluted Duan Yue immediately. "You too, my affairs in the anti-god realm are over, and now I have to go back to the Thunder Holy Land. Trouble for you too." Duan Yue nodded to the two of them and said bluntly, "I would like to serve you, ye mid-saint." The two were busy for a while, and opened the teleportation array, allowing Duan Yue and Duan Lingtian to leave the teleportation array on the side of the anti-god realm and return to the Thunder Saint realm. However, when they returned to the Thunder Holy Land, it was not the teleportation formation that appeared when they came. Appeared in another place. For Duan Lingtian, it was a completely unfamiliar place. "I didn't expect to come to the area under the control of Qingyun Shengzong." After appearing, Duan Yue glanced around and saw a slightly familiar face. After a brief recollection, she seemed to have thought of something and muttered. And when Duan Lingtian heard her words, his heart moved slightly. Qingyun Shengzong. Of course, had heard of it. Because Qingyun Shengzong is also one of the saint forces in Lei Sheng, and it is no weaker than Bibo Tianfu. Whoosh! While Duan Lingtian's thoughts were flying, a figure galloped from a distance, and in a blink of an eye, it was not far in front of the two of them. The person who came was an old man who was over old, wearing a light blue robe. After he appeared at this time, his eyes were staring at Duan Yue. "Yi Bansheng, rare guest. Which realm of myriad realms did you go to?" The person who came stared at Duan Yue with a teasing expression, and asked. "Which world do I go to? I don't need to report to you, Fu Liangyu, right?" Duan Yue glanced at the old man in green robe lightly, and there was no politeness in her words. She has some grudges with the Fu family where Fu Liangyu belongs. To be precise, he had some grudges with Fu Liangjia's eldest brother, the semi-sage of the Fu family. The Fu family status under the Qingyun sect is almost equal to the Duan family status under the Bibo Tianfu, and it is also a semi-sacred force. As for Fu Liangyu in front of him, he is considered a strong person in the Fu family, and his strength is second only to his elder brother, the half-sage of the Fu family. That's natural. Fu Liangyu smiled sullenly. "After all, you are a saint in the dark night." Humph. Duan Yue snorted coldly, then did not stay, took Duan Lingtian and left directly. Fu Liangyu, on the other hand, looked at their backs from a distance. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and sent a message directly to the half-saint family behind him, the Fu family. "Big brother, that Duan Yue, I don't know which realm I came back from, and it happened to appear in the teleportation array area where I was on duty. Now, she is heading towards Bibo Tianfu. Fu Lianjia's message was sent back to Fu's house. Immediately, within the Fu family, a figure burst out of the sky and galloped towards the Bibo Tianfu. At the same time, 2 messages were also sent out by him. Old Ghost Han, haven't you always wanted to repay my favor? Today, as long as you help me kill that Duan Yue, the favor you owe me will be repaid. Brother Tuoba, Duan Yue accidentally teleported to the area of our Qingyun Xingzong alone with a high-ranking god, and is now heading to Bibo Tianfu. This is a good opportunity to kill her, come quickly. Okay? After leaving the teleportation formation, Duan Lingtian felt that Duan Yui's face became extremely solemn, and she didn't even chat with him as usual. Even, Duan Yue is taking him on the road now, although he can't see the situation along the way, but he can also see, Duan Yue, there is a high probability that she is on her way at full speed. What's the situation? Could it be because of that person just now? The current Duan Yue gives Duan Lingtian the feeling that she is running for her life. That's right. Just run for your life. It was hard for him to imagine what could make Duan Yue lose her temper like this and run for her life at full speed. Are the saints going to make a move? Or how many demigods? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian only felt a tingling in his scalp, my sister who was forced to admit. Who the did I offend in this Qingyun Xingzong area? Chapter 45:11. Duan Yui's current state is obviously not quite right. This made Duan Lingtian, who had some vague guesses, but couldn't help but feel a great sense of crisis. To make Duan Yue Tang Yi Banshing leave in such a panic, obviously, the imminent danger is also fatal to Duan Yue, otherwise she would not be like this. Can Duan Lingtian not panic for making a half-sage so rude? Now he is not even the strongest. Wrong. It should be said that now, he is not even the invincible superior god venerable whose strength is closest to the strongest. Although it can be said that it is only one step away, but this one step is like a gulf. A genuine and invincible high-ranking who has comprehended a certain law to the realm of great perfection, if he wants to kill him now, even if he is in excellent condition and makes all his efforts, it is almost impossible to survive after 10 moves. It should be fine, right? I still have a lot to do. Kier hasn't woken up yet. Now Duan Lingtian is a little anxious. After all, this kind of crisis, if he was alone, would be difficult to encounter. After all, it came from the interception of possible multiple demigods, or saints. Xiao Tian, I will find a random place to drop you in front of me later, and you will go to the direction of Bibo Tianfu. The direction is the direction we are going now. Of course, you'd better take a detour. Just now, the people in the Fu family also saw you, maybe they didn't see you beside me, and they would search you. Duan Yui's message was passed into Duan Lingtian's ears. This voice, like a reassurance needle, made Duan Lingtian heave a sigh of relief. It's not that he is greedy for life. Instead, if he stayed, even if he died worthless and meaningless. Not to mention the sage's shot, even if it is a half-sage, if he raises his hand casually, he can be crushed to death with one finger. Sister Wei, after you put me down, is there anything you want me to do? Duan Lingtian asked Duan Yue through voice transmission. Now the two are on their way at an extremely fast speed, and it is difficult to communicate with each other, so they can only communicate through voice transmission. As for Duan Yue, when she heard what he said, she sighed and said after a long while, if I am alive this time, there is nothing you need to do. If I die, it will be in vain to tell you anything. If I die, the Duan clan will definitely decline. As for what happens in the future, we can only see their fortunes. Duan Yui's words made Duan Lingtian even more uneasy. Is she so unhappy? Sister Wei, can you tell me? Before Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Yue. Duan Yui's voice transmission was full of urgency and determination. Xiao Tian, I'll let you down here. The old guy from the Fu family who has a grudge against me is coming soon. With him, there are 2 other guys who are not weaker than him, but it's not that easy to keep me, Duan Yue. As soon as Duan Yue finished speaking, Duan Lingtian felt a thrust pushing him away, and then wrapped himself in a very fast speed. After decelerating until later, he can already control the power in his body and control his body. He dodged, and his figure disappeared directly into the lush forest beneath his feet, and then he walked quietly all the way. However, they did not follow Duan Yue in the same direction. Not long after Duan Lingtian landed, he heard 3 superimposed rapid wind whistles coming from his ears. The wind whistling was short-lived, but he could still hear it clearly. 3 semi-sacred powerhouses? Duan Lingshan's face also became extremely solemn at this moment. At the same time, there was a look of helplessness on his face. He is too weak. Staying by Duan Yue's side can only hold her back. The most urgent task is to get back to the Duan family first. As for Sister Wei, she can only rely on herself. She is a semi-sacred powerhouse, so there shouldn't be an accident, right? But it was the other 3 semi-sacred powerhouses who were chasing her. Pay home. Now, Zhou Xiaojun also remembered that when he left the teleportation formation just now, the person who greeted him seemed to be from the Fu family. The other party, named Fu Liangyu. No wonder the other party's words are so unkind. It turns out that the Fu family and Sister Wei have a grudge. These 3 semi-sages should also be found by him. As for Duan Yue's enmity with the Fu family, why didn't he kill Fu Liangyu, who was in the teleportation array just now? Duan Lingtian can easily guess. It must be because the teleportation array belongs to the Qingyun sect of the saints. And Fu Liangyu, who is on duty there, can also be regarded as the representative of Qingyun Xingzong. If Fu Liangyu were killed there, he would definitely offend the Qingyun sect. When the Qingyun sect was angry, let alone Duan Yue, even the entire Duan clan would not be able to protect him. Duan Yue caused trouble first, and the Bibo Tianfu behind the Duan family might not necessarily protect Duan Yue and the Duan family. Take a detour and be safe. Although he felt that the 3 half-sages had no time to pay attention to him, Duan Lingtian cautiously took a detour for the sake of caution. Finally, after half a day, he successfully entered the area governed by Bibo Tianfu. It's safe. He knew that stepping on this land also meant that he was safe. At this time, there is no need to hide, and fly directly to where the Tourmaline Holy City is located. Of course, his heart was still very uneasy. I hope Sister Wei is safe and sound. Although, judging from Duan Yue's reaction when she was chased and killed, this possibility is not very high, but Duan Lingtian still hopes that there will be a miracle. Duan Yue, being good to him may be a plot for him in the future. However, he did pay his sincerity, and it was not a useless use. Moreover, the reason why Duan Yue was in danger this time, in the final analysis, has something to do with him. If it wasn't for him to ask Duan Yue to return to the God realm for help, Duan Yue would not have appeared in the area governed by the Qingyun sect through the teleportation array, and would not have met the people of the Fu family. If you don't meet people from the Fu family, you won't usher in the pursuit of the 3 great demigods. Sister Wei. If something happens to you, when I have enough strength in the future, as long as the person who killed you is still alive, I will send him to Huangquan Road to be a cow and a horse for you. In Duan Lingshan's eyes, a cold light appeared, as if he had chosen someone to devour him. After rushing for more than an hour, the outline of the Tourmaline Holy City has already appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Passing through the Tourmaline Holy City, go in the other direction of the Tourmaline Holy City. There is also the residence of the Duan clan. If the head of the family learns about the death of Sister Wei, I am afraid that the entire Duan family will be in turmoil. I don't know if it will affect this trip to the ruins. I hope it doesn't affect it. However, even if it is affected, I say hello to the envoy of the Bibo Tianfu, and there should still be a chance to enter the place of return to the ruins. For Duan Lingtian, the return to the ruins in Bibo Tianfu was both an opportunity and an examination. The reason why it is said to be an exam is because, as long as he performs well in it, Bibo Tianfu will definitely value him and take the initiative to recruit him. You must know that being recruited and actively seeking to join are 2 different concepts. Sister Wei, don't blame me for leaving the Duan clan. You should also know that the Duan clan is just a springboard I chose. Going to Bibo Tianfu will make it easier for me to become stronger. In this way, the day of revenge for you will be getting closer and closer. When he was alone and appeared outside the Duan family's residence, Duan Lingshan's heart silently said to Duan Yue, whose life and death were uncertain, and there was a high probability that something had happened. Chapter 45:12. The residence of the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian, as a great worshipper of the Duan clan, now enters the Duan clan, naturally, all the way unimpeded. When he first entered the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian didn't feel much. The elders and children of the Duan clan, who were in charge of patrolling on the periphery, were conscientious and conscientious. They greeted him when they saw him. From their expressions, they could not see anything unusual. However, after entering the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian immediately contacted Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan. Duan Bing's response made Duan Lingtian startled. Duan Bing's reaction is normal. Even, the first sentence is, Lingtian worship, you came back with the ancestors? Patriarch, I came back alone. Where are you? Duan Lingtian messaged, I have something urgent to report to you. Come directly to my place. Duan Bing said. It is good. After Duan Lingtian responded, he went directly to Duan Bing. On the way, he also calmed down. Now, there is no bad reaction from the patriarch, which means that Sister Wei is likely to be alive. Otherwise, if Sister Wei's soul card shatters, the patriarch will definitely react. Soul cards are similar to soul beads, which can give feedback on a person's life and death. However, soul cards are much better than soul orbs. The soul left in the soul bead will disintegrate with the passage of time. And the soul card can lock the power of the soul left by a person. Unless the person dies, the soul card will always preserve the power of the soul and will not let the locked soul power collapse. Ling Tian worship, what is your urgent need to find me? Duan Bing asked curiously. Duan Bing didn't feel anything unusual about Duan Lingtian coming alone. After all, the one who went out with Duan Lingtian this time was the ancestor of their Duan clan, Yi Bansheng. If their old ancestor came with Duan Bing now, he might still be surprised. He only thought that the old ancestor of their Duan clan went back to his cultivation place after returning. Patriarch, Sister Weiss soul card, is it still okay? Regarding the fact that the ancestor of the Duan clan recognized Duan Lingtian as his younger brother, long before Duan Lingtian and Duan Yue left the Duan clan together this time, Duan Yue had already informed Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, and the other three Xian 4 of the Duan clan. Existence of order. Because of this, Duan Lingtian mentioned the word Sister Wei, and Duan Bing could connect with his ancestors immediately. However, Duan Lingshan's words made Duan Bing's complexion change instantly. Ling Tian worship, what do you mean by that? Duan Bing looked at Duan Lingtian again, and it became extraordinarily sharp, and even his face changed completely. Old ancestor, what happened in the anti-god realm? The anti-god realm is one of the 18 realms in the 10,000 realms. It is said that there is a strong saint in the city, and there are many semi-sacred existences below. The old ancestor of their Duan clan had entered the god-defying realm. If the powerhouses of the god-defying realm were to harm her, they might have left her completely. Sister Wei didn't come back with a message. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and when he heard Duan Bing's words, he suddenly realized that Sister Wei did not send a message back to the Duan clan. Or you can say, Sister Wei had a message to return to the Duan clan, but she was stopped on the way. Ling Tian worship, what happened? Now, Duan Bing has lost his temper, and there is a tinge of blood on his eyes. Their Duan clan is such a semi-sacred powerhouse. It can be said that the status of the Duan clan today is entirely dependent on their half-sacred ancestor of the Duan clan, Yi Bansheng, Duan Yue. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly told Duan Bing what happened after returning himself and Duan Yue to the out-of-bounds land. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but wonder, in such a case, Sister Wei shouldn't have come back without a message. It won't come back. Duan Bing shook his head with an ugly face, and at the same time said under Duan Lingshan's blank look, there is the site of the Qingyun sect, and within the area controlled by the Qingyun sect, there is a special formation to block the communication. The ancestors' communication you can't get out of the area of Qingyun Xingzong at all, and you will be stopped at the edge of Qingyun Xingzong. Similarly, the communication from our side of Bibo Tianfu is difficult to go out, and it will be stopped by the special formation established by Bibo Tianfu. For the sage forces, it's also a way for them to swear their sovereignty. The words fell, Duan Bing's face suddenly softened a little, and he said to Duan Lingtian, I just called the elder in the clan who is responsible for supervising the soul card. The ancestors' soul card is still intact. This also shows that the ancestors are safe and sound. Lingtian worship, you are ready to prepare. Tomorrow morning, the special envoy from Bibo Tianfu will take you and our Duan clan to the place of return to the ruins discovered by Bibo Tianfu this time. Duan Bing said to Duan Lingtian, it is good. Duan Lingtian responded, and at the same time secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since Sister Wei is all right now, maybe she has escaped the interception of those semi-sacred powerhouses. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that Sister Wei might not be all right, and she might still be struggling. But, even so, he knew that he couldn't do anything. Don't say that you don't know where the other party is now, even if you know, with his strength, it's still cannon fodder to go up. The cannon fodder is not a problem, and it may also hold the opponent back. After Duan Lingtian left, Duan Bing naturally couldn't sit still. After all, now, the ancestor of their Duan clan, Duan Yue, a saint in the middle of the night, is likely to be in a desperate situation. At this time, if you can find a helper, you might be able to support the other party in time. So, he immediately moved. Directly contacted the other 3 Xian 4th Order powerhouses of the Duan clan. And when these 3 Xian Tier 4 powerhouses knew what happened to Duan Yue, their faces became very ugly. That girl Yue was discovered by the Fu family in the area of Qingyun Xingzong. Trouble. Trouble this time. One of the Duan clan powerhouses at the 4th stage of the Xian, the white-bearded old man, in terms of seniority, is also Duan Yue's elder, but he was later surpassed by Duan Yue. Cousin, she shouldn't go to the god-defying realm. If something happens to her this time, the disaster of the Duan clan will be brought about by the great worship of Duan Lingtian. He is our Duan clan. The Broom Star. Another Xian 4th Order powerhouse, a middle-aged man, said in a deep voice. It's pointless to say that now. The last strongman of the 4th rank, a beautiful woman, said with a gloomy expression, since Sister Yue went to the anti-god realm, it means that she went there voluntarily, not forced by someone. Moreover, do you think that accompanying someone who is not even the strongest can force her? As for what you said, it was because of the other party that she would go to the god realm and have an accident when she came back. Is it possible that you can't have an accident when you usually walk outside alone? If you happen to meet a mad sage strongman who shoots you, can you live? I believe that this matter, the big worshipper named Duan Lingtian did not expect it. Moreover, you should also know that the hatred between Sister Yue and the Fu family was forged a long time ago. But it has nothing to do with the big offering. The beautiful woman is not actually a member of the Duan clan. It was Duan Yue who met when she was traveling abroad. The two were as close as sisters. In the end, Duan Yue returned to the Duan family, and she also brought her back to the Duan family without any worries. Since then, the Duan family has added a strong foreign surname. And she is also the strongest person under Duan Yue in the Duan clan. Because of this, as soon as she opened her mouth, the middle-aged man could only shut up. Now is not the time to argue about this. At this time, what we should do is to contact the semi-sacred powerhouses who have made friends with our Duan clan, and let them go to the Qingyun Xingzong side to see if we can find that girl Yue. The eldest and highest-ranking white-bearded old man revealed the key in one sentence. And almost at the moment when the white-bearded old man's voice fell, Duan Bing, who had softened his face, suddenly changed his face. The next moment, he knelt on the ground with a puff and cried out, "Old ancestor." The 3 people who were standing also changed at this time. Then, the three disappeared almost at the same time. The three appeared again, already in a hall on the side of the ancestral hall of the Duan clan where the high-level soul cards were placed by the Duan clan. When they saw that the soul card standing alone in the top row in the hall was torn apart, the three of them turned pale. Girl Yue. Sister Yue. Cousin. The three of them cried out in grief almost at the same time. This night was undoubtedly hopeless for the senior members of the Duan clan. Because, the pillar of the Duan clan, Duan Yue, who was known as the Midnight Saint, has perished. However, the news was only circulated among the high-level members of the Duan clan, and it was not spread. Like a group of worshippers in the Duan clan, no one received the news. This also led to Duan Lingshan's big offering, and he didn't even know about it. As for why the Duan clan did this, it was nothing more than worrying about the unrest within the clan. Without the semi-sacred power in the seat of the semi-sacred powerhouse, can it still be regarded as a semi-sacred power? Of course, they also know, this news was hidden soon. Soon, the semi-sacred powerhouses who killed their Duan clan ancestors would spread the news widely to show their power and prestige. Killing a half-sage is something worth showing off. At the same time, in the Qingyun Xingzong area, over a vast wasteland, blood is pouring down, and occasionally you can hear the sound of ghosts crying and wolf howling, a brilliance that spreads for tens of thousands of miles, and a picture of the growth of all things is derived, which is lifelike. Then, the picture paused and then fell apart. A bigger rain of blood continued to pour down. This is a half-sacred death? Moreover, it is still a half-sacred who is good at the law of life. In the Qingyun Xingzong area, in many places, there are strong men rising from the sky, looking at the vision of heaven and earth in the distance, and sighing. Chapter 45:13. Bibo Tianfu's special envoy Hu Mingyue Duan Lingtian thought that the next morning, before departure, there might be good news. But what he didn't expect was that what he was waiting for was a bad news. The pillar of the Duan family, the Midnight Saint Duan Yue, finally died yesterday. This news, apart from the high-level surname of our Duan clan, is only known to you among the worshippers. I hope that it will not be spread in a short time. Our Duan clan, we must be prepared to meet the various consequences that the clan will suffer after the death of our ancestors. Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, reminded Duan Lingtian of the news. The reason why I tell you this news is because you and the ancestors have a sister-in-law relationship. You have the right to know. You don't have to blame yourself for this matter. Even if you don't return to the God realm with you, as long as they have the heart to target the ancestors, sooner or later they will find an opportunity to attack the ancestors. Follow Bibo Tianfu's messengers to the place of return to the ruins. People who perform well will be valued by Bibo Tianfu. If you can come out on top, Bibo Tianfu will probably agree to some reasonable requests from you. For the Duan clan, you don't have to worry. Our Duan clan will not fall down so easily. Even when Duan Lingtian left with the special envoy of Bibo Tianfu, Duan Bing's last message to him was still echoing in his ears. Duan Lingtian remained silent. At this time, he was in the artifact spaceship of the special envoy of Bibo Tianfu together with the two new worshippers that the Duan clan found. The special envoy of Bibo Tianfu, a middle-aged man in a gray-white robe, sat quietly on the side of the spaceship, keeping a distance from Duan Lingtian and the others. Great worship, I heard that your swordsmanship has reached the 6th order level. If there is a chance, I hope you can give some pointers. Among the offerings from the two Duan clan, the young man in a green robe moved to Duan Lingshan's side and sat down, and greeted Duan Lingtian warmly. Okay. Duan Lingtian heard the sound, his thoughts were interrupted, he glanced at the green-robed youth in front of him, and nodded. Then I want to disturb the big worship to you. I don't know if you know my name. My name is Shui Ao. The green-robed youth Shui Ao naturally saw that he had disturbed this man, and with an apologetic smile, he also retreated. There is no dissatisfaction. After all, it was you who disturbed the other party. Moreover, the strength of this great worshipper, although he has never heard of the Duan clan that he joined later, he has heard people mention it. It is said that it has the strength close to the invincible upper god. And this kind of existence, even in the power of the saints like Bibo Tianfu, there are only a few people. It's an absolute genius monster. Although he is considered a genius, he is obviously not on the same level compared to the other party. Another enshrined by the Duan clan was a middle-aged man in a black robe. When sitting cross-legged, there was a sword on his leg. This sword, not even a powerful artifact, is just an ordinary artifact, quietly relying on it. However, if you look closely, you can see, around this sword, there was a faint divine power flowing. Obviously the middle-aged black robe did it on purpose. Lan Ming worships. The green-robed youth Shui Ao was obviously more familiar with the black-robed middle-aged man. As soon as he spoke, he said in a familiar tone, "What are you doing?" "I remember, the last time I discussed with you, the weapon you used was a supreme sword, not this ordinary sword." As Shui Ao asked, the middle-aged black-robed man known as Lan Ming enshrined also opened his eyes, looked at Shui Ao and said, "Shui Ao enshrined, this is what I used before I got the supreme divine sword. The longest sword ever. This sword is also the sword that I got when I was weak, when I got the inheritance of a sword cultivator. It can be said to be my enlightenment teacher. Although, my current swordsmanship has surpassed that senior swordsman, but, my swordsmanship started with this sword, and the inspiration behind my swordsmanship promotion also came from this sword, so I understand the swordsmanship. When the time comes, I will take out this sword and carefully observe every corner of its blade. However, the kendo insight it can bring me has become less and less. Perhaps it won't be long before it will return to my ring space and fall into ashes. Of course, falling ashes is just a metaphor. In the Neji space, because it is in a completely sealed state, there is not even a shred of dust. Can it still be like this? Shui Ao was surprised. It seems that everyone's way of comprehending kendo is different. I comprehend kendo, and more relying on imagination. Of course, my foundation also comes from my elders. Shui Ao said later. He smiled, "Just like Lan Ming enshrined you, your swordsmanship surpassed that of the senior swordsman who left you with this sword, and my current swordsmanship also surpassed that of my elder. You and I are now better than blue." Having said that, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting not far away, and said softly, "I'm afraid that the swordsman who is enshrined in a big way is even more brilliant." When Lan Ming heard the words, he nodded in agreement. The swordsmanship of the Great Consecration has reached the level of the Sixth Order, and it must be better than the blue. The conversation between the two was not loud, but Duan Lingtian could still hear it. Listening to their conversation, involving the master he most respects, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but listen and say nothing, and opened his eyes for a while, looked at the two and said, "You are wrong. My swordsmanship has not yet reached the point where the blue is better than the blue. My master's swordsmanship is at least the 7th rank now." As soon as Duan Lingtian said these words, both Shui Ao and Lan Ming were startled, and then their faces showed disbelief. Even the special envoy of Bibo Tianfu, who was sitting in the distance and did not move for a long time, opened his eyes at this time, and dodged in front of Duan Lingtian. "Lingtian worship, are you serious?" In the face of this Bibo Tianfu envoy's question, Duan Lingtian nodded. "I don't need to tell lies. In my kendo, it is estimated that it was only at the 4th rank. The kendo that my master mastered at that time was no weaker than the kendo that I master now." Duan Lingtian has always admired the gentleness of the master. In terms of cultivation, he surpassed his master before because of repeated encounters. However, in terms of kendo, he has always been left behind. Every time I meet, I think my swordsmanship can be closer to my master, but I didn't expect that it would be farther away again and again. As far as I know, there are only 2 saints who have comprehended the 7th stage of kendo. Is your master one of those 2? When the special envoy of Bibo Tianfu said this, his tone became a lot more polite. Of course, he added in his heart, if it weren't for those 2, then it must be a hidden saint and strong man. No. In the face of the envoy of Bibo Tianfu, Duan Lingtian shook his head. And hearing Duan Lingshan's answer, the special envoy of Bibo Tianfu also confirmed his guess. Lingtian worship, this trip to the ruins, as long as your harvest can satisfy our Bibo Tianfu, our Bibo Tianfu will never treat you badly. The Bibo Tianfu special envoy's attitude towards Duan Lingtian has obviously become a lot more friendly. Thank you for the reminder, I will do my best. Duan Lingtian continued speaking. You don't need to call me from the special envoy. My name is Hu Mingyue. You can just call me Brother Hu. Maybe, it won't be long before you will enter our Bibo Tianfu and become your own. Hu Mingyue laughed. This was also the first time that Hu Mingyue took the initiative to reveal his name in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. Before that, the three only knew that this was the special envoy of Bibo Tianfu. Others, I don't know at all. This time, Duan Lingtian left the Duan clan, and he did not bring Tan Xiuding with him as he returned to the God Realm 2 days ago, leaving Tan Xiuding to stay with the Duan clan. In the future, if he enters Bibo Tianfu, he plans to ask Tan Xiuding to go there. Of course, he also told Tan Xiuding. Tan Xiuding, if he wants to leave, he can leave at any time, and he can revoke the blood oath that day. However, Tan Xiuding expressed his willingness to continue to follow Duan Lingtian. Following Duan Lingshan's days, Tan Xiuding also tasted a lot of sweetness. Although he was just a sidekick by Duan Lingshan's side, whether it was this way or the Duan clan, because of Duan Lingshan's relationship, he gained a lot of benefits that he never dared to think about in the past. With his little strength, wanting to obtain those things on his own is a fool's errand. But now, it is within reach. Chapter 45-14. Hu Mingyue, the special envoy of Bibo Tianfu, heard from Duan Lingtian that the swordsmanship mastered by his master has reached at least the 7th level. I only thought that Duan Lingshan's master was a strong saint. Therefore, on the next journey, he was very polite and enthusiastic to Duan Lingtian. The other two were a little jealous, but they also knew that they and Duan Lingtian, the great sacrifice of the Duan clan, were incomparable in any respect. Now, they also think that the master in Duan Lingshan's mouth should be a powerful hidden world powerhouse. Moreover, it is the strongest who has understood the 7th order kendo. Even if the superpowers who are good at the law have not yet comprehended the realm of great perfection, they are definitely invincible characters among the semi-sages. Sister Wei, just leave like this. Even now, Duan Lingtian still hasn't recovered from the news of Duan Yue's death. In his mind, the figure in front of Duan Yue is all. Although, Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, advised him not to blame himself. But can he not blame himself? After all, what happened to Duan Yue on the way back to the God Realm with him? If you don't go back with me, Sister Wei will be fine. Duan Lingshan's heart was full of guilt. At the same time, in the eyes, the flame of hatred is also burning. Sister Wei, don't worry. If I have enough strength in the future, I will definitely take revenge for you. Duan Lingtian thought silently in his heart. Certainly. Guilt is guilt. Duan Lingtian himself knows that he can't be buried in guilt all the time. He still has a lot of things to do. Don't say anything else, just say revenge for Duan Yue. If he does not have enough strength, it is impossible to achieve. This trip to the ruins of Bibo Tianfu is my chance. As long as it shows its value in front of the powerhouses of Bibo Tianfu, not only can Kir's soul be imprisoned, but I can also get the resources of Bibo Tianfu. Bibo Tianfu is a sage power, and its resources are tilted, which ordinary people can't imagine. Like his hometown, the anti-god realm, the background of the entire realm combined, I am afraid it may not be comparable to the Bibo Tianfu. In Bibo Tianfu, it is said that there are 2 saints in the contemporary era. In Lei Xingjing, it is an absolute hegemonic force. After rushing for a few days, Duan Lingtian, Shui Ao, and Lan Ming were also taken by Hu Mingyue outside the residence of Bibo Tianfu. Just on the periphery. As for the resident of Bibo Tianfu, it is impossible to see at all, and it is full of fog. And at this moment, outside the fog ahead, a lot of people have gathered, obviously like Duan Lingtian and the 3 of them, the kendo geniuses collected by Bibo Tianfu from all over the place. The return to the ruins opened by our Bibo Tianfu opened a year ago. The three of you are the second batch of kendo geniuses from the three semi-holy forces in the Tourmaline Holy City. Hu Mingyue said to Duan Lingtian and the others. The Tourmaline Holy City also has a kendo genius collected by semi-holy forces, who will set off in a year and come here. This time, 3 groups of people will enter the land of return to the ruins. This is also our past practice in Bibo Tianfu. Hu Mingyue said. 3 groups of people? Shui Ao wondered, why are there 3 groups of people? Duan Lingtian and Lan Ming also looked at Hu Mingyue at this time, and they were also curious about it. A group of people go in together, okay? No wonder the envoy only brought the 3 of us here. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized. After a period of time, he discovered that Hu Mingyue only brought 3 of them, kendo geniuses from the Duan clan, to Bibo Tianfu. At that time, he was a little puzzled. In the Tourmaline Holy City, it seems that not only the Duan clan is a semi-holy force, right? The other 2 semi-holy forces must have also received an invitation from Bibo Tianfu. Could it be that they haven't found a genius powerhouse of the 4th rank of kendo? This is obviously unlikely. After all, on the Duan clan's side, even though they were cramming for a while, they found 2 people. As for Duan Lingtian, he sent it to the door himself, not counting the efforts of the Duan clan to find it. Facing Shuao's question, Hu Mingyue said with a heavy expression, because, many years ago, on our side of Bibo Tianfu, we found a place of return to the ruins. That place of return to the ruins is also forbidden to those above the strongest to enter. At that time, we gathered a group of people who met the conditions and asked them to enter the land of return to the ruins to hunt for treasure. And as a result, the entire army was wiped out. Because of this, after that, whenever our Bibo Tianfu finds the place of return to the ruins, if we send people in, we will enter in 3 batches. This time, wait for the first group of people to come out before you go in. The time given to them is 1 year. Hu Mingyue said, what? Shuao's face was shocked. The first batch of people, after 1 year, will we enter? Isn't all the good things in there already collected by them? They eat meat in the front, and we are in the back. I'm afraid we won't even be able to eat meat residue, right? Shuao's words were also recognized by Duan Lingtian and Lan Ming. They naturally thought so. It's also possible. Hu Mingyue nodded, but why don't you think about it? If there is really danger inside, it can wipe out the entire army of those who go in. Isn't it a blessing that you didn't go in? They go first, and the opportunity is relatively large, but at the same time as the opportunity is large, it also corresponds to the corresponding big risk. As soon as Hu Mingyue said these words, Shui Ao fell silent. Indeed, this is true. According to the agreement, they will come out the day after tomorrow. Later, after we are all together, we will go to the entrance of the return to the ruins. Hu Mingyue continued. What if someone doesn't come out? Shui Ao asked. Don't come out? Hu Mingyue smiled, then after he comes out, he will surely die. If Bibo Tianfu is concerned, not everyone can disobey at will. What if it's the genius of Bibo Tianfu? Shui Ao asked again. Could it be that Bibo Tianfu killed even his own people? Just because it didn't come out in time? Among the first batch of people, there is no genius from our Bibo Tianfu. Shui Ao said lightly, our Bibo Tianfu genius will enter the 3rd batch, which is the last batch. Therefore, the possibility you mentioned is not possible. Bibo Tianfu is prudent enough, and his own genius should enter last. Naturally, Shui Ao didn't dare to say these words indiscriminately. He said it to Duan Lingtian and Lan Ming through sound transmission. Actually, that's normal. Lan Ming's voice transmission said to Duan Lingtian and Shui Ao, anyway, before we go in, we must leave our own ring outside. So, Bibo Tianfu, we are not afraid that we will embezzle what they want. Since we get what they want, we will definitely hand over it, so why should they let their own geniuses take the lead and take risks? Lan Ming's words can be said to hit the nail on the head. 3 groups of people, each group of people for a year. It seems that this return to the ruins can only exist for 3 years. Shui Ao said. Good. Hu Mingyue nodded, before our Bibo Tianfu opened the Return to the Ruins, we made a judgment that the place of Return to the Ruins can exist for about 3 years. So, in the 2nd year, you should cherish it. Someone is at the front, accumulating experience for you, and you can get twice the result with half the effort when you enter the 2nd batch. Chapter 45:15. Duan Lingtian, Lan Ming, and Xue Ao waited with Hu Mingyue until the next day, when they finally arrived. After everyone arrived, they all got on the same artifact spaceship and went to the entrance to the ruins. Duan Lingtian glanced around. In addition to the people from Bibo Tianfu, this time, they collected kendo geniuses from all over the country to explore the Return to the Ruins. This 2nd batch, including him, Lan Ming, and Xue Ao, actually had 36 people. It seems that this time, Bibo Tianfu has found hundreds of kendo geniuses and went to explore the Return to the Ruins in 3 batches. While Duan Lingtian was observing the surroundings, Xue Ao and Lan Ming, as well as other kendo geniuses, were also looking around. These kendo geniuses are either sitting on one side alone or in groups of 3 or 5. Everyone's face has a bit of pride. Even Lan Ming and Xue Ao, although they were very low-key in front of Duan Lingtian, were limited to Duan Lingtian. When others looked at them, they were indifferent and could hardly hide their arrogance. This time, when I went to the place where the Return to the Ruins was located, many of the powerhouses of Bibo Tianfu who brought people over did not go there together. Only 3 people remained. Hu Mingyue, who brought Duan Lingtian and the 3, was one of the 3. At this time, the 3 were chatting in front of the artifact spaceship. Old Xue, I heard that one of the geniuses you brought in this time has realized the existence of the 6th order swordsmanship. An old man with a white beard supported the long beard on his chin, squinted his eyes, and asked Hu Mingyue. When Hu Mingyue heard this, he smiled and said, "Yes, it is the great worship of the Duan clan in the holy city of Tourmaline, named Duan Lingtian. The kendo comprehends the 6th level, and the law of space also comprehends the realm of small perfection. Invincible superior under the gods, there should be no one who can defeat him alone. Not even the 3 of our Bibo Tianfu?" Another young man in a blue robe asked in surprise. Hu Mingyue shook his head, "Probably not. That Duan Lingshan's strength, this time I have also asked clearly in the Duan clan, and it is indeed very strong. Of course, it's up to him to know how strong it is. This time, if he does well in the land of Return to Ruins, I plan to recommend him to the palace." Hu Mingyue said. "If such a genius is willing to enter our Bibo Tianfu, we will not refuse even if his performance is average in the land of returning ruins." The white-bearded old man laughed. "He wants to come in by himself, which is different from our invitation." Hu Mingyue said with a smile, "We invite, we must promise something. And he wants to enter, naturally he can't take the initiative to make conditions with us, right? So, I think it's impossible for him to take the initiative to come to our Bibo Tianfu, and he will definitely wait for us to invite him." What Hu Mingyue said was actually what Duan Lingtian thought. To be precise, it was mid-Saint Yuyi Duan Yue who reminded him to do this before. You want to ask to enter the Bibo Tianfu, and Bibo Tianfu actively invites them, which are completely 2 concepts. According to Duan Yui's words, her younger brother's talent is so enchanting, unless the people at Bibo Tianfu are blind, they will definitely invite her younger brother to join him. It was also because of Duan Yui's reminder that Duan Lingtian knew the importance of holding the shelf in front of Bibo Tianfu. Otherwise, not to mention anything else, in order to release Kier's soul imprisonment, he would not mind taking the initiative to make a request to Bibo Tianfu to join Bibo Tianfu. Just about 2 hours later, the artifact spacecraft stopped. And Duan Lingtian and others also followed Hu Mingyue and other 3 powerhouses of Bibo Tianfu, and got off the magical spaceship. At this time, they discovered that they appeared in a vast barren mountain. Moreover, when they came out, there were already many people waiting here. About a dozen people. Those people are all strong men from Bibo Tianfu. The young man wearing a white robe with a silver border is obviously the highest. Beside Duan Lingtian, Xue Ao looked at a figure in the distance and said softly. Duan Lingtian heard the words and looked over. However, they saw that Hu Mingyue and the other 3 who brought them out all stepped forward at this time, saluted the young man in a white robe with a silver border, and called out, "Master Hall Master." "Lan Ming, what kind of strength do you think this person is?" Shui Ao asked Lan Ming. When Lan Ming heard the words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, "At least it's a semi-holy. It does have some eyesight." Suddenly, a voice came, and a young man in a brocade clothes came over. Duan Lingtian had an impression of this person, a kendo genius who came over in a spaceship with them. This person had previously sat alone and closed his eyes to rest in peace. Really half-holy? Shui Ao looked at the young man in genie and asked in surprise, "You don't know him, do you?" The young man in genie smiled when he heard the words, "I'm not qualified to know him. However, I did meet him, and it was many years ago, when I was still young. His name is Xiao Tianxi. He is the master of the Golden Dragon Palace of Bibo Tianfu, a semi-saint powerhouse, and is also recognized as the next saint of Bibo Tianfu." The young man in brocade said respectfully. "Xiao Tianxi, Lord of the Golden Dragon Palace." Hearing the words of the young man in genie, Duan Lingtian also remembered the name. "I just don't know. How does this person's strength compare to Sister Wei?" Duan Lingtian said secretly. However, after thinking about Duan Yue for a moment, his face darkened again, and the original living person disappeared in a blink of an eye. Moreover, after trying to find a way out for him, he was killed. It is conceivable that if Duan Yue hadn't put him down at that time, he would have been killed together with Duan Yue. He didn't think that the three semi-sacred powerhouses who killed Duan Yue would be merciful to him. "He is Xiao Tianxi." And Lan Ming, at this time, was horrified while suppressing his voice. "Lan Ming, do you know the master of the Golden Dragon Palace of Bibo Tianfu?" Shui Ao looked surprised. Duan Lingtian also looked at Lan Ming. But Lan Ming said with a solemn expression at this time, "I heard an elder mention him. Said that he is an unparalleled genius and evildoer. In the past, after stepping into the realm of the strongest, whenever you enter a new realm, you will challenge the realm outside the realm, and even fellow practitioners from all over the world are people in the realm." In the process of Xian First Order to Third Order, he was finally recognized as invincible at the same order. Until he stepped into the 4th level Xian, he was just about to challenge the 4th level Xian strong in the 4 directions, but he was not successful in his apprenticeship and was defeated by a monster who was also the 4th level Xian. And that evildoer also stepped on the name of defeating him, and became famous outside the world, and even in the world. That enchanting monster has faced the challenges of many Xian 4th Order powerhouses, but these people were all defeated by him without exception. In the end, this person is recognized as the first person under the semi-sacred place, and even the 10,000 worlds. Xiao Tianxi's limelight was completely covered by him. When Lan Ming said this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. "The person you said." At this time, the young man in genie next to him raised his brows. "Is that the powerhouse of the god-defying realm Xiao Mubai, one of the 18 realms of the 10,000 realms?" Xiao Mubai. This was also the first time Duan Lingtian had heard someone mention the names of people from the god-defying realm other than Time Sword in a place outside the world. For a time, his heart couldn't help but get a little excited. After all, whether it is the Sword of Time or Xiao Mubai, they are the seniors of his hometown, the god-defying realm. At this moment, he has a sense of hometown pride. He is also a person from the god-defying realm. Chapter 45:16. Duan Lingtian looked at the Xiao Tianxi, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace of Bibo Tianfu. The same surname as Xiao Mubai, the world master of the god-defying realm, is also a genius. Before their god-defying realm made a big splash with the help of Xiao Mubai, he was famous in places beyond the world, and even in all realms. Until the 4th rank of Xian, he was defeated by Xiao Mubai. Of course, even if Xiao Tianxi was defeated by Xiao Mubai, Duan Lingtian didn't feel that this Xiao Tianxi was really weak, it was only weaker than Xiao Mubai. And, certainly not much difference. Hall Master Xiao is here. Suddenly, Shui Ao's reminder came from Duan Lingshan's ear. At this time, Duan Lingkai discovered that, surrounded by Hu Mingyue, he was coming towards them from the sky, and he was in front of them in a blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian, this is the master of our Bibo Tianfu Golden Dragon Palace, the master of Xiao Tianxi. At this time, Hu Mingyue looked at Duan Ling Tian and said loudly, Dianzhu Xiao is here to meet you, a genius who has mastered the 6th order swordsmanship. 6th order kendo. Hu Mingyue's voice was so small that many people around him could hear it. For a time, a group of eyes gathered on Duan Lingshan's body from all directions, and their eyes were full of disbelief and shock. 6th order kendo? Moreover, is it still in existence under a supreme power? Real or fake? Of course, this question only exists in the blink of an eye. Since the top powerhouses of Bibo Tianfu have said so, then 9 times out of 10 this matter is true, because there is a high probability that the superpowers of Bibo Tianfu will not open their mouths. Duan Ling Tian, I have seen Hall Master Xiao. Duan Ling Tian bowed slightly to salute Xiao Tianxi, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace in front of him. And Shui Ao and other people standing beside him also bowed and saluted. Let me see your swordsmanship, how about you? Xiao Tianxi looked at Duan Ling Tian, and with a slight smile, pointed it out. In an instant, a stream of light pierced through the sky and swept away straight towards Duan Ling Tian. In an instant, Duan Ling Tian could also feel that the impact contained in this stream of light was definitely enough to compare with his current full-strength strike. This is definitely the top offensive under the invincible upper god. He knew that Xiao Tianxi wanted to try him, but he didn't expect that Xiao Tianxi's control of power would reach such a superb level. Taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate, and immediately rose from the sky, carrying that stream of light into the sky. Then, the 7 orifices and exquisite swords came out from his hand. The space law of the small perfection realm was integrated into the divine power, and together with his swordsmanship, he met the streamer offensive pointed out by Xiao Tianxi. Call out. Duan Lingshan's sword, the colorful rays of light condensed, met the streamer, and instantly stalemate together. And then, in front of everyone's eyes, the 2 forces collided together, and a terrifying force suddenly erupted, and it was about to recoil at the nearest Duan Ling Tian. Whoa! I saw Xiao Tianxi lifted up, invisible, as if there was a huge force falling from the sky, crushing the recoil force that was about to rush towards Duan Ling Tian, enough to cause Duan Ling Tian to be slightly injured. Thank you, Hall Master. Duan Ling Tian repeatedly thanked him. Good. Xiao Tianxi, however, nodded to Duan Ling Tian, and then said, after this trip to the ruins, can you be interested in entering the Bibo Tianfu and my Golden Dragon Palace? Xiao Tianxi sent an invitation to Duan Ling Tian. And this invitation also shocked everyone around him. Even Hu Mingyue never expected that the master of the Golden Dragon Palace of Bibo Tianfu would take the initiative to invite a young man to join Bibo Tianfu. You must know that in the past, this one has only actively invited 2 invincible high-ranking gods to enter the Bibo Tianfu and the Golden Dragon Palace. Except for those 2 times, no one was invited again. In the eyes of the Hall Master, can this Ling Tian be compared to the invincible superior god? Now, not only Hu Mingyue was shocked, but the senior officials of Bibo Tianfu, who were familiar with Xiao Tianxi, were also shocked. For a time, more eyes were focused on Duan Ling Tian. The kendo geniuses present all looked at Duan Ling Tian with envy and hatred. Listening to what the master of the Golden Dragon Hall of Bibo Tianfu, the first person under the sage of Bibo Tianfu, said that if Duan Ling Tian entered Bibo Tianfu and the Golden Dragon Hall, he would probably immediately become his confidant. Duan Ling Tian is honored. Duan Ling Tian responded quickly. Bibo Tianfu's strongest semi-sage invited him. What reason did he have to refuse? With the strength of this person, in Bibo Tianfu, it can be said that there is an existence under the saint and above 10,000 people. It is good. A smile appeared on Xiao Tianxi's face. From today onwards, you are the person of the Golden Dragon Palace that I Xiao Tianxi had. I, Xiao Tianxi, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, give you the name, the Void Sword. Are you still satisfied? Xiao Tianxi asked with a smile. Void Sword. Name. Although the name is not something valuable, the name given by Xiao Tian has a completely different meaning. How much should Xiao Tianxi pay attention to before being given the title by Xiao Tianxi himself? Is it a direct disciple, nothing more than this? Thank you, Hall Master. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. Although he had no feelings for the name, since the Golden Dragon Palace Master gave such face, he naturally couldn't refute the other party's good intentions. And, it's also good for him. At least, when he entered Bibo Tianfu, his road in Bibo Tianfu would be much easier to walk. Having a backer and not having a backer are two completely different concepts. Haha. The Void Sword Duan Lingtian, I didn't know that before. Hall Master Xiao is so good at taking names. Hu Mingyue laughed, and in his words, he was not stingy about flattering Xiao Tianxi. Duan Lingtian, you don't need to go in the second batch, the third batch is here, you can go in together. Xiao Tianxi said to Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded quickly. As for Lan Ming and Shui Ao, who had come with Duan Lingtian before, when they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was nothing but envy in their eyes. You all came from the Duan clan at one time. You have become Bibo Tianfu's strongest half-sage confidant, but we are still the little transparent. Xiao Tianxi let Duan Lingtian enter the last batch again, and gave him the treatment of the kendo genius who entered the ruins at Bibo Tianfu this time. Brother Hu. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Hu Mingyue, who was standing behind Xiao Tianxi. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what is the rule that Hall Master Xiao is best at? And Hu Mingyue quickly gave him a response, Jianghu Xiao is best at the law of death, and he has already entered the realm of great perfection. Secondly, the law of life, which is also close to the great perfection. The only thing missing is the four worlds. Palace Master Xiao is also good at swordsmanship. He is currently in the 5th rank. As long as he enters the 6th rank, he can be promoted to breakthrough and become a saint. As soon as Hu Mingyue said these words, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized. It turned out that Xiao Tianxi was also good at the law of life. It seems that this Hall Master Xiao Tianxi has already seen that I am not young. One of the 4 ways of heaven and earth that he masters, is also the way of swordsmanship. Maybe it is also related to this? After all, geniuses are generally unconvincing, but they will still give some respect to those who can surpass themselves in a certain field. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also found the reason for Xiao Tianxi's attention. After a moment, Duan Lingtian came to Xiao Tianxi's side. Then, looking at the figures one after another, they came out of the land of return to the ruins. Soon, the first group of people, as long as they were still alive, came out. Palace Master Xiao, the statistics have been made, the first batch of people who entered, lost 12 people. Soon, there was a powerhouse from Bibo Tianfu, who came to report to Xiao Tianxi after finishing the statistics. Okay. Xiao Tianxi's reaction was calm, as if he was not surprised at all. As for Duan Lingtian, deep in his heart at this moment, there were waves of stormy waves. He knew that based on the number of people in the second batch, the first batch of people must be between 30 and 40 people. 12 people died. Almost a third of it was lost. The death rate is too high. At the same time, the expressions of the second batch of kendo geniuses also changed after hearing the loss rate. Chapter 45:17, Such a high loss rate. Many kendo geniuses have the intention of retreating after hearing about the loss rate. However, when a few people proposed to withdraw, the one who responded to them was the extremely cold gaze of the most powerful person in Bibo Tianfu. As if telling them, if you dare to quit now, there is only one dead end. Humph. A kendo genius snorted coldly, what are you afraid of? Wealth and wealth are in danger, which one is not in danger? If you are even afraid of this kind of danger, you are not worthy of being strong. The land of return to the ruins is indeed dangerous. However, there are not many places to return to the ruins with such a high loss rate. However, as this kendo genius opened his mouth, all those kendo geniuses who had the intention of retreating suddenly looked remorseful. They never thought that they would be greedy for life and fear of death in front of a place with many opportunities to return to the ruins. They have been able to get to this day, and they have gone through countless difficulties, and they have also experienced many scenes of life and death. Are they really afraid of death? Not necessarily. It can be said that the words of this kendo genius woke them up. This person, kendo, is at the 5th level. When Duan Lingtian looked at the kendo genius who was speaking, not far from him, the voice transmission of Xiao Tianxi, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace of Bibo Tianfu, also entered his ears in a timely manner. However, he is much older than you. Among the kendo geniuses present, apart from you, he should be the strongest. Hearing Xiao Tianxi's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glance at the other party. However, I saw that this was a young man in a black robe, with an ordinary appearance and an angry eyebrow, giving people a feeling of not being angry and self-proud, standing there, standing straight, like a sharp sword. Okay? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian found that the other party seemed to sense that he was looking at him, and also looked at him, and there was obviously a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Facing the fighting intent in the opponent's eyes, Duan Lingtian just looked at him, nodded lightly and smiled. Then, he looked back. This man, wouldn't he think he was provoking? Soon, the last time for the first group of people to come out has arrived. Those who came out alive handed in their vows. Then, there is the supreme power of Bibo Tianfu to take them away. The people who took them away were the 3 superpowers who brought them here before, and while taking them away, they said, "This time I will take you to Bibo Tianfu. If you get what we want in Bibo Tianfu, you can do it all. Select some corresponding treasures in our Bibo Tianfu. If you don't get what we want from Bibo Tianfu, everything you gain from this trip will belong to you." Soon, the first group of people who came out alive followed the powerhouses of Bibo Tianfu to leave. And half a day passed. Following the indifferent voice of the master of the Golden Dragon Hall of Bibo Tianfu, Xiao Tianxi, "Go in." Immediately, under the guidance of Hu Mingyue and other 3 Bibo Tianfu supreme powerhouses, a group of kendo geniuses, including Lan Ming and Shui Ao who came with Duan Lingtian, entered the place of return to the ruins together. Duan Lingtian, I really envy you, being valued by Hall Master Xiao. After I come out this time, if I have a chance to enter the Bibo Tianfu, you have to cover me. Before Shui Ao went in, when he transmitted the voice to Duan Lingtian, his tone was a little more flattering and flattering. After the sound transmission, he followed the others into the place of return to the ruins. For a time, there were only 6 people left outside. The 3 Bibo Tianfu supreme powerhouses who brought Duan Lingtian and the other second group over. Duan Lingtian. There was also Xiao Tianxi, and the grey-robed old man behind Xiao Tianxi who had never spoken. The grey-robed old man, following behind Xiao Tianxi, was like a shadow, following him like a shadow. His face was calm, and there was no turbulence from beginning to end. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but wonder if this person was paralyzed. "You 3, wait outside." Following Xiao Tianxi's words, he raised his hand, took Duan Lingtian, and left with the old man behind him. Duan Lingtian has not recovered yet. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to a vast and boundless world. This piece of heaven and earth is boundless, and at a glance, it seems that there is no end in sight. And just when Duan Lingtian wondered where he had been brought, Xiao Tianxi's voice had entered his ears in a timely manner. "This is the small world inside my body. Elder Kong, he is also good at space law. His space law, many years ago, stepped into the realm of great perfection. Before the 3rd group of people enter the land of returning ruins, you will be here and practice the laws of space with Lao Lao. In your spare time, you can also show your kendo and show me how. My kendo is only half a step away from the 6th rank, but this half step has not advanced for many years." After Xiao Tianxi said these words, Duan Lingtian also knew what the other party meant. The other party wants to observe his kendo. Of course, it won't let him suffer. The other party also arranged for a strong man who mastered the laws of space in the realm of great perfection to instruct him on the laws of space. Call. As if a gust of wind blew, followed closely, an aged figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian also recognized the other party. Isn't that the old man in grey robe who stood behind Xiao Tianxi earlier? At that time, he also felt that the other party was like a facial paralysis. He is a superpower who has mastered the spatial laws of the great perfection? Duan Lingtian secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The most powerful person who has mastered the laws of space in the realm of great perfection, even if his attainment in the four realms of heaven and earth is very general, and he has not even stepped into the fourth rank, he is at least the existence of the fourth rank of the strongest. The fourth order Xian is also close to the semi-holy existence. Go all out. Use your swordsmanship to match your space laws. The gray-robed old man opened his mouth, but his expression didn't change when he spoke, making people look like that paralyzed face. I will try my best to control my strength to a level similar to yours. Of course, I won't keep it when it comes to displaying the laws of space. Hearing the other party's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. He knows. This is definitely a great opportunity for him. Although, in his hands, there is no shortage of floating shadow mirrors that have realized the existence of the law of space to the realm of great perfection, but after all, it is a floating shadow mirror, which can only be observed and cannot be experienced in person. And now, a living powerhouse who has comprehended the laws of space to the realm of great perfection, stands in front of him, and wants to give him pointers. This is undoubtedly a pointer to get twice the result with half the effort. The help of the floating shadow mirror to him is insignificant in the face of this kind of guidance. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian looked solemn, and bowed respectfully to the gray-robed old man. For him, this is a great blessing. Even though he knew that this was a deal, the transaction between him and the Golden Dragon Hall Master Wuxia Xianxia exchanged his kendo perception for the perception of the laws of space. However, he knew that this was his advantage. He believed that, as Wuxia Xianxia, it was not so difficult to observe the sixth-order swordsmanship of others. Even a strong sage might give him some face and betray others. And he Duan Lingtian. Wanting to comprehend the laws of space to the existence of the great perfection realm, and pointing him while fighting with him, is undoubtedly more difficult than going to the sky. Now, such an opportunity is in front of him. How could he not be excited? This is a surefire deal. My law of space has not advanced for a long time. This time, it may be an opportunity. Only by going a step further can we continue to move towards the realm of great perfection. He now has mastered the sword Tao of the four ways of heaven and earth, and has comprehended the sixth order level. As long as he comprehends the laws of space to the state of perfection, he will become the leader of the invincible superior gods in one fell swoop. If you break through and become the strongest, he is directly a saint who is stronger than the current Wuxia Xianxia. Wuxia Xianxia, as a leader among the semi-sages, while comprehending the law of death to the realm of great perfection, the level of the kendo of the four ways of heaven and earth is still at the fifth level. As long as his swordsmanship reaches the sixth rank, he has taken the most crucial step and can be directly promoted to become a saint powerhouse. Chapter 45:18. The old man Wuxia Xianxia called Empty Old Man quickly moved. As soon as he made his move, the surrounding space shook, as if he had turned into of space, leaping from one end of the space to the other, appearing when Duan Lingtian. It's not teleportation, but it's comparable to teleportation. So strong. This is the space law of the great perfection. Duan Lingtian trembled in his heart, and at the same time subconsciously wanted a teleport to leave the place, but he didn't do it, because he knew that Kong Lao must have disturbed the space and made him unable to teleport. Call out. Without any hesitation, the divine power on Duan Lingtian's body rose, and the laws of space converged, condensing a dazzling sword light, turning into a human sword, turning around and beheading Kong Lao. When this sword was swung, the world seemed to change color, and the sword glow that covered the sky seemed to be able to crush everything in the world. What a powerful swordsmanship! Kong Lao exclaimed. I saw that he faced Duan Lingtian's strike that was like a combination of human and sword, and the figure continued to become illusory on the face, making Duan Lingtian's sword completely empty. However, Old Kong was still constantly approaching Duan Lingtian while his figure changed. This also made Duan Lingtian feel the pressure. The space law of the great perfection is indeed very strong. Now, this veteran Kong's own supreme divine power has been suppressed to a level comparable to that of the superior gods. But, with the space law of the great perfection, even if he does not use any of the four worlds, his strength is still better than mine. His current strength should be comparable to that of the invincible upper god. In an instant, Duan Lingtian already had enough pressure. At the same time, I couldn't help but curse in my heart, this old guy, didn't he mean to control his strength to be similar to mine? This is clearly comparable to the strength of the invincible upper god Venerable. It's almost called. Although his current strength is not far from the invincible superior god Venerable, as long as the laws of space and kendo do not break through, he will not be able to reach that realm in one day. Call out. The sword chi is vertical and horizontal, and Duan Lingtian comes with a sword that turns around. The sword light is dazzling, as if it can tear apart all spaces and destroy all falsehoods in the void. In addition, Duan Lingtian's figure suddenly arched and exerted force at this time, almost unreservedly. In addition to useless weapons, completely unreserved shot. Humph. With a cold snort in his heart, Duan Lingtian turned his body into a sword, caught up with Lao Lao in a blink of an eye, and pierced his body. However, when this sword hole passed through, he found out that this was not Kong Lao's true body at all. The state of the great perfection of the law of space represents the complete mastery of the mystery of the law of space. As long as I can use the power of the surrounding space, in this space, I will be an invincible existence. Kong Lao's voice seemed to come from all directions. Your strength is very strong. If I don't control my divine power to a level comparable to that of the upper gods, I can't be your opponent. Now, I will keep my strength at the level of the invincible superior god, so that I can be sure not to be defeated by you. Kong Lao said the reason why he did not continue to push down the strength. No way. His heaven and earth are not strong. If he further suppresses divine power, even if he uses all the means, it is impossible to comprehend the laws of space to the realm of small perfection, and master the sixth layer of Kendo Duan Lingtian's opponent. Unless, your divine power is enough to suppress my divine power, so that I have no time to use the power of the surrounding space. Kong Lao, in a word, also said the powerful reason for the invincible superior god. This is also the reason why the invincible upper gods are invincible under the strongest, but even the weakest and the strongest can defeat them. Power suppression. Both are high-ranking gods, everyone's divine power is at the same level, how can we talk about who suppresses whom? Kong Lao shot again. Boom. Boom. Above Duan Lingtian's head, Kong Lao's figure appeared, and a palm shot out, as if covering the sky and sun. The closer to Duan Lingtian, the larger the palm print. It's like rising against the wind. Humph. Duan Lingtian let out a low snort and wanted to dodge away. But he found that no matter how he escaped, a huge palm print would appear above his head, rising in the wind. It seems that if you don't shoot him to death, you will not let go of the palm prints. Let him have nowhere to run. Then touch it. After discovering that he could not escape the shrouded range of the palm print, Duan Lingtian was also ruthless. His whole body was shaking with divine power, and the power of the law was displayed, condensing into a sword in his hand. The sword came out, the situation was turbulent, and the palm print fell from the sky. Call out. Boom. The swords and palms slammed into each other, and the terrifying power shock caused Duan Lingtian to feel an unprecedented pressure, as if his internal organs were violently shaken. His throat was even sweeter, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The old man is merciful. Just when Xiao Tianxi sent a voice transmission to Lao Lao and asked him to show mercy, Lao Lao stopped his hand. I saw that Duan Lingtian, who had just spit out a mouthful of blood in the void, with a pale face, his eyes that were a little dazed, suddenly gathered together. Then, facing the palm print above the void, that had not collapsed and continued to press down, he murmured, "So it is. It's no wonder that my kendo is difficult to go further." Sword, not only the sword in the hand is a sword, nor is the sword that condenses divine power a sword. The power of space can be a sword. The law of space can also be a sword. The law of time is also a sword. The law of life is also a sword. While Duan Lingtian murmured in a low voice, around his body, a law clone suddenly appeared. There are those entangled with the power of space, the power of time covering the body, and the power of life shrouded. Suddenly, Duan Lingshan's deity, and the surroundings of these law clones, suddenly appeared one after another bright sword light, and the sword light became more and more powerful. And then, Elder Kong, please continue. Duan Ling Tian greeted Kong Lao, and he could see that Kong Lao was closing his hands. It is good. At this time, Elder Kong also saw that Duan Ling Tian seemed to have fallen into a state of comprehension. Sword up. Duan Ling Tian murmured, and suddenly the countless sword lights around the body of the deity and the avatar of the law gathered together and roared toward the palm print falling from the sky. Call out. Call out. Call out. Call out. Call out. Wang Jian lifted off into the sky, like a meteor turning around, leaving a beautiful scene in the air, and then collided with the palm print that fell from the sky. In an instant. Boom. Boom. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread out, but Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was standing there, unscathed, with sword chi filling the sky, turbulent purple robes on his body, an indomitable figure like a sword. Sharp. Kong Lao's palm print was also annihilated when Wang Jian was lifted into the sky. In an instant, the fight between the two was evenly matched and ended in a draw. Duan Ling Tian, you actually touched the threshold of the 7th rank of Kendo. At the same time, a figure appeared. It was the master of the Bibo Tianfu Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Tianxi. At this time, Xiao Tianxi was no longer as serious as before, and when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he obviously lost his temper. The strength you just showed has already entered the ranks of the invincible upper gods. The upper gods, the law is small and perfect, and if you touch the threshold of the 7th stage of the 4 paths of heaven and earth, you can also become an invincible upper god. That is, the current Duan Ling Tian already has the strength comparable to the invincible superior god Venerable. Invincible upper god Venerable? Duan Lingshan's eyes also lit up in an instant. Just now, he just felt that his perception of Kendo has taken another step forward, and his strength seems to have improved a little, but there is no concept of how much. Now, when he heard Xiao Tianxi's words, he was very excited. Invincible upper gods. This also means that when he enters Bibo Tianfu, he will have the opportunity to meet with the saints and powerhouses of Bibo Xianfu, and may even be important to the saints and powerhouses. In this case, it is absolutely possible to ask the strong sage to take action to dispel the imprisonment of his wife Kir.